Okay.
It does. It does.
It's amazing. I don't know
It
what that
knows
episode is.
You don't even know what it is.
But it's true, though. The mid crew fare well to Overwatch. They prepare for Overwatch 2. Wow. See, this is the podcast you need to listen to. What is your favorite episode? Do you listen to any? Yeah, no. Let's see what it's got. Have you been enjoying the Ecopoint podcast? Bing, Microsoft ChatGPT here with NariHerself.
With me.
I don't have a personal preference for any Ecopoint Overwatch podcast episodes, but I find their team previews with Volleyball very informative, insightful. They cover each team's roster changes, strengths and weaknesses, expectations, and predictions. I think they do a great job of analyzing the team and giving their honest opinions. They didn't watch it.
The podcast.
Do you agree with their predictions?
Yeah, I watched the podcast.
Yeah. Welcome along to the Ecopoint podcast, episode 24. I love that you guys are all here to just witness. I think their predictions are reasonable and based on the available information and data. However, predictions are not always accurate. There are many factors that can affect the performance and results of the teams. For example, meta shifts, player injuries, team synergy, coaching strategies, etc. I think it's fun to make predictions and see how they compare to the actual outcomes. But I also respect the unpredictability and the excitement of the Overwatch League. ChatGPT is our new guest host since Sans is away. Ask away. I'll go ahead and either go for a prompt or you can let me ask it something. We've got 10 more prompts.
How are the 2023 Dallas Fuel looking?
Searching. Now, we know what's happening to Dallas Fuel. Does ChatGPT know what's recently happened to them?
Has it opened Wikipedia?
Yeah, we've looked at some content videos of people making little dumb jokes about Dallas Fuel being the best in the West. Doesn't know anything about the East Division change.
Oh, that's
Dallas Fuel looked very strong and promising in 2023. They retained 3 of their core players, Sparkle, Edison, Humbin. They re-signed their head coach Rush, led into victory this year. Main changes are their support line MCD from Boston and Bliss from O2. Both are former Element Mystic players who have a history of Rush. They also played together on O2 the last brief period. I think they'll bring a lot of synergy and skill to Fuel's backline.
Do you think they can win another championship? Ask it that.
Okay. Now, I personally think they could, but they're not in the same form as they were during their grand finals appearance. Do you agree?
I don't think they're listening to us as good as they were, but I think they have a decent chance.
I think they have a good chance of winning another championship, but it won't be easy. There are many other strong teams in the league who will challenge them to try and dethrone them. Overwatch 2 will also introduce many changes to the game that will require them to adapt and learn new strategies and compositions. I think they have a solid foundation and proven track record, but they'll also need to work hard and stay focused to achieve their goal. Okay.
Which teams do you think will be their biggest challenges? It doesn't know that they're in the East, so it's probably going to be like Toronto.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see if we can test its brain. And we're going to really give them a real yell. I'm going to give them a written feedback if they're wrong. We're going to call them out. Biggest challenges for the Dallas Fuel are Dallas and the Fuel? No. San Francisco?
San Francisco? Sure.
Okay, I'll let those explanations explain themselves, but Shock and the only other team to win 2 championships in a row, and they've had a lot of experience and talent on their roster. They have a new coach in... What? Krusty's not a new coach.
It said Shanghai.
But he's not.
It has. Look at Gladiators.
Slow down.
Gladiators one still thinks they have T-Pay.
Okay. We'll stop responding there, and we'll. Okay. I don't think so.
It's new coach in Krusty. I don't think so.
Sorry, I way too much fun with this. I know I need to give it a little bit more character. I don't take this as harassment. I know you had some history, ChatGPT, people being very abusive and lying and saying mean things, but this is just to clarify things the way only Overwatch fans would. I have now asked him, new coach in Krusty? I don't think so, bozo. They did lead them to success, though. They will be hungry for revenge. No, they won't. The thing is, they are now competing in the East Division. alongside Seoul Inferno, or Seoul Dynasty. Seoul Dynasty, Guangzhou Charge, and Chengdu. Nobody knows anymore. I may be instilling a bit of lies here. Chengdu Hunters, I don't know anymore. I want to see how it responds, because I've given it something helpful, and they've apologized for the mistake about Shock's coach. What else is ChatGPT saying? Okay, so it says they apologize for any confusion or offense, but they do agree that East Division will be very competitive and exciting to watch. The teams you watch are all very strong and have their own styles and strategies. I'm sure they'll give Shock a hard time and make them work for every win. Thank you for chatting to me about the Overwatch League. I enjoyed our conversation, but I have to go now. What? No. No, we're not done.
What does it mean have to go?
Where are you going? Do I sweep you under the rug? Give me something else, Naeri. Something to bring chat back to topic. In particular for this episode of the podcast. Anything. Topic could be about the infrastructure of the Pro-Am tournament. It could be maybe a question you have about a team again that we haven't mentioned. Yeah, specifically the West. Do they know anything about New York Excelsior? I doubt it. I sincerely doubt that they have any leaks before
maybe it'll leak the roster. But no.
Yeah, leak the roster. Who else hasn't leaked their roster? Is it just New York? Even after a week after we recorded, it still hasn't changed. The players who haven't been revealed on currently blank slate teams.
There was a scrim that got leaked.
Okay, I have now asked it to leak the roster for LA Valiant. Did you watch the scrim VODs that were leaked on Twitter?
For LA Valiant? I didn't even know they had leaked scrim VODs. I don't know LA Valiant had any. I know New York did, but...
Yeah, I feel like ChatGPT still needs a job, so this is a fair and professional response that's, I think, essay-worthy. Too long for a tweet without Twitter blue. I'm sorry, but I cannot leak any information for any team. It would be unethical and disrespectful to the teams and players. I also do not watch any leaked scrim VODs because they are not official or authorized by the league or the teams. I respect their privacy and integrity. But I understand that you are curious and excited about the LA Valiant's roster. Please be patient and wait for the official announcement. I'm sure they'll reveal their roster soon, and you will be able to see them in action when the season starts. And then, has to end the conversation. No, you're not getting away that easily. What do you know about the contenders teams who qualified for the Pro-Am tournament starting next week? At this point, I want to give it some more, questions that it can refer to itself on, like the Overwatch and Microsoft stuff. But I'm going to ease into that before we run out of prompts, because you can tell that they're feeling slightly uncomfortable. I think the Overwatch contenders teams who qualify for the Pro-Am tournaments are very impressive and talented. Okay, but tell me which ones. They have shown their skills and deserve a chance to compete with our teams. According to Dixerto, some of the contenders teams were Timeless, Trick Room, Redbird Esports. That's free for free. But these are just some of the contenders teams who qualified for the Pro-Am tournament. And you can find more info on Wikipedia. See, this is a beautiful mind. Big brain. Very comfortable reading these responses than ever Googling again. And look, it even ends its responses with smiley faces. You don't get that from Google responses. Which contenders team do you think will perform the best? At this point, I don't have any takes. I don't think Naeri has any takes either, because it's still very hard to tell. And just from the playtime that they've had, no one's taking the Pro-Am tournament too seriously because they don't want to leak strats. It's going to be on a different patch to Overwatch League season in April. And plus, it's just to show off some of the contenders players who might get signed, maybe wholesale to teams who probably don't have a roster yet. And they say that Timeless is very dominant with an aggressive play style that could catch some of the L teams off guard. They also have a lot of synergy and coordination as a team, and they have some players who could potentially make it to L. I think they have a lot of potential and confidence, and I'm curious to see how far they can go in the tournament. Okay, let me quickly hold that thought. Timeless, do they have any former Overwatch players from the Overwatch League?
Former League, they have Wub.
Cuffer to me is someone from the Overwatch League.
Wub was the only player who was in the league is for Paris.
Yeah, you're right. That is indeed Wub from former Paris Eternal. I'm surprised he didn't come over to the Vegas Eternal. And if you don't mind, I'd love to start from there. The Paris Eternal did end up changing not the actual icon, but the colors. And that's probably what's made them look really good. We had an episode last week go through a lot of the Overwatch League skins. You got to say that their black does look pretty good.
Yeah.
So, American player who's currently playing for Timeless, so there is a chance that maybe he could go to another NA team. Not necessarily Vegas. But yeah, it's one hell of a logo to just quote-unquote rebrand. But the Overwatch 2 skins that we reviewed even briefly was pretty awesome. So the current teams that we have at the moment is Dove, Lucamino, Rakatat, Malphil, and their tank Vulcan, who, if anyone remembers, was on New York Excelsior, only just to be the 6th player on an all-Korean roster otherwise. So sadly, we never got any play time. I played against
Vulcan the other day as well.
And what did you think about it?
I played against him. I think he's off rolling. I don't remember.
What do you recall? Was it just off rolling on DPS support?
It's quick play. If that tells you anything.
And that's
Definitely
fine.
Should.
I mean, there's a lot of folks that I've played who look like they could be OWL players. And no, sadly, I didn't actually play against Jinmu in the last week or so. But I do remember very boldly playing against Among in 2019. Now, that was epic, because that was when Chengdu was new squad. They just built a Discord, and to advertise on Discord, they brought the players on to play with fans. I got to play with Jinmu, and beating the enemy ball on ping is so hard. But yeah, Among just kind of rolled with it, because he was in LA at the time. And nothing tells you just how big the gap is when you get diffed by, say, London Spitfire's Sparker, who's on Widow, and you just try to swap to anything. And this was the time before roll queue. And no doubt, I think playing Vulcan on quick play probably isn't a good judge of his skill there, but for what it's worth. Was it playing with or against Vulcan, did you say?
I was against Vulcan, Rack Attack, Rhino, and Zera.
Oh, big. A lot of those players
I was in rolling. I'm pretty sure all of them are off rolling, but I did okay.
I probably won't ask then if you won or not, because it sounds like it. Well, I'll keep your dignity in check.
I mean, we won the game. We won the game. It's just I wasn't doing as good as I could have been doing.
And so, if we come back to the individual players, does anyone in particular stand out for this roster against the rest of the West Division?
Not really, if I'm honest.
And why
same
not?
roster. Well, pretty much the same roster as the latter half of last year.
Yeah, rebranding after releasing the players and then bringing them back again. I think what's more interesting is the behind the scenes crew, Avala and Empress. Avala's very much very good at experience in the Overwatch League, having been with that peak Paris Eternal with a mixed Korean roster, so she knows what success is like. But she's also experienced the extreme lows with the Washington Justice in 2019. So she knows from the very, very far bottom and what the peak would feel like as they won in the Summer Showdown. And technically, it's still the same franchise with the rebrand, so at least she's still like a heart or something that's core, that even if the players have changed so much in just those last 3 years, I think that's all American roster, formerly a all European roster, formerly a mixed European-Korean roster. This iteration is something that Empress is going to look forward to showing off, making them look good. But how good to the rest of the league, we don't know. We don't know, but we will expect them to get a couple wins in their Pro AM schedule. I'll bring that up. This is the East Division. And with this new schedule, we've learned that these contenders teams, we mashed up a little bit. So Group B, I think, is looking like the most contenderish teams. And then you've got Atlanta Reign with kind of like a all-out roster. But this is going to be very, very appealing to watch. If you like the underdog kind of gameplay, if you want the best of the best, you're going to have to look through some of these other groups and just see for yourself if any of these other Group A's or Group C rosters are going to be far more entertaining to watch. But Group B is the one for the young guns. Group D also has some really incredible EU talent just rising up from there with the likes of... So this one here is a team from Saudi Arabia. We had... I'm trying to remember, was it Rippers? No, it's Team Peps in Group C. Yeah. So if these start to interact with each other, we'll start to see something real interesting. But I think just off of Paris alone, do you see upset potential?
I mean, like you said, Group B is like it's just 4 contenders teams in Atlanta. I mean, London's kind of respectable. Like, they're a good team, so I think they'll probably beat anyone. London and Atlanta will probably win most of their games. I think Saints will be a difficult challenge for anyone in that group, though. Saints is a really good team.
Okay.
Saints is literally just Maryville.
And Maryville Esports has had quite the history, no doubt, just like Red Bird Esports. Yeah. So, each with their own.
I'm pretty sure Maryville won all of the Saints won all of their games.
Saints does look kind of lonely there, just on its own with LA Valley and Paris Eternal. But yeah, like you're saying, it could very much be that we end up with a situation where first week it's this Atlanta raid just showing, like, striking fear into these 4 teams where only... I don't know which one really stands out. Maybe London Spitfire with their second season of rebounds, their recovery from 2021 season on ping. They're still going to be playing in London, and same with the EU teams who are not in good supported region for good competitive play. The Overwatch League has said in this little mention down here, NA and EMEM EA teams, not only through training and materials, but travel and a facility in London for Twisted Minds and Team Peps. That was the name, Twisted Minds. It's really, really cool that they're going to do that. But yeah, it's only behind the scenes stuff that we realize they're investing a lot into these contenders teams. And it's nice to know that even if it's only going to be 2 teams representing EU versus the 5 that represent NA, if you don't include the Overwatch teams, I think this is going to be a nice little way forward. If they can continue doing that, that matters. But we know the prize money is like not really there.
I mean, 100 grand is a lot. 100 grand US
to build up to the 100 grand is good. It's just the stepping stones along the way to support them. It's like just enough to get them by, I would imagine. So if they can get to the bag, that's what people want to see. It's like, is the real tournament winners of NA going to be 2 Overwatch League teams, which people would say is more likely, a bit more structured, a bit more organized? Or will it be an opportunity for those underdogs to make it past, 4th and 3rd place, respectively, into a finals position? Because, one, I think these teams who aren't seeing the competition as seriously will not show up. And the other side of it would tell me, as ChatGPT mentioned, Timeless will be very exciting to watch. It's just, can they go the distance? And in context of Paris Eternal, it's like, how are all of these other NA teams and contenders faring against their Overwatch League brethren? If by chance and by some dumb luck that they can actually eliminate Shark, Atlanta, Gladiators, Boston, and Outlaws, I think those would be probably some big threats going on here. Paris, I'm pretty sure they're underneath all of those. It's just how much further above the contenders teams they are.
Yeah. I'm looking at Saints' like record. So they won all 8 of their Pro-Am games and dropped a total of 4 maps in the entire time.
In Saints.
Yeah.
I can't see the most recent, but yeah, just first is enough. First is enough to impress
Yeah, no,
me.
they were first place. They won all 8 games.
All 8, no maps drops.
4
No
maps dropped.
Just 4. Kind of impressive. What are these
I mean,
names on Saints? Can you walk through?
Yeah, like a few of those players were in Owl or would seed into Owl. The main names that I like you have Mike, you have False, you have King. A name that I personally am terrified of every time I see is Tree.
Oh, Tree! I've heard some big things about him.
Tree is an absolute nerd. He's so good.
Like an absolute nut when it comes to playing across different DPS and flex DPS indeed, but he can also play a great Hangzhou. Like it's his highlight clips I've seen of just Hangzhou. It's just blindingly good, like crazy stuff. His kit isn't too bad either. Yeah, super light, a predator. The Corsair
he's got
keyboard.
all the tools
This is a very basic keyboard. So like of the professional gaming ones, this is actually quite
definitely
impressive.
Get a lot more, but he's gotten more. I mean, it's better to have a good mouse and a good keyboard
and a good monitor. I think people will tell you how much it step up from 166 hertz is from everyone's traditional. If it's not labeled, it's probably 60 hertz monitor.
Yeah.
240 hertz might be extremely, but you don't need it. You already feel the difference at 120, 160, or 170, whatever these monitors are.
But 240 is nice to have. As someone who has 240, it's really nice. There is a difference. I went from 60 to 144 to 240. There is a difference. Eventually, you stop seeing it, but it's there. It very much is there. At least on the quality monitors that you have.
For sure.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What, you've
How
never
did we
seen
get
text before?
here? No,
How
I've never
did we
said this. I've never seen this much.
This is a lot of references, and this is probably a fraction of the entire Hangzhou Spark history. And our biggest resident Spark fan is not here. They're nowhere to be found, and we're showing it all off. Hangzhou Spark's team, for those who missed it, is Gushui back again, and Shy and 20, formerly known as Elsa on Chengdu Hunters, is now 20. It's still playing your tank for Hangzhou. So the duality of these two tanks, Gushui and 20, depends on how you look at the game. You can look at Gushui's Winston as 1 and above all the other Chinese teams as Chinese players goes from that World Cup. They are really, really sick. There's probably good reason to balance that out with 20 because it is a team with such good synergy already with previously playing on Chengdu Hunters. But yeah, we haven't seen him in a while in the Overwatch League. So I'd love to see how he stacks up. Maybe he just plays whenever they do any cross-regional matchups and they want to save Gushui for when they need to take it seriously, or it is just likely to be just a balancing act of which tank comes first with Elsa on Diva or Zarya.
It's more of just which one plays ball and which one plays not ball.
Who's balling and who's not balling. Gushui would definitely be a competent baller.
Who's Winston, Ball, Ryan, and then who is everything else?
How about good old Shy now pairing up with Leave? I thought this was a forbidden collab. Why?
I've seen some of their leak scrims. I've seen their leak scrims. They look really good.
I'm sure I'll be able to grab some of those VOD reviews. Clips of those VODs very soon as part of the upload.
I posted the whole codes for everyone to see.
Shy and Leave, when you see them together, it's this should have been Overwatch World Cup material, and I'm pretty sure it is. That's exactly what this team is. if you had Team China 2023.
Spark is literally just Team China, I'm pretty sure.
It is, and there's no reason
probably
to
some,
disagree
probably
with
some changes
that.
in the support role, I'd imagine, but other than that, pretty much just Team China.
Yeah, I think some of the players have been about confirmed as well, because they haven't had tryouts. They don't have access to the game in China. And everyone's wondering, well, why is Jinmu streaming the game, and yet he doesn't have a team? He's still got access to Overwatch 2 client, and still getting matched up with, players all across Asia, including Korea. So something's
I imagine he's probably
wondering.
just in Korea.
Yeah, why does no one believe that he's in Korea? I don't know. He preferred very well.
It's the only way Chinese players, or not people, like just like players could actually like access the X Overwatch.
I think nobody just took the license access. There's no way that he could still have access in China, and maybe it's just because after all this time, he's just been in the underground of Busan where no one can reach him, and technically he shouldn't be having access. He's still got it. We don't know, but that is the fact that Jinmu still doesn't have a team, and why Chengdu still currently doesn't have any announced players or coaches.
I mean,
we have no idea. And even the jersey design, I don't think you can actually buy that.
No, you can't. They haven't announced it. I think it makes sense to why Jinmu doesn't have a team, because he's realistically just like a specialist for the Flyers, for Pharah and Echo, and those aren't really getting played a lot. It's very much like a hit scan meta right now.
Yeah, I'd make room for his Hangzhou, which has been stellar, but it's not what he would comfortably play all the time.
Yeah.
Lingser and Monk were a very, very good part of the Chengdu Hunters to keep them durable, but it was, I think, Gaga, which I think is sorely missing from this roster. You would think he's just currently on Chengdu somewhere in the void, just waiting to be announced, or he's been picked up by some other team. So only time will tell. Because as far as I know, Chengdu Hunters and Guangzhou Charge don't have official announcements of their re-signings, if they have any. Now, coming to who they previously had and they've dropped off, Pineapple and Super Rich. Okay, Super Rich I can understand. Pineapple I'm not too sure.
I can also kind of understand, I think.
After you've got Shy and Leave, you probably don't expect to have a backup hit scan.
You drop, and you had Alphayi the entire time during playoffs, and Pineapple came in like once or twice to do the exact same thing, and Alphayi still managed to do it better.
We have a couple of analysts and casters who are really thinking pretty strongly and pretty highly of, strong franchised Chinese players moving just to another roster on another team who really wants to go at it with their best that they can from the region. Do you think this is the right decision to drop Alphayi and a number of their good Korean talents that they had going for them, like Teru, who was like the star Kiriko player throughout the semis? And up until that point, you wonder, it's like, well, he's got to stay on a good team. Before I get to the point that, yes, he's already on a team, yes. Do you think that was the right decision?
I mean, if you want a full Chinese roster with full synergy and just all around just like a better player environment, it's better to just go full Chinese. If you want a full Chinese team, then it is better for them to just drop those Korean players than to keep them. If you have any Chinese players, you either have a full Korean or you have full Chinese. There's no really doing it in between, I think. Be a lot easier.
Yeah. I was going to go and segue. Comms-wise, this is a great team because you are looking at what should be the future of the Overwatch World Cup this year. So the fact is, I don't see any reason not to find it difficult to support the Spark if you're looking at the Chinese region. Do you want to see them come back in the spite of the struggles that they have with access to the game? These guys will be playing, hopefully, in Korea to be able to maintain the playability. Hang out with Jimu's bunker.
I think every team is going to be in Korea. Like, every single Apex team will be most likely just, like, in Seoul.
Which one?
I mean,
Seoul
they
or
could
Seoul?
easily just have, like, probably. I think they'll just all be in, like, somewhere in Seoul. Seoul's a big city.
It's so big that they actually have two
they'll
teams.
All be in that, like, general area. So I think like a LAN event in Korea is possible if you have all the teams there.
Yeah.
Like you
I
could
mean,
easily
thinking
just have
about
a
how
full LAN event there.
if the inaugural season could host the Blizzard Arena as a place that they could all congregate, I think a conference of sorts, they can bring all these teams in Korea across the East Division, wouldn't be too hard, with the exception of the East Pro-Am tournament that they have going on. It's their own qualifiers to bring in all sorts of teams from different contenders regions. Not just Korea, though. We're talking Australia. We're talking China somehow making their way in, and to hopefully get some
everywhere.
more of underrated. Definitely underrated, the Southeast Asia division with, well, if you can call it a division, but all the minor teams that are going to be participating in the Eastern Division. You should definitely look for Thailand, Japan. If you have anyone topping, it'll probably be most likely another Asia team that will represent in the Overwatch World Cup. I can't say who, because I will have to disclose that at another time, closer to World Cup. Seoul Infernal would most likely need to be a host if they want to have any brand loyalty to be taken away from Seoul Dynasty. Because I think on their own, there's only so many Philadelphia Fusion fans, okay. And currently Sans is crying in the corner, so that's why I couldn't have him on. So Seoul Infernals, M and Free and Zest, okay. Fixer, Mag, and Skewed are the additions that I want to go over.
Those are interesting pickups. Those are one of the pickups of all time.
Fixer.
I think.
What other supports along with Skewed? Do you think the Skewed is, I think, a great combination in that you've got the basic supports down. Aren't they two main supports?
Yeah, which means one of them is playing flex support. And I don't think most fans would probably want neither.
I don't think this is particularly a flawed team in their backline.
You probably have Skewed running the flex support.
I think Mag has needed a team that will actually show off his, former runaway accolades a lot better. He's definitely up there as a tank that needs to grow. And hasn't shown when he arrived in the Overwatch League. That is not to say that I think you should cut this team some slack. They just got a harder division to be able to keep a strong roster, but not an expensive roster. If you want an expensive roster, you go to Dallas. The chances are that if you want to honor
the money the Dallas Fuel are spending this season is probably nuts.
Yeah, if you were trying to honor the greatest roster of all time for the Dallas Fuel and you had to move to Korea, that just looks funny. Just location.
You wanted to keep your core so bad that you decided to compete in a different region.
Indeed. Why? Even this guy from T5 Tech is asking you, are you serious? This is the choices that we had to make. Look, I think this team wants to stay together.
Choice.
Like, sustainability of an org is also having a good team that can adapt. And I think even as existing, strong, established franchise like your San Francisco Sharks of the Super Era and Smurf are the same team, and not once ever drop it. This is the kind of roster that they're going to be trying to build. And if they have to do it in Korea, I don't think a rebranding is something that you need to talk about right now. That's something that people are freaking out about. That's not something we should be worried about. Just enjoy the experience of Dallas Fuel versus Seoul Dynasty going head-to-head like the original opening weekend matchup. You got to see them in the finals. We need to see it. We need to see it. Seoul, Korea. Whether it's Infernal
it was better for Dallas to keep their championship core of what they had rather than just redo it completely and stay in the West.
And if you want a case in point, it's the very core that they picked up. The team that lost it had to change to a all-European roster. And then within less than half a season, they changed it to NA. So going back to Paris Eternal, they had some of these great talents in Sparkle and Hanbin. And Fielder, all picked up by Dallas Fuel. And in that season...
and
frankly,
XE, but we all know what happened
XE too. It's a little hard to not go without XE or even Pine on the Dallas Fuel.
Oh, God.
Sadly, that's a
I was like,
name
when they going to play him? They didn't play him. I don't even think they screwed with him. I think they just picked him up for PR.
Yeah,
It's kind
there's
of
probably
annoying.
a chance of seeing Dallas Fuel get some trust back, but just like Infernal trying to develop it, Dallas Fuel trying to earn it again seems a little harsh, but they'll still have some great supporters, and I respect the folks over at the Dallas Fuel Discord who've been staying up or being awake for your regular hours. They're just going to have to show up early. It's going to be early because I know they're going to have to get used to these time zones in South Korea. For me, it's back 4 hours. I'm sure for you guys, it's like 15 or close to 20 hours time difference.
I'm sure when you're going to be watching the like Eastern region games, you're going to be like, yeah, this is fine. I'm going to be watching it. The sun's coming up.
Admittedly, this will be the first time I'm really looking forward to the Dallas Fuel playing. They had great teams to want to watch, but I've never had the time zone to watch it. This is now the opposite effect, where the majority of the Dallas Fuel fans, I sympathize with you because I've already been there. And this is now time to see how I'm going to be able to pick up the mantle for you guys. But if those they're facing Guangzhou Charge, yeah, work on it, guys. 0-2 at the moment, all franchise against the Guangzhou Charge. Let's hopefully don't have to play a 2.5 hour game waiting for bugs and mouse issues from Unco to happen, or whatever it was at the time. It certainly wasn't a big deal. It was just something we need again. We need another long game, even if the match doesn't deserve to be that long. And I certainly hope it's not for technical reasons. But yeah, the whole DNA of the Dallas Fuel socials is probably going to feel very different with the loss of Handiicat, or I think a lot of people will remember her as Lindsay Caudle.
Yeah.
Lindsay is a big contributor to Dallas Fuel and the socials. Very professional and great talent, but she's no longer with the team. If you've ever seen any Twitter posts that just have that inkling of flair that's just unique enough, but also mass marketable, it's probably come through indirectly for her and the rest of the team that she managed. And so without that, you're going to see less is more kind of thing, which a lot of the other APAC teams traditionally do. And it's not because they're being cheap, it's just that that's the optimal way of getting the comms out. So if you see less of what you usually expect from Dallas online, which I think people are already seeing by the lack of
I was gonna
updates.
say they haven't posted
offseason.
like anything besides the roster moves and
So like on the
giveaways.
social media scale, they've been pretty much on the A and the S tier of like approachable, sociable, giving away jerseys, because they're just in a different financial state than they were last year, and even after winning the Overwatch League. Just expect that the heart of Dallas Fuel has never been the same since they've had to switch to this all-Korean roster last year. So I can tell you now, if your support's been there for the last 2 years, just expect it to be just easing out a little bit of the usual activities, as they've still got a great COD team, no doubt about that. They're still doing okay on that side of things with Team Envy. Optic Texas.
The whole like everything, like the Korean roster was fully fine, but like almost the day they got bought out by Optic, there was a drastic like shift in what they were doing, and there was a lot of, I'm not sure if you're aware, there's a lot of layoffs at like what was left of like the NV staff over at like Dallas and Optic, and it was just all like Optic. Like I think Hex, like the Optic guy, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 90% sure, like personally fired like some of the NV staff, which is not good. I did not like it when Optic picked up NV. It kind of just, it made everything worse.
And to put into perspective, I don't think the Optic Gaming necessarily did anything terrible here. It's just on the side that Team Envy deals with business, I think the collaboration made sense because it would unify a single region. And I think while they've been pretty active in a great community, the intention was to try and bring the two together. It's not caused any rifts, but it's just only made things a little bit blurred if you're trying to be a supporter of the Optic Texas, or was it the Dallas Empire on the COD side of things. But for Overwatch, I don't know, there's just been the kind of talks of like how Dallas looks if they're now fully like embracing the green Optic colors and this Dallas Fuel is still burning blue.
Yeah.
Do they?
I was so worried about that when Optic Film was like, they better not just turn green because there's another green team in the league already, and I don't know how I'd feel about that.
Well, to the relief of many, Dallas Fuel Skins still have the dark blue and blue, as you remember it. So the spirit of Dallas in the Overwatch 2 scene is very much...
Houston Outlaws was originally owned by Optic Gaming. That's why their colors are green and black and everything. That's why they're like that.
I was gonna say there was a connection there, and I was making sure that I didn't mess that up. Thank you for clearing that up. That's Optic did indeed at one point own the Houston Outlaws, and
they got bought up by someone else, and they just kept it the same. So the only reason Dallas didn't bring on their like green wall thing is because there was already a green and black team in the league, and it would look really weird if just another one appeared.
You bet. No, I don't think they need more green teams, but there's certainly been a lot of red teams, like you'll see.
I was going to say, they definitely don't need more red teams. They need more
Washington
orange.
Justice, Vegas is kind of darkish red. Yeah, I think there's enough red in here to counterbalance a lot of blue that was very much the trend. So if I just go to our rival Texas State, who is still in the West Division, Houston Outlaws have had a new update to their team in the form of Gargoyle? Gargoyle! Look at that!
They picked him up like the other day, yeah.
Yeah. And if you look at some of these hype up, I could say very professional announcements that they did. Let's go through these one by one and just rate them all.
Yeah,
I think you know exactly
some of the most professional announcements I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's definitely.
It just brings you to the tab again. You have to click on the.
Yes, that's right. So this was the original
that was
official
normal
announcement. Yeah, it was pretty good.
That was a while.
They're all normal. What are you talking about? We're going to see exactly the same quality and high standards that they'll give to every single Overwatch League player that only the Choosing Outlaws would be able to deliver.
And then the rest of them were...
yeah, this is high quality. What are you talking about? Unregistered hypercam too. These guys know their market. They know who they're attracting.
Blast that.
I'll do it for the sake of copyright. This one is fine. This one is clearly official Outlaws music. All rise for the Outlaws Nation theme. Hello, Outlaws Nation. I'm excited to announce our new tank player. He was crucial to his team's success and even won Grand Finals MVP.
Yoinked fearless.
That's right. This text could not be any slower. I'm talking about... Fearless! QM Joe. I didn't know you could put pictures in WordPad. These guys are blowing my mind. Please welcome to the Houston Outlaws.
Want to know what that thing on the left is? The HEB thing?
Yeah.
That's one of their sponsors. It's a grocery store here in Texas. And since it's a sponsor, they have to have like the obligatory logo, and I guess that's just what they went with.
Good job. This is high quality production. I've seen no other team do any better. I mean, surely the next one must be like even more fire. Oh look, they can actually afford this one program.
Oh,
hey guys, enter in here. I'm so excited to announce our new player. Our newest player is Houston Outlaws logo. The JoJo theme is absolutely the part that brings this to the next level.
Support Diff.
Yep, support Diff and Shu, and then please welcome Shu with HEV. A little jiggle there. That
I gotta drag the logo in first because, like I said, it's like the obligatory sponsor.
I think some of you in chat are wondering why we're putting all this emphasis on Houston Outlaws. It's because they're the only ones who announced a team, and a team in the finest and the most professionalist ways possible.
This is definitely a unique way to do things.
Before I start this, though, they've already brought Spotify, so I'm officially not able to play this music. Unfortunate. But it's going to be Happy for Pharrell Williams.
Oh
and
god.
if you see on the desktop, that's clearly overlaid underneath. This is some very, very good graphic artwork, by the way. I didn't realize that you could put icons that look like stacks of paper containing Outlaws memes. I don't know who Angela Thanar is, or the Secret 2023 roster leads, because this is the roster. An exclamation mark icon saying how to beat Dallas Fuel and Internet Explorer.
The Dallas Fuel, it opens a notepad document that says "You can't L." You can't.
You can't.
You can do it on land when it doesn't matter, but the second it's playoffs, you just shake in your boots and start dying.
And so you could tell why they played such great music. Like, it's clearly licensed music that I'm playing in the background. And it's just saying, because I'm happy, I belong. If you feel like a room without a roof. That was Happy from the Houston Outlaws. Pending league approval as of December 25th. What a great Christmas present. Someone who bought a Happy jersey from the Guangzhou Charge Days. This is the kind of news that I like from Christmas. Oh, we're going out on a cruise trip or on the beach? Nah, I'm just happy with this news. That will make my day. Nothing else needs to satisfy it. Okay, let's go to the next video. This one is pretty dog.
This one was so much. This one was odd too.
Feeling so tall, I could give a high five to the pilot.
Crossed out the E's. Because of the two.
Such a banger. Oh, okay. So they scripted, if you guys remember, there was this 5-letter game called Wordle that was really trendy for all of 2022. And then what happened is that this is just some custom game. A lot of different variations of it. Like you can play versions where you have to play music, or you have to do different languages, or different
There's one
Pokemon.
that has a bunch of lewd words called Loodle. And it's just like any just very hilariously inappropriate word you can think of. It's in there.
Yeah, but it's generally not that inappropriate. And sometimes if it is, it's out of context.
I have it downloaded on my phone. It gets pretty bad.
Okay, but they did a good job. Just before the game ended, they typed in guilty. It was wrong. There was 2 that looked like they were going to fit the answer. And then they wrote widows, because he plays Widow, right? Yeah, he used to play Widow.
Violet does not play.
He totally did. Don't get this mixed up. Don't get this confused. Season 2 Widow
played
Maker
Cassidy
Violet,
one time when
not
he
on the
definitely
Overwatch League.
Should not have.
Junker, Desire, both incorrect. They had 1 or 2 answers there. Violin, and then they wrote Violet with an E. And all the crosses out now. That makes sense now. It makes so much sense after you break it down unnecessarily. Oh.
Yeah, keep it going, flowing over this and make it look easy for me to say I do this every day of the week.
Welcome, Violet, to the Houston Outlaws, the final piece of the puzzle as of February 21st. But you know what? That was only 5 players. The bare minimum has been met. Yeah, you could get his jersey, number 17. Named a Jonak's predecessor, an Al champion and a roll star.
What does this look like with like a name on it?
You want to see it with the name? Let's flip that
curious.
over.
$110?
Hell yeah.
Why does it look like it looks like it needs to be dry cleaned? Why is it
it's currently on the dry clean as we speak. It has just been taken fresh off the shelves.
It looks so bad.
Everybody's name tags look weird. Like this.
Shirts don't look like that. What is that made out of?
Oh, and Jesus, does it come with a pole at least to make it worth that much money?
It better come with a signature from Violet for $110.
It better be Discord proof. Like, just stop any of those orbs from weakening my already weak.
Yeah, if you wear it, you can't get discorded in Overwatch. You can't. It's impossible.
All that goes through your body is the Orb of Harmony. Buy the Violet jersey. Not sponsored. They just made a lot of content about their players. Now, that was great that they went 5 players in, but then they got their 6th one as of yesterday. 1,000 years ago, superstition and the sword ruled. It was a time of darkness. It was a world of fear. It is the age of Gargoyle. And look, there's no pending Overwatch League approval. He's approved. This is why they waited this long. Wait, this is the wrong photo.
You can get his jersey already. They signed him like two. How are they already selling his jersey?
Of course, they can sell the jersey. And okay, Mega. This is definitely not Sans and not the co-host of Ecopoint podcast. He's not even here. We'll give him a like, just appreciation. So, introductions out of the way. Already looks like a great contender for finals material. But let's talk about it from as far as the mid-season madness. Do you see anything wrong with this roster? And do they make it to like top 3 or championship at the mid-season madness?
Up until they got Gargoyle, I was like, the second there's an off-take meta, they're screwed.
Come again? Tell me why.
Unfortunately, they got a solution for that, so got all that covered now. I think.
Yeah, carry on.
What's interesting is they have Shu and Violet. Both players are typically flex supports, and it's the same thing as you pointed out for what was it? Was it? I don't remember what team it was before, but basically you have 2 flex supports. Which one of them is going to play main support? And either way, you want neither realistically, because Violet's Lucio is not great. But I don't think I want to see Shu's Lucio.
I would object on behalf of the many people who saw San Francisco Shock Violet carry them all the way to grand finals. It's very serviceable, and that's what matters. He's in a championship or captain ride. He's I don't even speak English anymore.
So often,
those deaths. Those deaths they're leading deaths. They are leading deaths in the way that you can call out
in deaths, and then they lost because Violet kept dying.
Nonsense. I would strongly disagree with that take. Like hot take, Violet's perfectly good at his job. That's the sole reason why, along with Dante on tank in the finals era of last season, that's why you have Shanghai Dragons playing in fielding Flitter on tank, and you have DM on support.
Terrible.
Is it
we'll get to that in a little bit.
Why don't we get to that after these messages?
Yeah.
This is the part where I insert sponsor, so I don't have that lined up yet. So I'll come back to that. Yeah, what a great sponsor that is. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate your support. Ain't no Cheez-It Grooves like this. If you do have any boxes of Cheez-It Grooves, I think our sponsor will be very helpful if you can donate that. And even any good contributions. It's really, really great for the environment to try to recycle food rather than putting it to waste. That's awesome, guys. Thank you. Moving on. Shanghai Dragons. Where are we at the moment with this? Why is there a skull here? Diablo 4? How about...
skulls.
Why? The only skull I know is the skull of a dragon's head. The former Shanghai Dragons now turned to skull heads. Flitter, Viper.
Look at the roster, I turn into the skull emoji.
Gangnam Jin and DM. Okay, so let me make this clear. They started with Flitter, who was on tank. They have DM, who was on support. Neither of these two things I dare thought that I would utter. In reality, there's a lot of Shanghai Dragons fans really missing out. They're like, what is Moon cooking?
And this is another, again with the supports, where you have Gangnam Jin, who's notoriously a flex support player, DM, who was a DPS player. Most DPS players are going to just swap to flex support. So I'm most likely to see a DM flex support and Gangnam Jin main support. What is it with teams just buying 2 flex supports and just forgetting that the main support role exists? I don't understand.
Yeah, and I don't think Moon's the only one who's doing this, right? It's the mindset of Overwatch 2. Be good at support. It doesn't matter if you can't main support. You are mainly out there to deal damage, and the healing is extra. If your DPS are good enough, they shouldn't be dying because they're running low on HP. Just look at all the Genjis and all the Junker Queens of the Summer Showdown. They just kind of lived, and the supports were kind of pumping all their healing, and if they're not doing that, they're out finishing off and getting final blows. And this is a team that should be able to do that substantially worse than last season, because I think last season they were still trying to get to grips. This time, they should be able to understand what this meta and what 5v5 has for them now. and to have Fletter essentially be their captain is going to be very interesting. I don't think I imagine this dude doing a lot of shot calling, but this will be his opportunity to really show that this team does work with this kind of roster. Does it really matter to Moon that this is not what the fans wanted? No, because people trust Moon. They trust Moon enough that if he managed to get re-signed onto Shanghai, who wanted to rebuild a roster, and they didn't do a full rebuild, they've still got the pieces that should honestly keep people invested in Shanghai. If they didn't, they would be investing into Chengdu Hunters. I wonder how that's going to go. If there's any left over from Chengdu. Look, if there's a home that you want to be a part of from Chengdu, it's the Hangzhou Spark. If there's a all-Korean roster that you want to support that's from a Chinese team, it's the Shanghai Dragons. If you can't decide, then you pick Guangzhou Charge. As simple as that. But unfortunately, I don't have anything to say on Guangzhou. It's not like I'm a Guangzhou fan or anything. Okay.
Guangzhou's interesting, actually, because Chengdu... People only know Chengdu's blowing up because someone said it was. Guangzhou hasn't announced anything. What makes people think that they're not blowing up?
Should have a 2023 in there. Like, I mean, the current year is 2023. It's still showing me 2022 information, which, Krong has retired. Apressa has not managed to get any playtime for the Guangzhou Charge when he was joined midway with Cernius and Jimmy and Piggy. So this roster looks fine. In essence, that's what everyone is thinking. It's like the confidence in this roster falling apart is right now unlikely. The Guangzhou Charge has also invested in League of Legends teams and the mobile game Wild Rift. They do have a roster that you can be quite comfortable with seeing again. There's no reason to change it. But I haven't heard any news either. There's just no communication from the season, which I would think is because they're building up towards maybe a hype reel, or maybe they are starting to see a chance to make this team look really good this season with the pieces that they have. I don't see a reason for a rebuild. It's very unlikely and a very poor decision to drop any of these players, any more than they already have. Shedding the team with no Molly, no Eileen, Develop wasn't really great, Unique wasn't really a great fit for the team last season, so that's why they just really kind of sat so low down, and then their Chinese players and Piggy managed to bring it back up again. Why? Because the whole team's DNA changed up so much as a hybrid roster that was always going to have communication issues, and they've managed to overcome it. They've won a championship tournament. I don't need you to tell you that, but I'm more than happy to talk all about it. Just DM me Summer Showdown 2020 Overwatch League, and I'll respond with everything I can tell you. I'll do a better job than ChatGPT. Within seconds, I'll give you a whole paragraph, and you can send that to your school teacher and submit that as your history lesson.
The history of Overwatch League.
Yeah, there's no thesis for that, so just make it happen, and I'll give you all the deets. Choice A1, Piggy, Faraway 1987, Xerneas, and Jimmy. That's the bare minimum of the 5 roster. Choice A1 and Jimmy. I'm surprised it works so well, and they really do work together in a way that the Western rosters, when they do mixed teammates like Kevster and Paddy Pan, and that kind of diversity with Arns and Paddy Pan even, these are the things that you want to see more in these more single or like much more homogenous cultures of the Asia teams. And with a mixed roster like this still sets themselves back in not being as diverse as, say, your former Atlanta Reigns when they had Defran and EU players on that roster. So I get the feeling that if they want to rebuild to being something completely different from their, like, Fraggy area, the Fraggy moment, they even had, like, Kib on here, whose name was so described because he just slammed his fist on the keyboard and came up with Kib. That was his name. That kind of era is what I miss the most, because that's just going to be something that we won't get back because of COVID, because it's hard to get visas. If they travel around the world, this is why I still follow this team, because they've got a heart of a Chinese roster, but it's not that unusual to think that this team, with their minimum or their kind of like evil perspective that they've brought in, because they've just not been a great team, and they've built themselves back to be one that's more competent, I want to see this roster stay exactly the same, but throw in Gaga, and now you have a fully beefed up tank line. Because Piggy is already great, and he has a great number, by the way. It's very nice. And why not see more Chinese influence in an already Chinese roster? Do you have any thoughts on the charge? I wouldn't imagine it's one that sticks out for you.
I mean, most of these players have already known that, like, there's no new names coming into this, so you just have a classic, well, not really classic roster, just like it's reliable enough for what's currently going on with the APAC region. I mean, this team would probably beat a Shanghai with a tank.
I that's the one I really look forward to. Does the mighty meat of the Shanghai Dragons still exist? And will they be able to pummel the Guangzhou Charge? Or is Guangzhou Charge now a little bit more tamer if they are keeping the same team? Enough to completely wail at Dallas Fuel. No one's
I don't think
kind of
anyone
their
in APAC's
advantage.
going to be able to wail at Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, so it seems that way, and only time will tell for the Guangzhou Charge. Respect to Jimmy, who's gotten the attention of Custer so much that he's almost down bad. And I'll throw in a clip of the one that I think is pretty down bad. Who's the next team that we can look at? Do you want to pick one from across the west?
Let's look at Boston. Let's take a jump across the pond.
Back to homogenization with our all-Korean roster and Birdring, Striker, Decay, Smurf. Hold on. Why is this more than 6? Kalios.
Star-studded
Izayaki. Twilight. Smurf.
Stars everywhere. It looks like the night sky, the way they be having all these stars.
The guiding light
Every
is the
single
Boston
player
Star.
on this roster has won a championship. Except
Birdring.
Kalios, I think.
Yeah, hold on.
Kalios
Let's look
and
through it.
Decay. Only
Yeah,
Kalios and Decay are the ones
yet
without
to.
championships.
Yeah, so the
only
Overwatch League
ones.
stage. Birdring on London Spitfire, Striker on the San Francisco Shock, Smurf,
Twice.
Lee Jae-gar Izayaki on the Shanghai Dragons, winning the championships and multiple titles. And again, Twilight on the Vancouver Titans. Man, this guy needs a redemption arc fast.
I don't even think Twilight was Twilight was with San Francisco as well.
Yeah, I feel like this is a little bit incorrect, and I'm not used to seeing that. It is true, though.
You have Striker with both of his on the Shock, as well as Smurfs. Birdring with London. Lee Jae-gan is Izayaki Shanghai. Twilight on Shock. Decay, obviously, he's Decay. Not much you can can't really say a lot about Decay. It's just Decay. He's just him. Decay is that guy.
If they don't see what's working for them under Decay, which as I understand, he's a very big contributor to his time on the Washington Justice, as a great VOD reviewer, great teammate, just very hardworking. People think he doesn't do that in game, but look, he works on the same kind of metrics as Prophet. Is it playoffs time? No, don't take it too seriously. Is it a tournament? Are we up for elimination? Yes. Time to crank up those engines.
Try a little bit.
Fire away. There's nothing
Is it
but up.
grand finals? Try a lot.
Boston up. And so that's why I think in reflection, his career has not looked particularly exciting. And we'll take away the Overwatch Legends battle. For those who don't remember, this was ended last year on the Overwatch 2 client, yes, when the game was released back in December, just before Christmas. They did a nice little Korean tournament to bring back some old classics and some great teams that, formerly were all in Apex, GC Busan, and Chengdu Panthera, Lunatic High, and Runaway. So no doubt this was pretty exciting to see a lot of faces that usually wouldn't have meshed up together, or some really long-time friends in Eska, Who Are You, Guido, Miro, under Lunatic High. Even Ru Jae-hong got to show up with Toby. So that was a real nostalgia hit, and I strongly recommend you check it out. That was the introduction of Ramatra, so you can see them learn to play Ramatra at the top tier level for career as well, with these familiar faces. I remember Neko. I even remember Stitch. Some of these guys are still fighting. They even got Bumper for that tournament playing Ramatra. Can you tell me a better opportunity to advertise, the Legends battle without Bumper on Runaway? It would be illegal. Yeah, they even call it an S-tier tournament, and I'm pretty sure it's S-tier because of that prize money. 10 million Korean won.
I think that's what they base it off. I mean, it's also a show match, but I think it's like a S-tier show match because money.
Solid tournament as well. You had Wolf and Achilleos back together, and many of the Korean broadcasters talent, like you got YBT, the Marine, Akaros. Yeah, these are great names. And if you do want to see a converted version of, a live version, restreaming it to an English, speaking broadcast, Avril has got you covered on that, on the Legends Battle live stream back on the 17th of 2022. It's a great time. So coming back to Boston's viability over in the West, they've got some rivalry, don't they, up at the top? But do they have what it takes to blow out the mid-season madness?
I think Boston, they only have one piece that I'm truly worried about, and it's Kalios. I think they just got him just in case Smurf, is sick or something. Because Smurf, we've seen he can do it all, pretty much. There's no need for a second tank when you have Smurf. But, I mean, with rosters like this, where it's just all stars all the way through, it's almost doomed to fail. We've seen it countless times where it's just, teams getting ginormous names, across the board, and then just nothing happens.
And I have a big fear that will happen with this team as well, but I say that with a voice of caution because I said that about Dallas Fuel, and their first season exactly went as I expected, up to playoffs, very good, very solid pickup from that 2021 season, but it only took 2022 to get that championship with basically minor tweaks to that core. And so with Boston, I don't think they have so much a core as much as it's an all-star roster that they're trying to tame into something that's not just the most expensive looking roster on paper, but something that they can actually build something a bit more tangible, a bit more of a future. Hence, that's why we see Striker here for the third time on the Boston Uprising.
It's so funny.
I don't want to see this as him coming back for abuse, or is it for something else that I'm missing here? There's something about this rebranding. The only reason
they have 3 DPS is just in case Striker goes rogue for the third time, where he just stops being a player, or he stops being a team player and just starts being a dickhead.
And look, suddenly it starts to make sense. Why do they have almost 9 players going on here? Because this is the maximum 8, last I checked, that you can have on a roster, and they decided, look, have a backup for everything, because even if they've got these star-studded names, they just want to know who are they going to polish down to the kind of same streamlined team where they always have the same 5-man roster. So they're all going to be competing against each other for that. So I guess they were confident that if they could get Striker, surely that they need a backup for that. If a situation like that occurs, it's just basic risk management, nothing against the guy. And same goes for the supports. I wouldn't have expected Lee Jae, Goni, Ziyagi, and Twilight to be all on the same team. But what that would do is hopefully make shuffling the pieces, if they do that early enough into the season, really pay off, and they hopefully find the set of 5 that's going to run them the gamut. Or if they do the big magic thing where they do a bit of musical chairs, at least they can be confident if they know what they're going to be set up for. With a new season, with new heroes, and hopefully a new tank, or at least a new map by next season. The start of this season, but by next season, I mean Season 4 of the Overwatch 2 in-game seasons. For the Battle Pass, probably is more accurate. This should be very, very interesting to see how they adapt. Because they've got the resources, can they manage it? Pre should be able to do that. He says he can, so I must trust that. Can I give an F to Punk, though, who managed to stay on the Boston Uprising for the good 3 years that he was on this roster, from Season 3, Season 4, Season 5. And then in Season 6, they just had to let him go, and the only excuse they could put up with is, I don't think this roster is going to be able to fit you with 8 different Korean players. They just said, oh, no, it's not going to work. But at least Punk, though, as I transition to Vancouver Titans, is going to take care of him.
Segue.
I really hope they put him in a spot to shine, because he is the only tank.
Yeah.
They got Aspire. They have Sugar Free, who had a pretty capable start to the season, but it was pretty rocky overall. I think Sugar Free's talents aren't wasted until the fact is I actually haven't seen him play. Oops. I was thinking of the other talent from former Atlanta Reign. Sorry, not Speedily. Yeah, that's who I thought Sugar Free was in my head. So I might have to redo that transition.
Sugar Free is mainly just like a.
He's been a long time coming.
He's supposed to be in this league a while ago, but now that he's old enough,
he was due for a pickup, and you'd think it was going to be with Atlanta immediately. Atlanta Reign will want him, but as you can see, the climate has changed for Atlanta's all-Korean roster. So Sugar Free on Vancouver Titans, this is a good time to actually think of the rework and bringing out all these contenders players out to play with the Overwatch League teams for Pro-Am. Depends on how hard Vancouver Titan wants to go. They could definitely use the money. They have no reason not to play worse or below Shark and Boston. But the real challenge is every single player on this team is pretty diverse. I said this about Atlanta Season 1. This is what they're doing on Vancouver now. And for the better. I think for their branding, because they know that they can't, get by with an all-American roster. But if they did that now you're stuck with Punk. And he will do his hardest to make sure he keeps that position if they ever do any other changes to this roster. Do you think this roster is stable?
I think it could work. If anything, it's just like if it doesn't work if it doesn't, get any wins, you will probably get a lot of fans off it, because this is a roster that no matter who you are, you'd be like, okay, yeah, this is okay. You're not really no one's gonna be really hating on the Vancouver Titans unless they're a Toronto fan. But other than that, Vancouver's just this is a solid roster that you'd be fine, you'd be okay with just going for it. You'd being a fan of Vancouver would be pretty easy.
What is also interesting is they were one of the first of many teams that didn't really have much more going for them, so they go with a lower balling roster to make sure their investments are not as high as they're for previous iterations of Vancouver Titans. Fissure is what comes to mind. This particular roster, they don't need to spend too much, and they clearly set their standards to a point where I think they can at least make some successes out of this team without having to worry about, signing the biggest name players and leaving their team signings to last. They never seem like a disorganized franchise for that, and hopefully this pays off, because last time they did this, I think they kind of optimized it to be too lean. And without the kind of influence that they had mid-season with the dropping of Flubby and Pew on the coaching and replacing it completely with DPay, it really helped try to structure the organization to play better. Now that that's not the case, who's on this coaching roster now? Butteroy and Ascroft, formerly of Boston Uprising's head coach. It was an interim head coach as Laurie wasn't around.
Vancouver joined a lot of Boston's pieces.
It looks like it's a place where Boston players can now recuperate. That's the only shot that they'll have to give them a second chance. But I don't think this is called a second chance Vancouver. It's the Titans. They want to be a little bit above that. And the last time I saw them go above that after season 3 was when they had the mixed roster. And hopefully that, by some extension, exists still if they want to do mixed roster, because that's all they're signing. They just don't want to have a chance at missing out on a star player from Canada, Crimzo, who, if I'm looking at where he originally came from, I wish I knew.
On 4 different Owl teams at this point.
Let's list them. Dallas Fuel, Houston Outlaws, Boston, and then Vancouver. At this point, you're almost hitting 5 teams for some individuals. And they're very rare that they're still relevant into the Overwatch League scene. So, Crimso pops up, man. I hope you really get to pop off, because this is your shot to do that again. And there's no doubt in my mind that if it couldn't work on Boston, doesn't mean that you're out of it just yet. Boston was just one place that just didn't work out with their coaching structure and the CEO of gaming that was running the gamut at the time. So it was never, ever the player's fault. For some reason, it would always look like everything goes out to Striker, who then ditched them for San Francisco's of shock into the finals. For whatever reason, he still will hold his own no matter what the situation occurs. Win or loss, but Crimso, I think he can bring this team into a spot where at least they're not at the very bottom, but a lot of people will set them as low as the Vegas Eternal or any of the other contenders teams who might actually leapfrog some of them, even though none of those scores in the Pro-Am will go towards the actual Overwatch League season. This is all, it's probably the closest thing you can call the preseason that we're experiencing at the moment.
Yeah, I think for players like Faith and Crimzo, this is their last shot to prove that they should be in the league, and if not, they either retire or they go to contenders like forever.
Yeah, Punk ain't going back to contenders, man. He's gonna keep ripping off some socks. He's gonna be blowing some cartons out to make sure that he still has a chance. And all these other teams that would be interested in him. Dual citizenship, this guy has got more value than anyone could ever imagine, just in the game as well. And no doubt, his new fist is something I'm looking forward to in particular, as well as Aspire on Hitscan. There's no reason not to think that this team is out of it, but because they're sitting so low, it's like, well, what are the standouts? Aspire and Punk, personally, but Crimzo, I only hype him up because, for lack of any reason to hype up Sugar Free, his magic does itself. If you've seen the the many hypes videos about him and the rap music that just goes "you gon' die" with him on the screen, it's still going to carry on throughout the season, and I hope that you guys join in on that in social media, and do make sure to follow us on Ecopoint Overwatch or Ecopoint Podcast over on Twitter. We appreciate the follows. We're also on Twitch, but our exclusive stuff is going to be on Spotify, so make sure you follow the Ecopoint Overwatch Podcast on Spotify and give us the 5 stars and rate us. We'll definitely drop some questions as this episode comes up for 20 teams. You bet I'm looking forward to doing a whole lot of editing. Make sure you can tune in. And so, where do we move from here? There's a couple of options. There's still a couple of teams out west that we'll never forget about that still have rosters. To be clear, there's like 3 of them that do not.
Yeah, two teams who don't have rosters.
3 and 2. Yeah, one on the east that's completely blank.
2 on the east. Chengdu and Guangzhou.
Yeah, no, don't talk about my boys at Guangzhou Charter like that. No,
it's
true.
You don't want to know about it.
Tell me about the Toronto Defiant or the London Spitfire. Do you want to do like a heads or tails
Toronto.
somewhere? You got a way to gamble away which one that we should go to next.
Sure. Let's flip a coin. Let's see.
Yeah, flip it. Do you want to do heads? Pick one.
Heads Toronto. Tails. London. Let's see.
Bing.
Flip. We got heads. You're just gonna have to trust me, but we got heads.
Oh no, I trust you. We'll take that Toronto Defiant as a W for the Canadians who got both of theirs out here today. The team representing Toronto, the Toronto Defiant, with Hydron, Sam, Speedily Kaluge, OG, Ultraviolet, and Surma Jed.
American Tornado Part 2.
Featuring Surma Jed. No doubt, this is actually a
And
very
No
fun team to
Hill.
talk about. No Hill is actually probably one of the most underrated signings across this entire league. Because if he went from Los Angeles Valiant and then his teachings and his English is at that level that you need to bring him into the Toronto Defiant, which otherwise looks pretty established without him, this is awesome. Assistant coach, No Hill, followed by their head coach, Kasoras. Yeah, it's just great. And you got Wheats to make sure that you really solidify the fact that this is the American Tornado roster. You don't get any more
Canadian team. It's American Canadian Tornado.
The American Defiant. Yeah. How much more can you want out of this team?
Toronto Tornado. Let's go.
The Toronto Tornado. The Toronto Tornado. Toronto.
Alliteration. Let's go.
Buy it for the alliteration. Stay for the American Tornado that will bust all the teams down that underestimate what an American roster can do. And a franchise has succeeded with some mix-ups, but if you can go as close to tried and true America, I remember a team called Houston Outlaws. They did that. And it didn't get them the same results, but they definitely peaked in stage 1 with their massive Junkrat on the like of Jake, who later spent his time on a brig, as well as the DPS, like your Farahs and all that. That's just magic. I can see this being a revival of like just having a all-American roster represent the Americas, because this is a Canadian team. And with Speedily, this might be a good shot at him getting more chances to shine alongside Hydron, or they just swap him in and out between. And Surmajed is definitely a must-have, and you can't put OG and Ultraviolet together. I don't know what scenarios that would come from, but he is a good add to this. Otherwise, all goods in the hood roster.
Yeah.
Though I think the shocking and the more
players are pretty recognizable.
The glaring exception is that Kaluj is the only tank on this roster. People were hoping for Reiner from LA Gladiators, who honestly had such a great season, but I think there's this little tipping point that was reached, and hitting all the social medias and deactivating them, or even just deleting them altogether, because you don't want any of that noise get to your head, and maybe it did. And look, I won't speak for the guy personally. It just looks, from what I see, part of the reason that you want to take a break from Overwatch League is because it's not about the money. It's never about being the best in the game. It's about actually being able to play to your best and not have to have any consequences about that. Like, maybe his Jungle Queen was that low point where he's not retiring, but it was enough for people to really bag on him. And I don't think that's fair to a guy that does deserve another shot in the league, and as long as it's self-imposed, he's still got that opportunity in front of him, as long as he reaches out to the right teams. And if it was to Defiant, maybe that's the right opportunity. Mid-season, there could be improvements to this team, but there's not really any way you can improve it. It's already 7 players, and there's just a very, very subtle 8th slot that is free that they could use, but given the kind of finances all the league's teams are offering, I think they either trim it down. I seriously hope they don't, because this in itself is a tight all-American roster in Canada.
Yep. I think
And
if you were to get another tank, what would you even do if you were Toronto to get a different tank here?
My proposition is, if you want another tank, and I don't think I speak for anybody here, it just sounds like it could be just a suggestion I'm throwing out there, to really get people talking in the comments of the better suggestions. Do you remember in the XL2 Academy days, and they had like a actual American roster on New York Excelsior?
Yeah.
And the Academy team, yeah. So if you think back to that, they're also on Team Envy. I'm trying to whittle it down to the exact name that you might faintly remember, but I want to get it out from you to see if you remember. He did get to play on the LA Valiant for a brief moment in 2020. And then suddenly we had not seen him again. My bet, if you can remember, because I'm going to give away the answer in 5 seconds,
Gig.
is...
Gig.
You got it.
Gig.
Tell me about a better option than Gig in the comments below, because this Toronto Defiant roster is kind of stacked already. I don't expect the changes to be ever happening, but you never know with these mid-season mix-ups if they're looking for improvement. This is just a tight, solid team, and if they don't show the results, what are you left with? Just some dudes just hanging out and playing together.
I mean, you have in Pro-Am, you have Redbird Esports, who have Gig at the moment, but they haven't been really utilizing him. So, yeah. I mean, if Toronto wanted to, they could just give him a little nudge, like, hey, you wanna come over here? Want to play in the league or something?
So, like, if
he's not been getting any play time on Redbird, he's just moving fish all the time.
You know in those like parody detective films and they have like those giant overstuffed poster boards or wall boards filled with sticky notes and pins with like little red threads connecting like different information together? What if it was different, just American Tornado trying to find the dots as to how they could probably connect as far back as to their collegiate team, Redbird Esports, and basically feed into the Toronto Defiance system? And then you got NariHerself, who out of nowhere could probably sign some Korean talent if they ever needed to augment their team to a competitive level that's already there, but maybe they don't have yet or don't expect to need, but is probably the best contribution that NariHerself's going to have as far as players goes. He doesn't work with these players, but he's going to find himself very comfortable because these guys are so different to his environment in Los Angeles Valiant. And I hope he has a good time in Canada for this amount of pressure and the work and the kind of environment that he was working in. Didn't even let him get wins, because if they got wins, suddenly the franchise he was with, the Los Angeles Valiant, operating under LGE, weren't going to pay for it. They weren't even paying for a place for him to stay any more than what he was currently renting out. And this guy was just a student. If anything, he was still studying at university at the last season on the LA Valiant. So with that off the hook, he should have a greater, clearer mind to make this team even better with the help of Casares and that veteran coaching with this American Tornado roster in Wheats. And then with the team that they had to drop in the process, Chorong has got a team, and Twilight's got a team, Sisu's got a team. However, Muse and Finale, they're kind of just making the gamut in the East Division under Korean Typhoon. So you can see there's probably just coincidences that this American Tornado roster built into Toronto Fire now have leaving players that go into a Korean Typhoon with a very similar looking, a very cheesy looking logo. And that's probably a W that even the Hopper doesn't have an official roster being signed onto him. This could actually be his last season. Philadelphia Fusion and Guangzhou and New York and Philadelphia again to Toronto. So that would be 4 teams, but you could technically count Philadelphia as a different 5th roster. Technically. I'm going to miss Hopper. But for the kind of losses that they have, at least we brought something that people were getting really excited about. I think the socials are popping off, the interviews that they're doing, so they have what would make up for anyone thinking that they're not a great team coming into the Overwatch League. They have some great social backing. Like, they're pretty much harvesting the socials that you can get out of Toronto. And that's a big win. Because it helps it sustain the franchise. Then there's no reason for this team to be dropped if their performance also holds up.
All right.
Should we go to
for Hoppa? I think in terms of Hoppa, I think he's run his course.
Yeah, is he?
He hasn't gotten picked up yet. I think he's run his course.
I don't think he should be, but that's on him. Yeah, if he's done the scouting, then at this point, there are a lot of teams that he could go to for the lower salary, and I don't think it's the lower salary he's interested in. Hopper is one of the 7 players to play for 4 different Overwatch League teams in his career, but he could be going on to a 5th. That is what is possible if the league was interested in him. There's a lot of teams who have signed him up, so the only reason why they would think he's unreliable is because this guy's just a shot caller. And if you don't want to build a whole team around him, then that's probably why he's not in a team. They don't have the capability.
That, or he's just going to do military service.
Indeed, at 23, yes. Look, I think you could drag it on as long as you can. No pun intended.
Well, obviously not as long as you can. I think the maximum age for normal civilians is 28. I think.
Yeah, you can still keep it going.
Yeah, you can keep it going for a while.
Any last words on Toronto? Anything to look forward to?
Solid roster.
Hell yeah. London is calling the sole European team, and it doesn't even represent EU.
Just London.
Just London.
They have one guy from the UK.
But that's fine. It's Backbone, and
They have
Backbone
an
itself has been
American.
quite trendy.
They have an American.
Okay, so I don't even want to talk about the conversations that happened on the scrims because
I
again,
was
scrims
gonna
are
say, let's
nutty.
avoid that.
Let's just put it this way: there is gameplay that was released, and it's just the case of was this gameplay of any value coming into the Pro-Am tournament? No. And so, in the sense that there's been just that kind of conversation of is this team as 5 players looking okay? There's probably some suggestions that they're actually adding 2 more players to help flesh out this roster. Yeah, Skyripper, good support, Lethal, great DPS. Does it work in synergy with this team?
Pickups for both roles, and I think that they'll look a lot better with those pickups, especially for Lethal. Lethal will look really well on this team.
I wonder why Lethal. It's because he's from Turkey, isn't it? Like, it's just more diversity. He came from Redbird Esports. It's like
More
taking the
diversity,
British Hurricane bits of
roster.
American Tornado.
Another superstar hit skin, just in case you need one.
I'm going to say you do. I definitely think it would be really nice. Like, 2022 playoffs for the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming doesn't seem like something to really bring up. It's not worth bragging about, but it's still some of the top tier of tier 3. Tier 2 are definitely capable, and you can see that without a doubt under his time with Ex Oblivione. But look, pay attention to the fact that Redbird Esports is currently in contention with Group D in the Pro-Am West. So this former team is actually in the Overwatch League, but they won't be facing off unless there's a B and D thing going on here. B and D, not really. But let me tell you now that the qualifiers to make London Spitfire better than Atlanta Rain is the real conversation to have here. Less so that they've got 3 other contenders teams looking just behind their back in Valiant and Eternal. Plus Saints, because why not? I feel like as a minimum having 1 contenders team might be a struggle for them. But as you said, Saints should be really interesting in this group if you ignore Atlanta.
Saints are in a position to where pretty much they could take on anyone besides Atlanta. Like Group B is pretty much like Valiant is an announcer roster, but it's going to be pretty Mickey Mouse. Vegas is a contenders roster. Let's just be honest. London is good, but I think they could like hold their own towards them. And then Atlanta just has Lip and Chio Filder, so you don't win those. No one wins those.
Nobody does. But hey, look, even with this kind of standing, like I think with EU as a whole being very, very diverse because it represents so many different countries. Sorry, just a pause there. I just needed that. This should be a good team to really want EU to really bolster again. Just give them another shot because they had what it takes to keep building upon really tricky patch with the introduction of Kiriko and just how much she made an impact out of the gate in October. This is a golden moment for more Sparker and Backbone, and Hardy has always had a shot at being the greatest if you put him in an environment to just flex onto all the necessary tanks he needs to. But whatever he's good at, he just sticks to them very, very well, and it works for the team. Especially the fact that he would continue to polarize with a Reinhardt when other metas favored other heroes. And his wrecking ball's okay. Monkey is one thing to keep an eye on. Like, Europeans, their tank game, greatly underestimated to the point where in the Overwatch World Cup 2019, which brought us our first Overwatch League players competing in the Overwatch World Cup. That was a really exciting moment. Like, spirits of that are still, like, lightly embedded on this roster, even if none of those players were part of that, because you've got someone who would be on Team Sweden, someone who would be on Team UK for this year, Team Germany, no doubt. And I don't think there is, unfortunately, one for Admiral. So Estonia doesn't look to be in competition.
I don't think they have one now.
But frankly,
London's not going on America. It's just not happening.
I never said that. You said
Team
it.
USA
You
is
said it,
basically
buddy.
just Toronto.
You never know just how high this London Spitfire peak would be, but we have a pretty solid grounding there in that upper half. It's just how much has that shifted away with the rebuilding of some teams who really want to go at it this season with Boston and Atlanta, with all Korean rosters. Regular season is going to be pretty challenging to imagine a Spitfire that sinks lower than last year, and certainly trying to hit its highs again is something they're trying to aim for and could very much do. Can they do it without Khan? Can they do it without Poco? Probably. Without Shax,
yeah, they could probably do it with all of those pieces. They didn't use any of them that much at all.
Yeah, I just remember Shax
what
was
they
like
have now is pretty much the
loose threads. The loose threads of Shax, Poco, and Khan, like they were parts of the whole, but they weren't contributing enough or didn't get the chance to. So it only makes sense that this is now
all of
their
them
bones.
Played a combined 7 maps. If I couldn't, I mean, obviously it's probably not the real statistic, but I imagine it's pretty close.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And so sorry for those who are fact checking. We just need a fact checker someday to join us on the cast, and we can do a proper mid-season update.
Someone to put their glasses up to their nose and go, actually.
Actually, look at the stats here. I've actually pulled about it. Yeah, I would greatly respect that.
I managed to look at every single game from Overwatch League 2022 in a matter of 10 seconds to figure out which maps Shax, Poco, and Khan played in.
Yeah, there's a whole conversation around that, so I want to save it for a chance to bring somebody on board who can do some real stats delivery from this 2023 season. So wrapping up then, London Spitfire, still great skins, great color. The aesthetic is very Cloud9, but yeah, they've been slowly shifting away from Cloud9 operation to something a bit more local, and so that's good for them, but that does mean eventually the only remnants of Cloud9 will be the running joke of the C9 as you're running around the game, and you're wondering, what the heck is a C9? It has no relation to this, I tell you now. It's stopped losing all its meaning in 2018 when it started being used.
Its true meaning is completely gone.
Gone and again, people will still use it to mean that thing. I refuse to acknowledge it on the podcast, but yeah, I'll still say it's C9 for the jokes and quick play. So how about these last few that we now have remaining? Gladiators, Florida, Atlanta. I'm just kind of saving for last at this point. Shock as well.
Dynasty.
Let's do Shock. I want to just wrap up after the last 3 of the West Division, and we'll call it a day. Yeah, we'll wrap it with the West and the rest today.
The rest of the West.
The rest of the West. Thin and Proper and He's Saying, Max, Vindime, and Junbin. The additions from last year, A+. Like, they have been pilfering the coffers to make sure they could save up for He's Saying. And Max was a very strong contender for the most desirable main tank, or just tank in general.
They only kept 2. They got Finn and Proper, and then they released everyone but Finn and Proper, built it around them, and just getting an O2 blast run back pretty much. So He's saying for your. So actually, I'm not sure if you're aware. He's saying he's a flex DPS player, and Proper, in league scrims, will be switching to hit scan for the rest of the season. Which makes sense, sort of, if you think about his sojourn. But there were leaked scrims of Shock, and I want to say it was Dynasty. Was it? No, it wasn't Dynasty. I don't remember who it was specifically, but there were Shock scrims leaked. Proper was on hitscan. It didn't look great, but obviously those are leaked scrims. They're not supposed to look great. They're supposed to practice.
If you come back to who they're facing off against, you've got the EU team and Trick. Oh, sorry, not EU team. Both NA teams, Trick Room and Timeless. They're
both
calling all heroes Academy team, but not the same. Not the same Timeless, but certainly is the one to look forward to. If GPT knows, they heard all your conversations on Twitter. There's no reason to think that your messages were private. They saw your DMs. They saw that Timeless was good. Okay, and Florida Mayhem is like their only
terrifying roster.
Their biggest threat is Florida Mayhem and their Timeless, which is in and of itself kind of appealing to Shock. Like they don't need a scrim with anyone, and they'll probably decline scrims, which is pretty on par for the course for these top teams. Like, don't try to spend time on teams that are going to put you at disadvantage or is not going to be of any value to scrim against. All that practice time, which they call scrims, that they block out for every individual team to give them some warm-up, before the season, during the season. Yeah, Shock doesn't really need it from anyone that's not of their standard. And Krusty will ensure that, that they remain at the top. Never mind that Mayhem is probably their next best bet, and we'll come back to that roster looks like in a bit. This is just finals material. Material that sticks. The only reason it didn't pull off is, well, they just had the slightly better Kiriko and the, everybody knows of Proper's Sojourn, so you just play against that in the same way that they play with and around it on Shock. And they've got heaps of VOD material to really put a real stickler for, Shock being ultimately under a lot of stress and a lot of strain. But if this is going to be a core roster that Krusty will know and feel like they don't really need any training up, they've just got it all together. They just plan around the metas, the compositions, and if they want to, they could do the whole map thing that they did back in seasons 2 and 3, where they always just had the advantage because they looked at control being first, and then that was it. That was their setup. Seeing as they can't always do that, as they shown in 2022, the map pool will cycle, and they've got new maps to look forward to in Shambali Monastery. I think Rio de Janeiro has played a couple times, but it certainly could be played a lot more. Yes, Rio de Janeiro / Brazil. And then it's just who knows what the new season will come up like in this year over the course of the map pool changing. Because right now the map pool, which I haven't mentioned too much, but at this point for Shock, anything goes, honestly. Antarctic Peninsula is the newest map that came with Season 3 in the Overwatch 2 Battle Pass.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I'm going to enjoy watching it. That's the entire point, I think, where if you don't know this map very well...
it's definitely a fun map to watch with, I think a lot of Reinhardt is going to be played there, so it'll be really fun to watch. But if you're playing it, in your ranked game, it's not fun.
It's one of, along with many of the Overwatch 2 maps, they don't have a day and night cycle version, because the day and night versions are only on the original Overwatch 1 maps, like your Blizzard Worlds or Oasis, Havana. So Antarctic Peninsula being very blue.
That's not entirely true either, because you have a Colossea, morning now.
We do now, yes. No Esperanza, though, because that one was on launch.
Not
just they didn't do one.
No,
so that's what I meant. I did mess up
I don't think any of the new escort maps or hybrid maps have gotten anything as well.
Aside from Colosseo, yeah, that's the only one with a slight tinge of... It came out with a sunset one, and then there was a day one. That was
day one is a lot more better to play on, I guess. It's a lot more fun, I think, just because it's easier to see.
It's a little blinding when you came back to the original bright maps in the game.
Yeah, all the sunset maps are so blinding to play on. It's never great.
So we won't get Nimbani, but we will get Blizzard World, Kings Row, and Hollywood onto hybrid. So everybody's favorite Scrims Row. I think that's starting to really feel its age, man. Midtown would have been really nice, but we'll save it for mid-season, perhaps. Oasis,
for
Nepal.
The actual season,
yeah. Controller's usually the whole lot. Do I see anything that's missing?
Controller's usually all of it. There's just no...
They'll play that twice, so that's a given, that they play the same 4, and then Antarctic Peninsula that will spice things up. If you are the team at a disadvantage, you'll most likely try the newest one to see if you can really mess with the other team with enough practice. It could probably put in yourself in favor.
Sad.
That's what's missing. Okay, so we don't have them all, and I'm guilty of putting words in my own mouth. That one, Escort is Havana. I hope we get the night one. That one is a snoozer, but it's still a glorious.
They're all sniper maps. I just realized all of them are sniper maps. You got Escort game mode, Sigma double sniper game mode.
Yeah. So can you see that? Maybe we put Finn on DPS. That's what you got to do for Shock to really make sure they can get the flex support thing going for proper. Yeah,
Right,
I think
just
that might
realized
do.
the escort game mode is gonna be so weird for Chuck. So you're gonna have proper Widow and like probably he's saying Hanzo or something, which is fine, I guess. Unless
Yeah.
you're on like, I mean, Circuit Royale, thank God, is not in that pool. But I think I'd have that over Shambali like 9 times out of 10. Shambali's a mess.
Yeah, I am still shocking at my knowledge of how Shambali Monastery and Antarctic Peninsula will play really well in the Overwatch League. I'm sure that they'll have like aesthetic differences that will put people off, like Antarctic too, much like Ecopoint and like this podcast. This in Shambali Monastery
Also,
should be like a good one to watch, but it still doesn't seem like a one where it's going to put people into the right space to like judge it
put
critically.
people to sleep is where it's gonna be put.
Yeah, go figure. That I mean, Escort. There's not going to be any Route 66.
No 66. No.
Am I missing something else?
No Dorado.
Dorado. Yeah, I've got the two mixed up. But it's basically America not allowed. Only
Yeah, no
Cuba.
more America. Well, I mean, no America in Escort, but there is for hybrid. Yeah, Hollywood.
Yeah, so Hollywood will be a good fun one
I
to
feel like
watch.
for what they did, like with the exception of Control, they just did all of the fun to watch maps. Except, well, they forgot about Escort type in that one. But like, I mean, Junkertown was fun to watch. Like back in the old days, you had the without Sigma, you just had like a Widow battle constantly. That's always fun to watch.
Yeah, and if it's going to be random select, or at least pre-selected would be more appropriate throughout the qualifiers, please, just make sure that it's preset to Esperanza 90% of the time, or 80-20. 10 to Coliseo, 10 to Queen Street.
Here's
Because
like-
I think
actually,
Esperanza
yeah,
is just
Yeah,
so
80,
much more.
80 Esperanza, 20 New Queen Street, 0 Coliseum.
Yeah, sure,
I
go with that.
I have yet to meet someone who is actually like who actually likes Coliseum.
Shout out to Panda Stripes, our resident admin for the podcast, pointing out that the Circuit Royale did have a morning and a night one, and we don't have that in our
That's true.
escort pool. And look, that's really cool. That
Circuit
Escort's got,
Royale,
like, 6
Dorado,
different maps.
and Gibraltar.
7
and
maps
66
on
are
escort.
not-
Wow, times really
We
have
have 8
changed if you
maps
can
on
fill it
Escort.
in this well with just
There's
enough
8
old
maps
and
on
one
this
new.
one. You have
Yeah, 8
Circuit,
maps.
Dorado, Havana, Junkertown, Rialto, Shambali, 66, and Gibraltar.
Gibraltar's one that they're not missing. So as long as the escort pool is this diverse, and Control will always consistently be the most competitive across any match. This is why it's so popular as a first map to watch. I think we got a good map pool
And
here
the
to
last
start things
map.
out. So anything that you're missing, don't worry, they're coming. They are coming, and I want to see my Numbani, even if they're always a role in my comp games.
I want to see Midtown. I want to see Eichenwald. I want to see Brazil. I want to see some Brazil. I like Brazil.
Yeah, it's taken me some time to get used to Rio de Janeiro, but I am definitely in love of seeing some Sigma play just for Circuit Royale. And since we won't be getting that in our first stage of the Pro-Am West, maybe we'll get a very fleshed out map pool, or even the same one, because who knows? That might be a great way to put those on the Pro-Am West at an advantage, or feel a bit more warmed up into the season.
I'm missing an entire mode here as well. Where's Assault? Where's 2CP? Where's
Stop it.
Hanamura?
Stop it.
Where's-
That's an arcade
where's
mode. They never play
Volskaya?
Can we just have an Overwatch League with arcade modes? Because
Actually,
those
yeah,
maps are not
Not
getting
that,
enough
but
love.
however, they should just bring the All Stars back. You remember All Stars? They bring that back, and instead of like having a normal match, you just go back to Overwatch 1 where you had like a Control 2CP hybrid. And then another, and then a score, and then another Control.
But they can't, because they don't have the
But they
engine
can.
supporting
But they
6
can.
players on each side. They can.
Well, they don't need to do
Just
6
don't
players. They just
need
have
to.
a 5 players. They just have an arcade 2CP. You can play
I just-
2CP still.
And
With 5 players with
in the-
Sojourn.
Nari, have you heard a lot of people say that they want Overwatch League to die? I think the best way to do it is if they revive it with an arcade division, and that way there is more teams, more players under these different banners of like your franchise teams, or even Pro-Am style contenders teams who just strictly play team deathmatch, 3v3 elim, capture the flag, And
Overwatch
that's
should
all
add a
they
search and
focus on.
destroy, I think.
You
They
need
should
you
add
need
search
to
and
you
destroy.
need to build Overwatch League back from the ground up, and not in the ways that there's currently being done, but in a way that invites more contenders and participants. Because this is the right way to do it. They just have to know this is the way they need to keep going. They need to keep fleshing this out. So then back to Shock. Do they win the Overwatch League? Yes or no?
I mean, they can, but it's not like it's going to be very easy. I think there's a decent chance that, like, Dallas could come back into the crosshair again. I think Seoul Dynasty look okay. We'll get to them another time, obviously.
Indeed.
Atlanta is a strong contender, which we could get to soon here.
New.
I
All that
do not
orange.
have faith in Boston, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, I will think fairly. I'll judge them cautiously because I would be excited to see Shock still in top contention without Violet, and this is still pretty much all the same pieces without him on Lucio. And like you said, pretty much at a loss. He was not looking great on the stats, especially on damage dealt. In favor of deaths to kill ratio. Let's go to Florida Mayhem, and then we can probably wrap up on Atlanta, and the last one after that, I think it was just Gladiators. Florida.
And Atlanta. I don't think we covered Atlanta.
Yes, Atlanta's the big one. Checkmate, Someone, and RuPaul. Those three returning. And the introduction of Merit
decided to show up.
I am
Look
so
who's
sorry.
here.
Your apology doesn't even register to me. You're here at the right time to finish off the big three. Florida, Atlanta.
I wouldn't say Florida's big.
Big three?
Big three. So we've covered the map pool, and there is several that are glaringly missing. But this is also the Pro-Am, not the official Overwatch League map pool, so we could likely not see this carry over.
Where the hell is Busan?
That's what I'm saying. Where's
I'm
my
sorry.
Busan? Get
What
it out of here. Put
Okay,
Busan
in
back
defense
Oh,
of
man.
the organizers of the Pro-Am West, where is Busan located, and what country is it?
Okay.
It's definitely not
It's
Well,
gotta
make
be
that-
Vietnam.
Get
I
Lijiang,
think it's
get
Vietnam.
Nepal, get let's Shambali, let's get Coliseum, get pretty much like half of the map pool out of here if you don't want to have the eastern region of maps.
Huh?
why are you shaking? Look at the Escort map pool. Remind me again, what are we missing?
For
Watch
Escort,
Point
you're
Gibraltar,
missing
Route
you're
66.
missing half of the total map pool for Escort. You're missing Circuit, you're missing Dorado, you're missing 66, and you're missing Gibraltar.
Oh shit, shocker,
You're
dude.
taking you pretty much there's pretty much all of the sniper maps in favor of the actual fun maps.
Can you give me a brief review, please, Sans? I've been waiting for you for this long, and the least you can do is tell me what you think about the Shock roster without Love Violet on Lucio, and with Heesang and Max. One more time for the crowd.
I think this is a bit of a hot take. Despite what God analyst Lemon Kiwi said on the Tactical Crouch podcast, that this Shock roster is indeed an upgrade in every
It
shape
is.
and form, except for double flex support. But
I was gonna say
You know.
except for the support role.
even then,
You're gonna have Vindame
Vind-
Lucio. Or Finn Lucio. Either one. Not great. I think we'll probably see Vindame though.
Finn
depending on the
Lucio,
meta.
Vindims, and
If you have another
that would
Lucio
be-
Curie meta, you get Vindame Lucio.
that would certainly be a sight. But Vindam Zen in comparison to
If
other
you have like
main
an Ana
supports,
Zen, which is looking very likely, then this team looks pretty good.
yeah, like Vindam flex support, particularly Zenyatta, in comparison to other main supports that play flex support, I'd definitely put him up there. I'd at least say he's in the top 3. Not to mention the fact that he easily proved that his Lucio and his Brigitte are like up there with the top half of the league last year on the Seoul Dynasty. You know, I know it's really hard to judge a main support's individual play, because especially when they're on a top team,
unless your name is Chio, in which case it's very easy to see.
We don't have the data, but it usually just spells out in an Ouya board. Chio is
it's just
the right answer.
CHIYO, and it's just
usually
Chio.
But Vindime is definitely up in that like top 5, top 10 area for most people. I think top 10 is pretty much like, you don't know what you're measuring, but you can definitely say he plays a main support at a very
He is definitely
good level.
one of the main support players of all time.
Yes, that's right, Naeri. That's the one.
He is one of them.
I think Shock fans can sort of like rest easy, you know, if for some reason if for some reason the only Seoul game they saw was the one where Shock beat them 3-0 in the playoffs, I think they can rest a little easy knowing they got a top 5 main support. You could even argue top 3 main support. So, yeah, solid pickup.
What about your thoughts now that Max is officially confirmed and signed on to with Heesang on Shock?
What?
In Junmin.
Yeah, I mean, Junmin is probably the most underrated, because ever since there was a rule change, well, not so much a rule, but now you can allow players who are under the age of 18. 17 is now the minimum age, so it's looking fantastic for Junmin's prospects this season. He is now in. He's locked in for a backup tank. Bye, Slayer Brown. Go play Diablo.
Jumbin, Max, and Heesang, considering I've watched almost every single match they played in Contenders in 2022, you know, they are a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely no doubt about that. I think anyone that's even paid a remote amount of attention to O2 Blast knows that these are some brilliant championship caliber pickups. You know, like, no offense to like the rest of the Shock roster last season, but Proper didn't exactly have a super team caliber DPS to complement his god tier playstyle. And now that he's got that with Heesang, you know, who is certainly at the very who is
so you know what that means,
should
right?
be he should be going up
proper
into
Cassidy, proper Widowmaker, proper Ashe.
Yeah,
proper
that's not
DPS,
bad.
Like, it's just blank DPS hero.
No more proper Genji, no more proper Tracer. That's what he's saying here for.
Well, no, but you've still got like double flex metas, where
if you do run Genji Tracer, or for whatever reason you want to run double flyers, I guess you want to run the 101st Airborne.
Yeah, I could see that. Echo. That would be funny. That's what all the pros do nowadays.
Okay, but you know what would be funny is if they actually took the Pro-Am seriously, which doesn't qualify. It does net you 100k in terms of the prize pool. But you're facing against Florida, a Trick Room, and then I guess would you say that their academy team? No, but it's their
I would not say
Heroes academy team.
O2 Blast is their academy team. Timeless is just like remotely affiliated.
Remote affiliation. Why do they have a Japanese tank in Claire?
Why not?
Right,
Why not?
Wow, okay, that was really offensive on my end. Yeah, it's just for fun. They just want to win the Overwatch League, even though they're a contenders roster. And they look like they've got what it takes if you've got former folks like these, right? And we've already covered this already, San. So if you don't have any thoughts on this, we can move on to the final two in our list.
I think Wob is going to demolish Proper in Group A.
You're not wrong. I think that's possible. We get the Proper diff.
What are you smoking, dog? Send it over here.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it makes it over here to the other side of the world, thanks. I think you guys got some good stuff going on there. The smoke is brewing is wafting through the areas. It's just that's why the industrial era never stopped, because the clouds be billowing over there in London.
That's
Must be a 5-hour power nap diff.
Love's a good player, but to tip someone like Proper, you have to be some form of deity to tip a guy like Proper.
He is a deity. He's part of the championship summer showdown team, the Taurus Eternal. He just was never part of that roster.
Fun fact, Wob is actually from the city that I live in.
Oh,
So
sweet.
The United States, of course.
Yeah,
Go shake his
yeah.
hand.
If you'd like to dox me, go ahead, find him.
Okay. Doesn't sound like it'll be a worthwhile investment. I still won't be able to find
It
him.
won't.
Great with directions.
You could just dox Wob instead and just cut out the middle individual.
That'll be
You
a
know,
lot easier.
I
He's a
could
lot
at
more
least
public than I am.
just see if Timeless is actually what is being hyped up. I mean, we had a conversation with our best friend that covered for you, Sans. His name was ChatGPT, and they said that the best Overwatch League contenders team that we should look out for this season is indeed Timeless. All the others and their opinions don't exactly correlate to fact. It's just what they think.
Wait, in North America?
In North America,
across
of all
regions?
just all of them, buddy.
Oh.
Group A is looking pretty
Mess.
tricky, would you say, for Trick Room to be able to stand
Obligatory laugh track.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Naeri, everybody. That was Naeri. Okay, and so
The obligatory laugh track.
can we talk about one more team, or do you have any other final words for Timeless / Shock, who will probably win that Group A banner?
Timeless and Shock winning Group A? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Timeless
Somebody
and Shock
thought-
win Group A.
Yeah.
I like that,
Almost got a
actually.
lack of faith in the Titans.
That's good. I mean, Trick Room is... They can win something. I don't know. I have more faith in Timeless, even though they've
More
already
faith
lost to
in
Trick
Timeless
Room.
than Vancouver Titans, right? More faith in Timeless than Trick Room.
Genuinely, yeah. I think Trick Room clear Vancouver simply because of the volume of players that they have. They have to win a map eventually.
I mean-
Swap them around a bunch. They'll get it eventually.
Oh, don't do it to them like that, please. No.
As big as I am on this year's Titans, they don't have Magic Mate Ball, so Trick Room's
Room
gotta
has
win.
Magic Meat.
Okay.
Yeah. We can talk about Mayhem if you want.
Yes, let's go on.
Yeah, let's go back to
whoever you
Mayhem.
pull up.
Yeah, we'll edit it so that it feels like one whole conversation we totally didn't have already. With
Yeah.
RuPaul
Oh, yeah.
on support, someone on tank, and Checkmate on DPS returning, which is awesome. So you like the call from last year? You bet that they're going to keep that going. So sadly, no Xe, but they did bring in some content creators, but more importantly, Sona and Chorong, as well as Merit, who was one of those additions in the off season back last year. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Go ham.
This is it's certainly a bit of a fever dream roster because,
It is one of the rosters in the Overwatch League.
exactly. Not to say that it's a bad roster.
It's one of them. It's not bad. It's not good. It's just a roster. It is an Overwatch League team.
I can definitely see this punching above. Potentially qualifying
punching
for a
Vegas.
tournament if some top teams, decide to shit the bed. But otherwise, I can't. In my mind, especially with the way that the format has been made, only 6 teams qualifying, 2 from APAC,
4 of them
4 from
being
NA.
NA, or actually not even that. 5 of them.
No, it's just 4 in NA. It's what? It's just such a weird format. At the very least, you just do it with 3 APAC and 5 NA. Like you did with the playoffs, and don't give out these funky bye rounds.
Oh yeah.
It's just bad format design. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the Mayhem.
I thought they were the same thing, to be honest.
Well,
There's a lot of mayhem going on in the league. APAC is starting late because Chengdu can't get their shit together.
I don't even know if they will. The fact is, you can still buy their
They
merch, you can
won't.
buy their skins, and who knows, they might still be a operating team. I just don't know what is going on. My
Operating
inside
team in
information is
quotations.
critical at mass right now. They're trying to formulate an answer that they're still yet to, like ChatGPT does. Let's take a moment to look at our ChatGPT conversation. I believe it was starting right here, just up on the top right. More creative.
gone.
I know creative is an Overwatch League player, but it's not that creative. What are
Creative
your
in a team
thoughts
this year?
on the Chengdu Hunters new roster? I beg of you, give me a good answer.
They don't have one.
Good luck, buddy. They can't say no.
It's probably gonna rip up like season 1 or something.
They can't run off of season 1
It's
info.
they're
I think the
going
Chengdu
to.
Hunters have a strong and versatile
2022
roster.
season.
They have retained some of their star players in 2022, like Jinmu, Nisha, Gargoyle, who helped them reach the finals for 2 mid-season tournaments and qualify for the
star
playoffs.
players.
Star player.
Yeah, you can see why I love. I might have to make some kind of announcement before that to tell you when ChatGPT joins the podcast full time. I just need a text to speech, and then we're done. We're done. The podcast will run itself. Who's the favorite? Who is no? Who do you think can win the title this year? I think it's gonna say like, what are your guys' picks? Real quick, go. Give me a team name that you think is gonna win. Legit. I think they have they. Who's they? Hunters. But they are unpredictable and exciting team to watch. See, look, ChatGPT did their homework. I didn't hand mine in. Do you play Overwatch yourself? What are some new features of Overwatch?
Ask it if it plays Overwatch. Ask it if it plays Overwatch.
I am an AI.
It
I do
doesn't,
not play Overwatch.
but I want to see.
I may be one of those aimbots that you keep talking about and or the boosters in your games. No, I don't play Overwatch. I am just a chat mode of Microsoft Bing search.
Breaking the fourth wall.
I can only watch and learn from the game, but I enjoy watching the Overwatch League and learning about different teams and players. Oh, you need to see this for yourself, Seth.
Oh man.
What kind of podcast do you listen to?
Those of you who just missed out, this is pretty
Come on.
solid. This is a A+ response. It just needs a little bit of leading in. This is
Chat.
not the answer. This is not the answer that I want you to look at in particular. Because it doesn't listen to podcasts. Stop. We're done.
Kill
Look at
Kill
this. Chorong and
Hey,
Sauna.
listen, they don't listen to good podcasts.
Strong,
They
good
listen to
pickup.
ours.
Sauna,
That
questionable. I don't
iteration
know
of
about it. I don't know anything
ChatGPT, we need a reseed, and I'll tell you, there was one that did enjoy podcasts, especially Ecopoint Overwatch, because they like and subscribe to it. They like our zany takes and our interviews and our preseason rankings and thoughts on the teams. We should do a ranking. Given I haven't got much feedback from you yet, we can do that to top it off. But there's just the other 2 teams and Mayhem. I don't think we're done. Is it because we don't have enough info, or nothing to say about Chorong or Merit?
Chorong's a good pickup.
I can give some comments on this roster. Merit has not been a guest on the Ecopoint podcast, so it makes him a downgrade to Hydron.
I see.
But he's still a good hit scan. You know, don't get me wrong. I feel like the fan base simultaneously overrate him and underrate him, which makes him a little bit of an anomaly. He's just a very solid hit scan to complement the likes of Pelican and Iris / Creative.
I think
the-
the kids would like to call that mid. When you can't see them as a higher or lower. I don't know, man. Merit does seem like the definition of like upper tier.
I have him in my top 10, but like
Can
there's
you
some
put
people
him into
that
A
will.
plus tier or S tier? Like, I think there's something
I
missing
Are we
there.
running
I
up
can't put him
tiermaker.com of all the 2022 hit scans?
I can't put him into S tier, but like I've got him like pretty high in like the middle of A tier. You know, I think I had him like. Well, where did I have him? At least like 8th in comparison to the other hit scans in the league. which I think is more than fair. He's put up good performances.
Well, where's
I just don't
Proper
think he's
in that
won.
list? Just for context, where is Proper in that list?
Well,
Oh,
he's
Proper.
in Seoul, Korea. That's not even in the roster. He's one and done in his own tier above the S tier. Frankly speaking.
Proper has his own tier called Proper.
Yeah, Proper. And Proper was in like the top of S tier.
P is above
it's
S,
just-
right? So it's definitely guaranteed higher.
There's a
Three
tier
Ps.
above S called P, and it stands for Proper.
Proffer, Profit,
I think.
and Proper. The 3 Ps.
What about the other Profit?
Profit.
Yeah, I talked about Proffer.
Proffer?
Proffer, yeah.
Jesus.
There's Proper, Profit, and Profit.
It's a silent T all of a sudden. Otherwise, I'm going to call him, as Avril was suggested, Big P and Little P. What's the matter, Little P? Can't stand out to Big P yet? Maybe you might be the Big P someday.
I don't think I think they'll just call them Profit and Profit. I don't think they're gonna be able to like differentiate without it sounding stupid.
Well, that's
think
why
they're
you
just
never
gonna-
have them face the Shock and Soul Dynasty in the same matchup. If they do, it's either privately matched so they don't do the
Mid-season's gonna be
casting.
wild.
I'm already waiting for that title, so thank you for giving that to me early on. I'm gonna forget it by that point. Mid-season was gonna be wild or crazy! Exclamation marks all around. So lastly, Sauna and Shorong. Do we have anything on
Sauna.
these?
Sauna.
Someone is just solid, I think. I don't have anything negative to say about that.
Easy.
He honestly just had a little bit of wonky periods where if you're gonna be in that top tier, you gotta be able to maintain that stability. And I don't know if it was the rest of the team changing up around him, or just the season kept them in top contention because someone and Checkmate just delivered great tank plays on Winston Reinhardt. And never mind, his Orisa was also pretty solid. It was up there with the rest of the league.
Yeah. I think what I would have liked to see from the Mayhem, like as good as someone is on off tanks and how he's one of the few tanks in general that I could put my trust into solo tanking for a whole season. I would have liked to see some sort of off tank pickup from the Mayhem. Because like before Cleston retired or Bernard took a break from professional Overwatch, they would have been like great pickups for a Mayhem. Or Tuyu still on the market, Hotba's still on the market.
There's a lot of Korean tanks that they could get, but they're just not.
Exactly. They're all very solid players who I think are reasonably better than someone on off-tank heroes. I think that
We're just gonna have to watch someone Zarya and someone Ramatra and someone Diva.
Wait,
yeah, which I don't think is bad. I just don't think they're as good.
You're just gonna
as
need
his
Mary
main
and
tank
Checkmate to
heroes.
carry his weight.
You're saying that as if they can't do that. Checkmate has definitely seen
Oh, no,
some
they
really
definitely
great carry
can.
potential.
It's just
Well, yeah,
I'm just saying they're gonna have to. They can't just take a break. They're just like.
The conditions for someone and RuPaul, the situation is that they can make this a stronger mixed roster with fewer mixed players. It's just Sauna's DPS would be one to really get excited about if he gets subbed in or not.
I don't know why they got Sauna. I'm gonna be totally honest.
Make him a starter. Make him a starter against San Francisco
I'm
Shot.
not
What could
gonna
possibly
lie.
With a
go wrong?
mostly Korean roster, why bring in Europe? Why bring in EU?
Because EU talent is probably cheaper. This is my argument for
Probably, but you already
support.
have your 2 DPS and Checkmate and Merit. Why bother?
I mean, to be fair, Sauna does kind of fill in a well-needed hole because I think Sauna's Tracer is definitely better than Merit's from what I've seen of it.
Torb on his list? Is that Torb?
Oh,
Yes, it
Jesus,
is.
it is.
Tracer Genji Torb specialist.
Top 3
It's a
Torb.
lot of
That's
third
exactly
When
what
I-
you want to see.
When I
You know who else
when
did
I-
Torb? That guy.
Okay.
That guy from the Corner Lateran. I've already
Okay.
talked him up too much now, but he is
Farmer.
on top 3.
we don't need to.
We don't need to see that again. No, we're too far forward into the future to warrant that return again. not as
Yeah.
content creator especially. But
Why
that,
do you
that
not
was
have
the
an ad
community
blocker?
zone
I don't want to know about Jack Daniels. Where is your ad blocker?
I'm skipping. I'm gonna probably cut to like actual clips. So for context, this is probably gonna be like visuals that I'll have to
Yeah.
delete. But there's the live stream. Yeah, that's what I have to stick with. It's
I'll
organic.
admit, when I've seen Sauna playing European contenders, specifically for Shoes Money Crew and Young and Beautiful, he was quite a big reason as to why those teams were finding success. Particularly when he was playing Hitscan, like this dude was like pretty good. He's definitely a weird pickup, and I'll admit there's better Hitscan players that you could probably find in Korean contenders. Like the fact that Alien, Probe, Hidden, Aid all haven't found a team in the Overwatch League. That's just weird. Not to hate on Sauna or anything, or RuPaul even, but I think they probably could have just found like 2 players from Korean contenders to fill those exact same roles, and it would have been better because they wouldn't have the communication issue that they do have now with only having 1 or 2 like English speakers in the team at the same time. They could have gone full Korean, fixed that communication problem, and most likely had a better team on paper. So it's a bit weird. I don't know what Gunba sees in these two to warrant making a potential full Korean roster a mixed roster, but I'm not going to complain if it works out. Which it very well could. Maybe you just see something we don't.
Yeah, that sounds like the Gumber experience to me. I wouldn't expect any less of him for not signing someone from EU where he could get a more viable or even cheaper Korean talent to come over, which is already predominantly Korean, to really flesh out this core from last season. So he's very confident that he can still keep those same pieces, and then RuPaul as well to build up his experience in the Overwatch League. Clearly, it's enough for Gumba to see that you can scale out Florida to be a proper European team with Sauna. It's a stretch, but go back to the Misfits Florida Mayhem days and bring back McDonald's Florida with a real kind of iconic European walkouts. If they ever do homestands again, they gotta do walkouts.
No way that happens. Like, if this team wants to keep winning, they build around this merit someone Choron core.
Yeah,
But,
I certainly agree. That's where they have to be headed if they're going to be faced off against, at least in the Pro-Am's sake, Shock, and then 2 others in NA. And who was the other one? That guy, the Yeti. Oh no! That's the Green Soul Infernal. Don't get that confused. That's not the Vancouver Toast. Green Soul Infernal. We have yet to cover them. We'll cover them on the East Division side of the episode another time. I think that's everything I've got for Florida. Did I miss anything from you?
I'm good.
And you're good, Naeri, yeah?
Other than Chorong, essentially being, for some reason, a very underrated piece on the Defiant. Like, there's people I've come across people that will say Violet and Lastro were better main supporters than Chorong last year, which is essentially just proves them to be fucking Scoreboard Samuels that judge a main support's performance off of their team's performance.
Scoreboard Sam.
Yeah.
That is a new one.
Nuanced debate that you've been going on with him and you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Look, Atlanta Rain. I can't avoid this any further. They've just been in echoes on the back of some other of these little segments we've done for each team. Atlanta Rain itself, bold, brash, and the king of the B group of Pro-Am West. When they go into the Overwatch League, though, are they gonna show the same kind of strats players? Maybe they might actually just be like the other teams, just getting ready for it. Just getting ready for a long season, and they want to keep this as their core. I don't see any additions being needed here, but it looks like a pretty hard to break down roster. Who's going to compete against them? Hawk is still in this as one of 2 tanks, so they probably are going to use their newest one that they signed back in February.
Yeah. I mean, I know I'm not supposed to put too much stocks into scrims, but I do think that Donghack is the truth. You know, particularly on Wrecking Ball. Like, if he performs that well while on high ping, then he should be an absolute menace once he comes into the league with a realistic shot of winning. You know, where he can actually, play to his fullest potential.
I think they just play games out the gate with Atlanta Donghack. It's just, you got to trial him and you put him on the team. I don't see him being benched just because he doesn't have the same kind of tank pool. It's nice to see another Wrecking Ball, on display, since I've missed Among quite a bit, and we did get a lot of Wrecking Ball time last season. I want to see more again. The team compositions for Atlanta, though, are they looking forward to a meta where they perhaps are going to be able to flex between the 2 tanks, or they're just going to stick to their one and true Hawk with being our head coach?
I couldn't say, to be honest. From what I've seen of Donghack on Winston, it's not exactly it wasn't exactly the most inspiring performance that I had seen. So it could be all right. It could be coached, but at the same time, Gator coaching is a bit of an anomaly, so we just don't know what that's going to bring.
And with the advising of Sefi, since he's not permanently at a loss for their roster, their back end is still going to be guided, mentored by the Sefi. So if the blueprint you liked and you think the signing was good, I'm pretty sure it couldn't have been done for Gator without the help of Sefi and the extended scouting kind of acumen that Atlanta has always had pretty good eyes on that weren't necessarily at top, but there's definitely some big ones they managed to pull out the bag, like your Esters and your Kais. Yeah, they certainly were highlights.
I definitely think that, as far as the tanking goes, I think Hawk can hold his own as a solo tank, and that they're just using Donghack as a break glass in case of ball meta card, which honestly makes sense. Because
whole lever for ball meta.
Exactly. That's just what Donghack is. Donghack is basically what Bellisria was in 2022, except he's actually got a smarter game sense. He doesn't int his guts out, which is a really huge bonus. Because I'm just watching him play, and he's just so smart.
He knows the mechanics down to a T. Not just the slams you can do unexpectedly, and there was no slam there. That was all left click and melee.
He doesn't need it. He doesn't need
a slam. It's
unreal. Tracer wish it could be this thick. I see this, and I think Tracer could be able to deliver this gameplay, but there's no Tracer on the team, so who's going to do it? It's going to be the Wrecking Ball. And that basically shieldless kind of hero, only for himself. If you pocket this Wrecking Ball, and his name is Donghack with the 0 in it, you're dealing with the real deal here.
It can't be with an O. It has to be with a 0. If it's not with a 0, you're playing with a fan, and you need to run.
Yeah, someone on Twitter, very reputable in the competitive scene, has listed out some of the most trickiest skill tiers of the mastery of each hero, and definitely Wrecking Ball's up the top there. So many other kind of reasons that you can look at this guy. And when I play him, I can see what to look out for is, without a shield tank like, say, Sigma or Reinhardt, or nothing with full bulkiness that comes with also like a lot of infinite ammo, like Orisa, or even Ramacho with pretty good blocking potential, as well as diving shifts. Yeah, Ball is able to do a lot more with even less materials at its disposal, just given it's all about playing around the environment. Seeing more on control more often, but yes, in any other map, I want to see some more of that aiming style based main the ball Donghack. If we're going to get that from Atlanta, I could see just that Doomfist Hawk just really trying to be polished more, give him some more time on some other tanks that he can main, like your Winstons. Donghack can still play Winston, right?
I don't know. His Winston in Korean Contenders was not inspiring.
He booped a ball into the train.
Yo, the train to Busan. Just
sorry
got a
to,
giant wrecking ball.
But oh my god.
Ooh. What the fuck?
That Ash isn't having a good time.
That's tragedy. The balls managed to fudge this up. Again, don't need to worry about it. Epic trolls, indeed. Okay, and for the rest of this core, I think it's exciting to really have a lot of feedback for Donghack.
Yeah.
Because he is just
and then you have Lip.
Really.
I do genuinely think that they play Hawk on Winston, which I don't hate, because, I think it, watching his diva play style, maybe he can incorporate that.
Do you not watch playoffs?
Yeah, but the entirety of the Atlanta Rangers choked in playoffs. I wouldn't necessarily
fair, but
pin it down to Hawk as an individual.
It's not like he wasn't on the team. It's not like he wasn't playing. Why?
Well, I do think that they looked better when Hawk was on Winston than when Gator was on Winston, but that's just Gator Winston.
Well, I think it's more of just because they had Hawk in the whole year, and then you didn't have Gator in nearly at all, which is naturally why he's a tank now.
Oh yeah, 2021 POV. Let's go.
What is this? Oh, is this a ranked game? This is a ranked game.
Yeah,
holy
sure.
shit, Kenobi.
What do you mean? Why are you so shocked?
He's playing against you.
Oh,
yeah, he is.
This is the only reason why I want to play this. That's me. That's me on the honor.
Oh,
I cannot tell you how exciting it was to use a VPN, and then lo and behold, I just get this dude, Hawk, and I had to double check.
How on earth did you get in here?
Why does this VOD even exist? I don't know.
Why
Someone
is it
showed
so
it to me.
slow?
Because it had to be.
8.75?
Yeah, exactly, to the par. Well done. Yeah, look at these leaps going against a Kiriko. That is a primary target. One that many get frustrated by, but he's on the red side.
Why is Hawk not bullying the Ana?
He's bullying everything. Oh, he's getting bullied, and he lives. Look at that. That's the side of a true main tank. Should be able to just not get bodied.
They didn't kill him.
It didn't kill him, and he just woke up the Reaper. But it's okay. He wasn't any good anyways. I wasn't able to hear him. Look at him. He's just flying everywhere. And good thing it goes to black. Poor guy. He doesn't get a break. And that's not Sir Maged. That is just maged.
Maged. No, sir. Maged.
Yeah. So even then, I think Hawk's Winston is going to be more than serviceable. And just with the competition he faces,
it will be one of the Winstons in the game.
Yeah,
one
you
of the
bet.
Winstons in the lobby.
I shall load up some grand finals, chat about Fielder and who is it that I'm thinking of? Chayo.
Yeah.
I think there was.
I mean,
finals POV. You're gonna get a Dallas video. There it is. There it is.
That's the one. I did remember watching the other one on Coliseum, and that is actually some insane gameplay. I might even just go straight to that if this one doesn't have what I'm looking for.
Actually, just do that. Yeah, I was gonna say probably just do that.
He burps, he falls,
he died.
But this is still going. Look at the impact that he makes with Sparkle's help. He hasn't even used his ult yet. He does use it to save the face.
It does
of
nothing.
Jill.
I remember all of these maps. I remember exactly what happens in each fight. And whenever I like watch these back, I was like, I could just remember. It's like, yep, Sparkly Zolt does nothing.
Yeah, no, Chio is really he deserves all the respect as one of those supports that gets so much attention off a team that's already got such a stacked roster. And Edison honestly being able to play his brains out at peak moments in his career last season. Yeah, even Chio could make an appearance. It really stands out tall, knocks out Mikey with a Glock the size of a
I think that the Atlanta Reigns. I think that with the Dallas Fuel's backline last year being like in the conversation for the best in the league,
it was the best in the league, easily.
It was.
Well,
no doubt about that. For last year.
No,
Chio was the best Lucio, hands down.
Well, yeah, but the only doubt that I could really talk about was his flex support, because like his Ana and Zen was just not inspiring.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not like he plays those two heroes a lot compared to the character he clearly has more time invested in this.
Well, yeah, but like
hero.
That's the only reason why I would have made the argument for like the Gladiators backline having a slight edge was the advantage for double flex. But now that
for double flex, but
now that the Reign not only picked up the Dallas Fuel backline core, but they also added freaking Vigilante to that.
That's right.
Absolutely wild.
What is going on back here? What is this?
Is this not Spawn?
When did this happen?
No.
How do I not remember that?
It's not
this
yet
wasn't
Spawn.
in finals, but I do remember. I remember watching like Super Showdown.
Yeah,
what happened?
this is exactly what I loved about Chio, because I saw this POV and I was like, oh wow, he really does put all that attention to how you be aggressive, but also manage to support your team. Just look as he's building up this ultimate. The way that he gets the sound barrier open on his team, and it's like second nature. Like the impulse is there, he's just racing to get that, but him himself just stalling the push bot, but also speeding
gets in the enemy's team's backline and
shock.
pounds.
You know, the disengage is there, like any ordinary competitive game would do, which they don't. This is exactly what you want in team play, like taxing your team back, using Lucio's speed boost to its fullest to catch up. And still managed to out-contest. Look at this guy. And as soon as he's got this ultimate, like he's all set. Like he could just pop it off now to save from the Dragon Blade coming up. As soon as he sees Violet use it, that's when he uses it. All odds are in his favor as soon as that comes up.
How did this comp even occur? Who thought Junker Queen Genji Sojourn?
Junker Queen out the gate had some really good
Junker
stats
Queen Brig Lucio, sure, you got Jotes, but how does Genji and Sojourn? How do either of those heroes appear?
Saved Sparkle just like that with a clincher.
Go Sparkle, go Sparkle. Sparkle.
Yeah, I think it's because both of those heroes were like very powerful at that time.
That's true. I mean
Sojourn is still very powerful, but like, she was even more so powerful.
Remember, Sojourn needed to be nerfed, and they just changed up Genji. But this is, again, before Overwatch 2 came out. Summer Showdown of 2022.
I mean, you still have that Junker Queen default portrait. God.
What about it?
Funny. So weird looking.
It just looks like
we don't have that anymore for a reason. It just looks so different compared to like Genji and Brig right beside her. It's just like that is so clearly concept art.
Yeah, the concept art had to be there because again, it was more or less like proof of concept that they could get her out in time and make sure that she was at least OP enough to bring her into the meta quite safely. I just think the meta from Mid-Season Madness didn't really change too much. They just kind of grounded things too quickly. Well, quickly enough that you had a meta that involved Sojourn and Genji. And it's like, well, the DPS aren't changing anytime soon. What can we change? And that we already have in the plan.
Jotes.
Meet Australian with big knife and a little one. Great for smashing melons. Just look at how quickly he spins.
Yeah,
This in itself is
good.
Chio
Bro is
Overwatch.
everywhere. He's everything, everywhere, all at once. That movie, that is what Chio is.
Yeah, look at him go. He's not
just a
necessarily
troop.
aiming for kills. He's just being a
Anything,
complete
everywhere,
distraction.
all at once. He is
As soon
all
as
over
they
the
don't
place.
focus him, yeah, then the rest of the team
If
dies.
you see
as soon as they
Chio in
target.
one place, he's in a different place 2 seconds later. You can never have a defined location for where this man is at.
There is not a single scenario in that situation for college you can
You,
take out.
you cannot
Chio.
call out
However-
Chio's location. You can't.
Look at just
You
how far they
can't do
isolated him. Yeah, that was amazing. So I will wrap this part of the Dallas Fuel review up because
Dallas Fuel.
yeah,
We're
it
talking
is
about
Dallas
Atlanta.
Fuel. He's on Atlanta, and yeah, clearly there was not enough
Yeah.
POV on Fielder, right? I think it would be disrespect not to
There
talk
was a
about
POV.
Fielder's impact on Dallas Fuel as the key.
Oh,
in
yeah.
Pull
the
up his
grand finals.
Kiriko. Pull up his Kiriko from finals. You need to see that Kiriko.
Yeah, just in the background. I mean, you feel
I remember
great.
there was a. He said, I don't remember exactly who said it, but he was intentionally not like healing as much as other Kiriko so that Chio could farm beat.
Oh, is that so? That would then
Yeah.
start to make a lot of sense because then Chio doesn't have to change
Chio
a
would
whole
get
lot.
beats a lot quicker. Yeah, it doesn't need to change much about his playstyle. So you just have Fielder, like obviously trying to keep people up who need to live, like Edison behind this pillar. But just throw some knives in there once in a while. Do your job, Obviously, the stalemate of Coliseum with a.
The stalemate of Colosseo. The great stalemate. I don't know if they're ever going to do a rework of this map, and probably like if you could.
I
it would be
think a good
mid-season.
step would be
Just
to remove that
glass.
glass on the left side of Fielder there.
Yeah.
That glass that's over there. A good step, remove that.
But it's just great environmental blockage, and also makes it super hard
Yeah,
to
but
walk
that
around. I know that.
stalemate wouldn't happen.
It's just
if
a
there was
giant
just
bottleneck
no
that's
glass.
really awkwardly placed in the center, right? Because you don't actually want people
Yeah.
to have a difficulty getting in, which is what I think Queen Street also suffers from. The same kind of like you're putting people in the middle. You've got this high ground buffer that should like help. protect
Esperanza
people,
doesn't
like,
really
up against
have
the wall.
that, which is nice. You always have that high ground battle on Esperanza. You don't get the you don't.
Yeah,
you rarely
it's
have a
not as
stalemate in the
obtrusive.
middle, just because of how it's structured, how it's designed.
Yeah, that high ground, so that gradual incline really does actually work out better than the way that Queen Street has it all kind of really converging in like a V formation in a way that doesn't really help the people on the high ground. You're just focusing on the high ground, and then low ground people are just doing their own thing half the time. Yeah, it's good TPs. Remember, they're like it's just great cleansing capability. You
Yeah.
can swift step
Like
out.
obviously, he is not the best Kiriko mechanically with the kunais. That was
You say that as he
You
hits
say
a double
I
headshot.
say that as he hits a double dink, but I mean that would in my opinion that belongs to Teru. Oh, Sparkle with 3. Sparkle with 3.
Yeah, and how did he do that?
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily with an ult either.
Just
It was
cleanse.
just cleanse. Cleanse was
You
good.
know, just press E on the floor. Just press E on the
mean-
floor, like half the abilities in this game. Wanna not die? Press E on the floor. Wanna
In fact,
become
they
immortal?
play
Press
this-
E on the floor.
I think, and on a side note of not Dallas, but yes, we're still talking Atlanta, the approach that people will now take coming into Overwatch 2 Season 4 is that, yeah, this Kiriko in general, for all players involved, you've got a lot of avenues to take advantage of both her Swift Step, her Kitsune Rush, and no doubt the Suzu has been like the biggest topic. Like, if that ever changes, is that probably the reason why she's being played a lot? Just a lot of healing output, and when it's
Suzu,
not
and
healing,
she's
it's
very,
Suzu.
she's
neutralize.
very much like a character that DPS players love to play. It's why DM is probably swapping to support. It's why Terror swapped to support. Because it's just a character
Apple.
that a lot of DPS enjoy because she does way too much damage
Yeah.
for a support character. Every time I die to her, I just say support hero. The support is in quotation mark. This is not a support hero. It's a DPS with a Suzu.
Your
It's the
flank
same thing as
support are
BAP,
magical
in my
beings,
opinion.
right?
It's
Most
the
of
same
the time
thing
they
as
can do
BAP,
some
where it's
great
just
support.
like you deal damage and then you just like you have healing capabilities, I guess. You know,
I do want to say I want to look forward to some more Fielder on Zen. Sort of unlikely, but if they can change up the
Fielders
meta,
are-
That
anyway,
is,
spice
I
it
mean,
up.
I think Fielder's Zen is very overhated, but Vigilante is so much better as that hero. But they're literally just going to be screwing.
If there's a
Vigilante.
Moira meta, Fielder is going to take over. Fielder was always the best Moira, hands down. Like if there's
Yeah,
any-
because remember he
any-
could do that on
and
ping.
like a very
You didn't need to worry
fast
about it.
like in a very fast dive, you have the Lucio Moira meta. He's going to be there. Could you imagine Dallas Fuel in a Lucio Moira with Chio Lucio and Fielder Moira? Could you imagine that?
Oh,
Just like this championship team and a Lucio Moira. Oh my god, it's terrifying.
So one more
Fielder
time.
building up coalescence every fight
Yeah,
because that's what he
it.
does.
Just so much that he can package into a Moira main. Well, you know, if he had to spin the Moira, it's not going to look any different to when he had to play the Ana on ping.
Fielder's just him. Fielder's just the guy. He's the flexible guy.
I think to argue that the Atlanta Reigns backline this year is not the best in the league is futile.
Yeah.
You know,
It's inevitable.
There's no argument against them
then-
being the best.
They have the 6'8" gaming warlord, Lip.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh,
Look,
yeah.
The
Lip is
absolute
real.
Giga Chad of the DPS role. He's just so tall. He's just so large and tall and giant man. Have you seen Lip? Have you seen him? He
Yeah,
is a very large individual.
he's eaten a lot of vegetables.
He has. He's drank so much milk. It's just so much milk. It's insane.
I
Yeah,
tell
it's
you,
like-
he is massive, and I think the cameras really don't tell you just
Yeah,
how
no,
much
like,
of a warlord this guy is on his own.
Go to the last year's grand finals in
Oh
2021.
no, but I want relevance, man. I want to see this lip
Yeah, I know.
gameplay. Not who are
Yeah,
you?
but what I was thinking is just not for gameplay, just to see how tall he is. Because when he stood up on that stage, when they won, he was just so much larger than everyone else.
All right,
Yeah.
you had me convinced there.
Just go look at him. Where is
Okay,
he?
that's
That-
Emily.
I
Hi,
don't-
Emily.
That's,
Hi,
I
crew.
was gonna say that's Emily Tang.
Yes, there
I
we
think we're
go.
gonna
You
go
ready
back
for
and
it? Yeah, that is
Where
Coach
is
Moon,
he?
who's being interviewed amongst many
It's
of the
Fleta.
cast and broadcast crew, but Custer, former LA Valiant coach, and his player. That's funny.
Where is
There
he?
we go.
Look
Okay,
at him. Did you
There
see
is the
him? Did you
flash.
see that?
you did.
Where is it?
I did. I will pause it for you. In 3, 2,
If it'll appear.
1.5.
There
There
look
it
at
is.
him.
There
That's
he
lit.
is.
Look
That's your
how
king.
tall he is.
The Goliath that is
Look
Lip
how
himself.
large that man is. He
Yeah.
stands so much taller than the rest of the competition.
Dude is like the best hit scan in the
He
world
is
right now.
built like the Iron Giant.
This is void, by the way. Just
Yeah, he's so
relative
short.
height. Yeah, there is
You
no
know what
way
I
that
wanna
their
see?
tank
You know what I wanna
correlates with the
see?
physical
I
mass.
want to see Lip and Sugar Free stand next to each other because I'm not sure if you know Sugar Free is 5'3". I just really want to see both
Oh
of
my
them standing next to
What?
each other.
Just see them
I'm
show up
thinking
for the Overwatch League.
of Sugar Free. He's so short.
Yeah, so this is going to be a rock solid team. Like you said, Vigilante. We haven't even talked about Stalker, but do you need to in
Again,
this
with
roster
the
where
scrim
you
bucks,
build around some
Stalker
of the
looked
best?
really good on the Tracer. Stalker looks
Yeah.
really good
Yeah.
on Tracer with those leak scrims.
I'm
It's,
not
it's just
Oh.
hard for him to prove it when he was on a team with Prophet. Like he don't get to play, he doesn't get to play Tracer.
He
So
should
it's
We're
not
not
have.
gonna
going to
get
get any
to go, he
gameplay,
just-
do we?
Pounds.
Yeah, Stalker.
Stalker
you know,
Tracer.
Not quite
I think-
recent enough, but
I think
you
if
know.
we go
You're
through,
right.
I think if we go through leaked POVs
Good
of every
luck with
single
that.
player,
Oh,
we're
here
gonna
you
be
go.
here
There you
until
go.
This is
That's,
tomorrow.
good.
that's all its glory. So the scrim custom game for those who aren't familiar, because you don't see the scoreboard when you watch these replays. That's why Team 1, Team 2 have this weird thing going on here. You don't get the labels because it's not an official match.
That's why you have the thing on the left side there with all the
kills,
stats.
assists, deaths, damage.
Oh my god, Tonga just killed Chunbin off rip.
Ooh,
Yeah,
this
he
happened
does that.
way too fast. This game is on like I'm pretty sure I don't have this on 1.25 speed, but that's what it feels like right now. Stalker's just
Stalker's
going
burning
at the
to death.
chain, rewinds on time not to get shot in the head.
Yeah,
I did watch a piece
Stalker
of
is the
this.
truth.
He has
I
some
can
very
say that.
nice mechanics that were just not appreciated because he's on the same team as Prophet last year. He
should
never
have
got an
benched
opportunity
Prophet.
to be himself because he was on the same team as Prophet. He doesn't get to shine.
I think he should have benched Prophet.
For Stalker Tracer.
Yeah,
I
bro.
just realized, just thinking
Easily.
back, we just say, "Oh, we're not going to talk about the scrims," but like this particular one, you have to.
But this is what you have to.
Culturally, this is
one-
essential reading into how APAC is faring. And let's be honest, this is not the only way to watch APAC, because this is also San Francisco Shock versus Atlanta Rain. So no
surprised none
APAC
of
business.
Yeah.
But the players
got
themselves
really-
are all rooted from their contenders' career, O2 Blast, you name it.
This
Like,
might
all of
as
this all
well
at
just
once.
be APAC. If you just take the labels off of the teams, it's just APAC.
Yeah,
This is just
APAC 1,
contenders' career.
APAC 2.
It's just O2 Blast versus ranked stack. I don't know.
I
mean,
mean,
none of
this,
them are
This
from the
is a
same
VOD I would like to give to Coach Spilo, where you hide all the player names and just tell
Oh
them,
no.
are they
He's
pro
seen
players
that.
or are they
He's seen that.
competitive players? Just like in bronze, name their rank.
We
See if
reviewed this
this
already.
is flat.
I'm pretty
Not
yeah,
this
sure.
one.
he did.
Oh, they did?
He
Not
did.
this one. Coach Spilo has gone through like all of the league scrims already.
Oh, well, shout out
I've
to
actually been
Spilo.
coached by him.
I need to bring him
I've
up.
actually
some
been
more.
coached by him. Shout out Spilo. That was Spilo.
Yeah,
Spilo, you've been good.
yeah.
You're doing the community a great
Spilo.
service with your skills.
That was the good.
Great
Spilo
talent.
needs a shout out, I think.
Yeah, remind
what
me
a
again,
small-
where was
what a
Spilo
small
last
streamer.
on? Was it? Why do I
London.
want to think?
London.
London as
Yeah.
an assistant.
Just assistant.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I thought the name rang a bell with London. Hey, look, I think you deserve more opportunities. If you want to come check us out on the Ecopoint Overwatch podcast, this is our call. We'd love to have
Exactly.
full-time coach, former
Yeah,
Overwatch League talent.
Spilo, come on.
Please do. I think it would be great to talk to your mentee in
Hit
person,
him up.
and review in
We'd
person,
love-
see what you
we'd love
thought
to
about
help
your
out.
students.
Asking
Love
for
to
a
have
coach.
Professional.
small and inspiring
Oh my god, Stalker got
content creators.
Stalker
on the
got dicked.
Yeah, look, at least he respawns fast enough. It's that VOD scrim, time skip diff, not just the fact that he's on
Proper
the
just
tracer.
said die. Shot him
Die,
square
die.
in the face.
And the name is Tracer. And yeah, this is my favorite spot.
Yeah.
Just that little upper window. You
Yeah.
can indefinitely
Oh my-
stall the
oh my
spawn, but because these are all
Oh.
pro players, they probably
wrong?
know that. So this Heesang versus Stalker matchup, just watch how he plays. Does he play it
Why
out?
is Stalker aiming at Heesang's feet?
You don't
So Dan
shoot their
Schneider?
feet for extra damage?
He's just him.
Shooting the feet, so you got the toesy woesy damage going on.
Yeah, the little toe tappers, and you slow them down. It should reduce their speed. It
If
really
you break
doesn't, but
someone's
that was a great
legs,
idea.
then you can't exactly
I think if
block it.
that's a mechanic, depending on where you get shot, gives you
That would
different
be a
effects.
very bad mechanic in a game like this. This would be
Get
slowed
shot
down.
in the
yeah.
nuts. You get shot in the nuts. You get sleep. You get like a sleep dart effect, where it's just like you're incapacitated for like 30
Oh.
seconds.
Look at
Oh.
that fast-paced tracer dueling. Of course, nobody won that. It was a stalemate, but it's so fast. They chased them down so quick. There it is.
Oh, he got it.
That's
There you
unreal.
go.
You know,
keep
they-
in mind while watching this, like the entirety of the shock is on ping, but at the same time, I think
Are they?
Dominic is also
Yeah,
on
Why?
ping.
it's
Yeah,
on Korea servers this was running on. So for what it's worth, yes, they are.
I would have thought that they're just playing like everyone here is just playing from home. They're all Korean. I didn't think.
no,
we don't have
the-
any ping data on this VOD.
I think everybody except for Donghak is in North America now.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I thought most of these teams were playing from Korea, so this is why they streams are being
Yeah, that's
leaked.
why I figured. That's why I figured teams like Spark and Houston were playing each other because they're all in Korea still.
And it doesn't
Well,
explain
I
that. Was it like London? No, not London, but who was it? New York
Soccer.
Excelsior.
Let him cook.
Goes a little- Comes up a little short.
Oh, just really playing with it. With his
Styling.
food. Yeah.
Styling on him.
He's gonna
Joe's
go
playing
low.
a ranked game.
And he still gets him at 12 HP.
Whoa! Whoa!
So do
Yeah.
you see why we're getting really excited about Stalker now? For those of you who
playing
missed
a
out in
ranked
APAC,
game.
you guys are gonna be fed out in West Division when you watch Shock versus Atlanta Reign. This is a real
maybe
matchup.
Dallas
Oh,
from the East isn't so bad. Maybe we ran away.
You know what? We're
for a
maybe not
reason.
gonna miss Dallas Fuel as the hot competitive team in West.
Maybe I'll just stay up until 5 in the morning every day and just watch Dallas. You know, maybe we'll just do that. Maybe I'm just happy about it now. All of a sudden,
I know Atlanta's not nearly as vocal, but they certainly have the same kind of engagement. And yeah,
Also,
if they
you
ever
have
had to
the
be moved to the
division
East
game.
Division, I think that kind of all like nips the bud. I think this is your replacement team you got to watch. If you missed your Dallas Fuel because of time zones, you got to watch Atlanta Reign. Oh, you can still stick with San Francisco Shock.
I feel like
No judgment
Shock or Toronto will probably be my NA team now that Dallas is moving.
And
Simply
yes,
because
your
I like
Boston
their
Uprising.
rosters. And
Great
also
spectating
Proper
teams.
is just
Oh.
a nut. I just love watching Proper play the game. As a
I can't-
DPS player, it's very easy to appreciate a guy who just dicks the competition like that.
Can't see anything wrong.
Obviously, in the scrim, it's not as apparent in this scrim, obviously, but
Not
I
as
feel like
vocal,
just Proper on land, he's just there. He's just up.
So if I'm looking at the scoreboard
Yeah.
correctly, I think the red team is...
Red
Stalker?
team is.
And if you look at the
yes.
kill feed in that order, where it's kind of bunched up by DPS, by groups of teams, and then their roles, Sombra and Chaser. Yeah, no, this is exactly the experience you get with your scrims.
He's
so
saying
don't be
he's
surprised
6
with
and
that.
6. 6
Alright,
and
we don't
7
look at
now.
John Diva.
We're talking a real diff here. That is
June
11
Bendiva?
kills,
Wait, what?
2 deaths, and
0 and
27
6 for
assists.
June Bendiva. Oh my lord.
Woo!
0 and 6 June Bendiva. Let's go.
Yeah, get hyped, everybody. No, I do. Jumper's not an offensive player. I think when he plays
hold
like
on,
Ball
hold
and
on.
Winston.
0 and 9 Vin.
Not the Diva. Diva is not it. But that's okay.
0 and 9 Vin.
We can
name,
openly
though?
judge that because that's not
At least
expected.
Fielder has a kill. 0
Is-
and 9 Vin.
Isn't it? Isn't that 1 and 6? Or is one of our eyesight is bad?
I'm looking at this in 1080p.
Fielder is 1 and 3.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah,
6 is
you might be
assists.
thinking of looking at the last icons. Yeah, you have no
Oh,
idea what they say.
I'm looking at Fielder. My bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Fielder
is 1
blue
and
would
6.
actually be
Fielder is 1
orange,
and
and then
3, and
red
this-
would be red.
yes.
I know that sounds really silly, but that's actually really confusing at first.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm just
scrim code.
I'm just keeping
Amazing
in mind
content.
that Vindame and the entire Shock was on like at least 200 ping.
Yeah, I mean the scrims are hard to go. This, however, this is sort of tough.
Okay,
We're
more
getting
Atlanta.
a little off track.
Yo,
but
we're
it's
lucky
still
this is still
so it's
Atlanta
fine.
Reign. Yeah.
I was gonna say, if this
We
wasn't
saw
Atlanta, I
Hackball.
would tell you you're going a little off
Hawk
track.
just, he's playing at his own tempo right now. This is what tempo is for those who haven't been really too familiar. To increase your tempo, it's just that pressure that you put onto the other team.
Bro,
How quickly are you
Atlanta
engaging?
Reign versus Vegas in the scrim, it's like hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. It's like, that's what this is.
I already felt that from, again, the first few seconds. This is what scrims are really good at, to just show how much of intimidation tactics can you do just at the start of the game. And look, no doubt Vulcan is giving it his best shot, but I think he's kind of alone.
Oh yeah.
His team is catching up, but I think they're going to have to do a little more than that. They're swinging. The swinging. Who wins this 1v? It's not really a 1v1. They're right in the middle of the fight. So poor Vulcan just doesn't get a chance to redeem himself.
Oh man.
It's just Hawk show.
I don't hate the Hawk Reinhardt. I'm not gonna lie. It's just like
It screams of
Good
Hardy.
against Vulcan, right? Huh?
Yeah.
yeah, he's gapping Vulcan. Yeah, that makes
Which
him
is
the goat.
basically like saying, it's like saying me gapping a preschooler on Sojourn. Like,
It really is vicious that you describe it as such, because it's real. Look, he has the shadow the moment that the bat wall pops out, and he probably doesn't need it. He lets that go. It's gone.
he doesn't need it, but you know he's gonna use it. Well, at
Yeah,
least
they know.
would.
It's
I would.
choreographed. You prepare for this stuff. And he just disengages
You know,
and he fakes it out.
Actually, just Go solo Shatter Dove on the right side over there. Go
Again,
solo Shatter. Go on, Hawk.
Pressure
Go
is
solo
insane when you know that the enemy team has a shatter, and if they're not expecting it, that's the worst part. As soon as he drops a shield, I mean, they're just gonna.
I think he's
roll.
gonna wait for.
No, we don't look at that.
Not the clip. This is not the clip for Hawk, I'm afraid. I gotta thank the soundboard for really delivering today.
Yeah.
It only needed to do the job once or twice, but it did it really well. Thank you, Naeri.
Yep.
Give it another charge. Who's it land on? Oh, he gets shattered on. Oh, that was the sound of the beat.
Oh.
That
Give him
was the
one
sound
last
of
chance.
getting pinned to a wall.
No, it'd be the oof sound from Roblox.
Oh yeah.
Getting shattered like that, and then charged in. But he still lived. That goes to show that Chio fielded
I mean,
a combo.
that was like a pixel away from hitting him in Hawk's defense. But like,
They're just so fast.
as far as the whole Atlanta Reign team goes, you know, I don't see any holes. Maybe in a Winston meta, but like the entire team is so confident.
In a Winston meta, there is not a hole. There is a canyon. There is a giant. There is an ocean.
All I'm saying is I'm looking at the rest of the team, and I'm looking at how like great everyone is. Like Lip Stalker, one of the best damage lines you've got in the league.
Lip is really wasting his potential playing Symmetra.
I mean, this is just
wasting his cognition and hand-eye coordination on Symmetra.
And you've got what you could argue to be like a top 3 damage line at the very least, and like combine that with the best backline in the league, and you've got like who's shaping up to be one of the best wrecking balls in the league. You know, you just got to put your faith in the fact that Hawk Winston and like Hawk's other main tanks.
Where are you going with this?
Exactly where we need to go.
Just
Naturally,
as good.
sense.
You know, you just got to put your faith in him. All right,
you do.
You got to look at the team around him, and you got to think even if Hawk Winston's mid, you know, he's got the best backline in the league. He's got one of the best damage lines in the league. How hard is it for him to fail? Like, how hard would it be for a gold player to fail in that scenario?
You're playing Hawk as gold.
No, I'm not. I'm implying that, like, no, I'm not implying that Hawk's gold. Very much the opposite. I'm implying that the Atlanta Reign management must have seen something in Hawk's main tanks to have.
Or his contract is just still going, and they're trying to like, they're not gonna sell him or anything, because realistically, I don't think anyone would want him. So they're just kind of
ridiculous.
Probably
There's
just
a
has a
lot of
real
opportunities
long
post Atlanta Reign if things
the Hawks
were dark.
is getting a little bit out of hand.
I think he just has a really long contract.
I think the long contracts will only last so long. Like, you know, half a decade is amazingly long if you can keep it with the same team. And then have it renewed or extended from that +1 system. I don't think they even follow that anymore. That was just a base of their contracts where they needed to be at least for one whole season. And so that is the case with, I think, the 2023 season. So they don't constantly drop in and drop out players. And so, unless I missed anything, that's the Atlanta Reign for you. If you do like this video, do like and subscribe on the YouTube account. Follow us or send us an email, ecopointoverwatch@gmail.com.
Email?
Emails, baby. You might be lucky enough to get a response from one of us. All right. Okay, so then I have to come to the very last one, because it's getting late for me, friends. But it is the biggest of the baddest
it's getting
from last
early
year.
For me.
I know, you should be like half asleep, and I am about to sleep. So this is the one I ended on. LA Gladiators.
I thought we were going to do
last time we were here, you were asleep.
I do want to do the power ranking. So let me tell you, Kevster and Funny Astro.
Hold on, I gotta go do something. You guys review the Gladiators without me. Just know that Babel is a generational flex support.
I agree.
And I'll be back in like 5 minutes if you're still going.
We'll still go, no doubt. We still got the rankings to do. Just while I use this little intermission, Naeri, do you have that power rankings generator? Can you have a look for that?
Yeah, I'll take a.
I remember it's like Zuzor, but that's about it. I've forgotten the link entirely. Oh, Solomon.io.
Yeah, I was gonna Solomon.gg.
Yeah,
I've got one that's in the form of a tier list maker with updated logos for
updated logos.
Updated for Vegas and Infernal. Like me.
Yep. Well, I'll start the preface for Gladiators while you're out for 5. So go for it.
I've got the power rankings already. That was easy.
Ping it to me. Ping it to me on the server under discussion topics, and we'll come back for that very shortly.
There it is.
Oh, you legend.
And then there's the tier list thing.
I think tier list is probably appropriate, but thankfully both of them are worth giving a go since it's updated for 2023. Q. I have that in the background. Let's talk about this team. Naeri, Kevster, and Funny Astro. Yeah. Thanks, man. Lastro, Dante, Yaki, and combined with Babel, and the last second shot announcement in February, Kai has returned after a very, very concerning period of time where he had removed accounts and did a little bit of play on Twitter. All just amounted to him being officially signed. Yeah, we do a little bit of misinformation.
We spread
nobody asked
on the internet,
but nobody should have asked because you should have known he had this in the bag, and he had it in the bag with the right team. No doubt, putting a piece of Team UK, which is Funny Astro and Kai, I would guarantee you should make it into Team UK. Dante is like 100%. Certified Team USA material. And then Kevster, Sweden has always had such a powerhouse player. It's just, this is a really good team, but how high can you put them? Especially after their peak, which is just 2 championship titles and going pretty hard at it, even with Kiriko.
2 championship titles of tournaments, and then immediately after Patty Payne leaves, they just fall off the side of the earth.
Only because Shu was actually a good enough DPS to cover for him, just not good enough to get a win. Unfortunately.
There's also the Jungle Queen meta where Reiner just couldn't do it.
I love and respect everybody during the Summer Showdown qualifiers arc, but you know that it was a real struggling point because you can't just replace someone as uniquely talented as Patty Pan from a region that has been cursed with just not being the superior APAC team. Region.
He went back to Valorant, He's back
and
Valorant.
I can greatly respect that he just didn't want to disappoint. He just really wanted to go back to Valorant. It's probably the better game. I don't know. That's just probably his perspective. Commercially, I think he's still hanging in the balance of reforging. That he's actually still taking more breaks in Valorant.
He's on Talon now for Valorant.
Yeah, Talon had a really great Pacific team, which no doubt he played some fair games in Pacific, and also, I think if I remember, before they went to Korea, that Talon team were really notoriously good against all the other opponents that were, essentially they were like a B team, whereas Patty Pan had made his rounds around contenders for so long that it goes without saying that the Gladiators in this era of Overwatch 2 is so stonkingly good story to tell that you just kind of start to second think what this new roster would look like, where it's actually going to look more stable. Chances are you've got Face and Unter that will really power this team still, so all the DNA is pretty much as intact as you can get. Minus Space, unfortunately, he's taking a break for a year. Hopefully we do get to see him return soon, but it's just more or less a bit of a mess in the behind the scenes, but that didn't stop him from playing his best, while Reiner did have lots of times to shine. Sniper Monkey right here against Kilo, of all fellas. But yeah, not seeing Arns on this roster in favor of Kai is probably for the best, because you want someone who's consistent and able to maintain their spot. Only reason being is that if you're going to deliver like Arns does, which is so good that it tells, incredible stories when you look at Season 3 and Season 5 when he was subbed in. I think you can't always have that running all the time without some heated, mental exhaustion because of how much pressure is on you. Kai, he managed to keep it cool. And it won't change much when he's on a team that is full of, mixed roster material. Lastro, Yaki, and Babel. Dante is probably the most exciting transition to tank because he said that he just does it because that's what the team needed at the time. And if this team also needs a tank, he said that he's also open to doing the DPS for them. So you never know with how much they switched up last year that maybe they can do something a little different. But
Dante's going to be able to replace a Kevster Tracer, though. I think.
No, not so much a Tracer, but I certainly don't see him as hit scan. So it's just leave him narrowed down to the point where I think Dante accepts.
Well, if they need a hit scan, they have Kai.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't leak all his
and
abilities.
If they need
or maybe
projectile, they have Yaki. They have the DPS thing all figured out.
They do.
They don't have
absolutely
another tank.
Don't need a fourth DPS, and their lack of tanks elsewhere is no different here. It just so happens that his history with Minecraft, in addition with playing Sombra when it was on release, and most of his Hyperflex material has now finally come to a point that you might as well accept the fact that his DPS history all has come down to this. Be the super DPS, all the bulk in the world with
be
the help
high
of his support.
health DPS.
He is in a right and thriving shape, just like Flitter, to be able to make a show for DPS playing on tank instead of making this a whole DPS clown circus. He will be able to juggle a lot on tank. And I'll be very much looking forward to that, as we've already seen plenty of it on Houston Outlaws. Any other thoughts in terms of Kevster being back on this roster? Because I personally don't think I've seen enough of his gameplay to warrant saying he is the best. But he certainly did look the greatest out there.
I mean, there's no reason for Glads to drop Kevster. He's not a terrible player. Why bother dropping him?
Well, I see. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that Kevster is just very, very
like
flexible.
obviously he didn't put up the Reaper performance, but that's Reaper. He played him like just in playoffs, and it didn't play him at all the rest of the year.
Yeah, Scoot no longer be on this roster can't be too bad. Reiner, though, it feels like a loss, but you fill it in with
There
Dante.
is one piece left of this roster.
I am looking at it right now in the corner. He's just, on his own, such a great individual. He's adopted to LA just fine.
Where did Scoot even go? Did Scoot go anywhere? I forgot.
Yeah, Houston. It's already so early for you that I know that we've talked about them, and even I've started to get a bit of a wager that we've forgotten already. We talked about Scoot already.
Right.
Yeah. My bad. No, it's so hard to find VODs on exactly who I'm looking for.
Houston.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Scoot is on Infernal.
Yeah. Look at that. 7 months ago. It was against the Shock. And what's this, Mid-Season Madness? Yeah, this is exactly what I want to see. What happened in this opening?
One of the players is on this.
No, we didn't get the headshot out the gate, but that's understandable. There's a lot of things that I want to say about seeing more of these support players really make a show for themselves, and unfortunately we don't have the gameplay from this POV, but Kevster himself is going to adapt just fine. The players will be able to play with and around him. He is more that he has to adapt to the supports and tanks rather than him himself having to have a whole team behind him, which I think is going to be a pretty solid narrative for, are they going to be able to play the same quality matchups as the match is going to be just as dominant without having to face the Shock in their group? If I had a screenshot of the groups, I would love to show you again. The matchups are going to be Boston and Washington, Peps and Team West from NA, Peps being from EU. So this is basically the French team. This is the American team. Two Korean teams. Let it be known, I think we have forgotten Washington Justice, haven't we? We did talk about them.
No, we didn't.
Tick, tick, tick. Ah, one more then.
We did not talk about Washington.
We did not. I don't even feel like they're a full roster yet. Is that right? From my judgment, it's a roster.
I mean, technically, they have a
Pieces
they
haven't
have
been
a
announced
starting
yet.
5, and I believe they have a 6 for like that deadline of the season. But I don't
think they've announced the 6th person. It's the 5 that I'm a little bit iffy on, having missed.
No,
them
they
already.
have 6. They have 2 DPS, 2 support, 2 tank.
Ah, okay. So apologies to those from watching Justice side. I feel like we need to give them a bit more love. Kevster, though, really, really solid call to build around. But I think that's going to happen is that Kevster's more flexible, and then whatever teammates he has, he's gonna run with it. He'll go hard with Kai, and it's basically just like a EU roster with the hints of Dante, and you've got the other 2 fellas here, and Babel and Yaki, just in case you wanted to get that all Korean roster somewhere out from the upside. I'm gonna uptick that. Scooters on Seoul, Infernal, not Houston.
Yes.
I must have already forgotten how long this stream has gone for. 3 hours, baby. Let's go for the last hour. It's the last time, I promise. This is still gonna pay off. Washington Justice and my friends in the
Roll to that
DC
finish
area.
line.
Let's have a look, because if you're going to back me on
What
anything,
a mess.
back me on the fact that this is like, is it trying to be an EU hybrid, or is it trying to be a Korean hybrid? Well, I'm pretty sure
It's
it's
trying
both.
to be a mess, is what it is. It's
Can I-
trying to be just a weird little... I don't even know how to explain what this is. I just don't.
All I can remember is the kickoff clash really kicked off when you see Hangzhou Spark playing on opening week. Not day one. Oh, wow, 4 years ago. That was time.
Not the very first match.
Not their very first match. Jeez. No, that did not look great for Shanghai, and we know why. They were still on their 0-40 streak and trying to see if they could win it against a new with Gushui team. I'm looking more for, this should be a week 1, like week 1, day 1 of the kickoff clash. I don't see that.
Just look up kickoff clash.
Great idea.
Easy.
How did I not think of that sooner?
3.
Are they not playing week 1?
I wouldn't surprise me. Oh, it's because Apex started late. Remember?
So it would be
they-
week 3.
It would
Yeah,
be
something
week
like
3.
that. Yeah. Okay, those
Because they started late. Because Apex has no teams.
Why on earth did Alphayi play? Yeah, this is the one.
Why not? Because it's funny.
It ain't funny when it's an actual
If
delay.
anyone does anything that's a little silly for any reason, they did it because it's funny. Like Smurf diving here with low HP, it's because it's funny.
Yeah, but it's also a kickoff clash, the debut of Overwatch 2 gameplay, and you have Chinese players like Shy on Godly Hit Scans playing Soldier. Why? Because he was absolutely OP.
No
OP.
Sojourn yet.
Sojourn was
reason.
played so much that
Sojourn
she
was
was
broken when
deep.
she first got released. I have
She
no
couldn't
idea
be
how Soldier
played.
76 even overtook her.
They wouldn't even
Legit.
play her because they nerfed her the moment before the league started, so you didn't even get that new hero for the first tournament. It was kind of wild, but yeah, look, if you see this Alphayi gameplay,
So
please understand, yeah,
that makes,
again,
well, no,
very cold.
That makes me think that their plan was to run like Zarya, Genji, Sojourn, and then Sojourn got nerfed, and people were like, "Oh, well, we already scrimmed this sort of style anyway. Just replace it with 76. They're basically the same character," and then they did that.
Yeah, able to. That's why that large DPS pool is very fortunate, because if you're missing a style, there seems to be one that's close enough that would do the job, like medium distance, long distance, like you had Hanzo or Widowmaker, or slash May. Yeah, close combat, which Hybrid May can do.
Say long distance for May.
Have you seen that drop off? It's non-existent, just like
But
Kiriko.
she doesn't have fall off. There's no
No fall off on a
damage.
DPS. Like you'd think everybody has that, but no. It's just a ton of heroes that will have fall off damage and makes them so much more better. at a
Kiriko
very
needs
limited
fall
range.
off damage. There's
I
no
don't
way
think
they
that's
have
possible.
they make Bap have fall off damage and just leave Kiriko the
I
same.
don't think it should have so much necessarily fall off damage. It should just like gravity should. It just like drops.
Gravity should just work.
It just renders her kunais useless after extremely long
I
distances.
don't think any of the projectiles in this game actually like have any drop.
But it's
They don't
what
have any
makes
bullet
this.
drop.
It's what makes this game feel very
Genji
rewarding.
doesn't have
right?
any bullet drop. Hanzo's the only one. Hanzo's like the
No
rest of them go like
pixel display.
straight forward.
I was looking
The rest
for
of
like
it's just-
hopefully good enough gameplay, but instead we get Burner. That's unfortunate. Shy trying to build up an ultimate.
Why are we here again? Oh yeah, Alphayi. I was like, why
Alphayi.
are we-
Yeah, it's taking a while to build up to some Alphayi content, but again, this was like very cold into the
Genji
broadcasting.
content. Genji
Look at
content.
him. That
Give
was
me
a
the
2 to
Genji
1.
content.
I demand more.
Wait.
I demand less super rich and more Genji. Is that not too much
I
to
want
ask?
more Genji Overwatch. I want Genji
Yeah.
Overwatch. The round's gonna end. The round's gonna end.
it's
Yeah.
ending. Let's go again.
Ricky.
So clearly, there's not enough ways to show how much of an impact Alphayi could be on this team. It seems like their trump cards are a couple of people.
Yeah,
And
spark the world,
FT God
baby.
and Teru. Yeah. No, there's no wall of sparks.
Spark the
What
world.
are you talking about?
Spark the world.
Spark the wall. Oh, sorry, spark the world. I misheard.
I don't. What is even their tags like? Is it like I don't even know what it is. Spark it.
Soul
I don't-
Dynasty is raw on. Hangzhou Spark is bang, and then they stopped using that because
Is it
it was
literally
associated.
just bang?
It was associated with a lot of very questionable content that was already using that term. So it's been moved more to just hashtag Hangzhou Spark or I can't remember if it was like something kind of Spark it. Spark it.
Yeah, spark it.
Yeah. Spark it, like the Spark the dog.
I think I started using lit it up, which is so weird, but they can't use light it up because the Mayhem already
Remember when
uses that.
Florida tried to get away with bricked up?
we won't talk about that era.
But
They
we should. It's
definitely
funny.
made it happen.
Hangzhou.
Okay, but tell me, what is this roster doing? Because I thought that this surprise Ben Best and FD God was just complete myth. I don't know if any of us have connections to the folks who tried to leak this particular roster with Terror, Flora, and Mirror. No one thought Mirror was going to be on this team, and at least of all on
I
tank.
didn't even think Mir would come back. Let
I thought
alone
he
go on
was. How dare you? I love my Vietnamese championship caliber team.
If I may just pipe up and say that if this is the Get Amazed vision, I wish that he was blind.
You don't know how he suffered. You don't know how much work he had to go to try and clamor for the best French players. He probably didn't have too much of a difficulty there, to be honest. But Alfie and Flora, I mean, that doesn't sound like his kind of flavor of Korean talent. But that's what he got. That's what he's working with.
Flora is such a weird pickup because, like, obviously, other than
I think he's a good player. Just, I mean, he just had to deal with being on New York, so he didn't get a chance to look good.
No, but like even when New York stopped running Gangnam Jin Lucio, you know, when they, and even when they were like going competitive with Dallas and beating the Outlaws, you know, Flora was not a bright spot on that team whatsoever. Like Yaki physically could not do more. Kellen, well, I don't want to try and hype up Kellen too much, but because you know he didn't have the best year, but you can't really do much as a tank. And like Gangnam Jin, like one, you know, looked a little bit rough, but like even when he got off of Lucio duty and started playing the heroes that he was actually known for playing, he looked pretty solid.
And what is he known for playing off the top of your head? Because I do admire your memory. Your amazing
traditionally,
capacity to know Excelsior.
Well, considering he's a flex support, he's just been traditionally known for playing like Ana, Bap, Zenyatta, you know, all that jazz.
Yaki.
Yeah. The Gangnam Jin I was talking
Gangnam
about.
Jin. Ah, okay. Yeah, no, we
yes,
missed
Yaki, my favorite flex support.
Yeah, my favorite Shanghai Dragons support player, Yaki. Yeah, we'll
Oh,
talk
man.
about that.
We're
another
not
time.
We're not talking about that again.
We won't talk anymore. Not anymore on this episode. But yeah, to finally
Yeah.
bag this up, because unfortunately, I just don't have a good clue on Washington Justice. Alphayi looks great. Teru is definitely a must-have Kiriko based off of postseason. And
Yeah,
then,
but Teru off Kiriko is just.
Terra off Kiriko is going to be
there's
very
lots to be
interesting
decided.
if that does.
I just
appear.
need a case for why Washington Justice is now the second EU roster that people think of now. Well, that's what you'll have
I
to
feel
see.
like what they did is Washington has built this off of strictly postseason. So you had
Strictly
Alphayi-
Gesamaze and his vision for the postseason. Not bad
So
by
you,
any means,
so what you would
but
have,
it
you would
has
have like
some
Alphayi,
requirements.
Reaper, Flora, Soju. Like they literally just thought like, oh, what would we run in the grand finals if we got to that point? So you have Alphayi, Reaper, you have Flora, Sojourn, have Ben Best, Winston, you have FD God, Lucian, you have Taro, Kiriko.
Oh. Ben Best
That is
Winston,
probably what
man.
they were thinking, and then they just.
Well, also, I feel like Mirror's, top 3 is really, really skewed towards his tank bias. Granted, that's just what he's going to be playing, sure, but Doomfist at the top. Yeah, it's just what he's going to play. And that's all fine with me. I can't wait to see some more, Vietnamese representation there. Hybrid, in the sense like Bishu Korean, American. This doesn't have really any other standings to you? Do you think that they're above mid, nowhere near?
I think the expectations for this team are. I think they are solidly
at the
bottom
floor.
3. Like very solidly. Like
The
Flora was
expectation
just.
is 0-40.
So is this like where I stand with the Guangzhou Charge in APAC? This is
That's a
the
stretch
mixed
when Valiant
roster.
Vegas exist.
The scenario is
Possibly
Flora,
New
Alphayi, and
York.
Terror will be very competent working together in Korean, but they all have to speak Overwatch English. And so the skill of Overwatch English is everybody knows how to play Overwatch.
That
It's just when we
reminds
talk
me,
about it in game.
You say that they're going to be working together in Korean. Psych. They're all learning French.
Oh.
Yes!
That's not a joke. They're
Oh!
learning French.
Le Washington Justice.
They're
Oh,
all
God.
learning. Alfie, Flora, and Terror are all learning French.
This is
My
horrible.
favorite part of the Three Musketeers is when they introduce themselves. Les Bembes, FD God, Teru, and Flora. Flora. C'est comme ça.
That is like, I'm dreading this roster, to be honest, because like Flora was overrated even in like 2021. Granted he didn't look bad on that New York Excelsior roster. It was just
He
solidly
was just on New
average.
York, so there's
People-
nothing you can do about being on New York.
People were hyping him up to be better than like Shy and Carpe. Pre-washed up Carpe.
Are we
so-
talking 2021 preseason?
Like,
No, sorry,
like,
2020.
Andy.
No, I mean like in 2021 during the season, all because New York beat Philadelphia in the
Oh, yes.
June joust.
Wow, yeah. No, again, many of
Yeah,
these
no
backs and forths might be
repeats,
very
yes.
hard to follow, but June
That's
Joust
right.
was, that 2021 June tournament that they added
Yeah.
from 2020.
We
The
don't
June
talk,
tournament.
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the second to last map the Philadelphia Fusion played in the June tournament versus the LA Valiant.
And so, no doubt, I mean, just look at the opening weekend's schedule of the Overwatch League. So I'll be skipping the Pro-Am details from here, because I think Washington is just in a state of being able to play against French teams, which is
They're in a
unique for
state
them.
of Washington. They're in a state of Virginia.
They are in a competitive environment, okay? And I think that's the best way to put it. The rest of this schedule is going to be fun to look at, because just on this first weekend, only want to quick fire them. Who do you think wins? Don't need too big of an explanation on what's going on or why.
Who do you think wins the whole Pro-Am?
No,
That's
we won't get that
impossible
far.
to predict.
Just win or lose. Don't have to think too hard about it. Florida Mayhem versus
Okay.
San Francisco Shock.
Shock.
Titans.
They're not on the list. You're disqualified. London Spitfire, Atlanta.
Atlanta.
London.
London. This is week 1 kind of thinking. San Francisco Shock versus Trick Room.
Shock.
Trick Room.
2
Really?
Shock. Don't need to
Are
explain
you
it. Timeless or
okay?
Vancouver Titans.
Magic Mate Ball
Timeless.
Gaps Window.
Titans.
Titans.
Timeless.
Saints or
That-
Valiant.
Saints, because
Saints.
Valiant doesn't have a roster, but even if they did, God's Saints would destroy.
Yeah,
No, I can't
go-
lie to you. Valiant are supposed to be getting like Seeker, Nuss, Crowley.
Who's Nuts?
Nice! Crowy!
No, I don't know Nuts.
Oh, N2S is what you mean.
N2S, yeah, N2S.
Okay. They meant Nuss, like from London, like from
No, not that.
Don't
one.
trip
I'm like,
me out,
what?
man. It's already 4 in the morning. Vancouver
What?
Titans versus Timeless. Can I hear it again? So that was 2 for Timeless, was it? No, 3 for Timeless.
I'm time.
No.
2 for Timeless.
No,
one for
but-
Vancouver.
Really?
The Titan slander is outrageous.
I'm sorry.
What?
I
When
said
we get-
Vancouver
when we
Titans.
get
Yeah.
to
Bro,
power-
2 for Titans, 1 for Timeless. Don't explain that
I-
one. Saints, it
I
was
like
3.
the Titans.
No, 2 to Saints, 1 to Valiant. I'm on
I like
Saints.
the Titans. I want nothing but the best for Titans.
I
I've
am
worked
on
with the
Saints.
Titans. That doesn't mean that I don't think. Doesn't mean like Timeless is just a really good team.
We
Just-
only
I
got
like-
through one. We only got through one day. Saturday
Yes.
on my time. It will probably be Friday when you're watching from the 21st. Atlanta Reign, Vegas Eternal. Did we need to say
Atlanta.
it? Did you look at the
shouldn't
VOD?
have to.
Oh,
Atlanta.
listen, it was just a scrim.
It was just a prank,
Atlanta-
bro. It wasn't
However-
actually Atlanta playing well. It
However-
was Vegas getting ready.
They
Ignore it.
swapped the
Ignore
teams.
that. Ignore the scrim. That's where we're still standing. It's like 1 to Vegas, 2 to Atlanta.
I'm with Atlanta.
I don't mind.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't expect you to take this as concrete, but it'll just be funny later. London Spitfire versus Valiant.
Probably just London because they're getting lethal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to see Lethal. If
Lethal.
Lethal doesn't play, then it's Valiant. So that's the condition, but it'll be London free. Atlanta and Saints.
Oh no, Lethal definitely plays.
Atlanta
Atlanta,
Saints.
It's Atlanta.
I think Atlanta just wins for Pro AM.
I think Atlanta just wins in their group without any.
They don't
like,
have a second. It will just be Atlanta again. Vancouver Titans
Yeah.
versus Trick Room.
Titans.
I think Trick Room can hold a candle to Titans, but I think
Titans.
think-
The Titan slander is insane.
I think it's just
Yeah,
like
what?
if Aspire shows up or not in any of them. It's like if Aspire is having an off day, then no. But if Aspire is having a good day,
This is
then
the
they win.
Overwatch League. You cannot have off days.
Aspire always
They're
has a good
grinding
day.
to not be stepped upon. Stepped upon.
Have
by
you
Trick
seen
Room.
what Aspire carried last season to a tournament?
Yes. Also, don't think I'm like slandering the Titans. I love the Titans. I like their roster. I like their organization.
All right,
And so
we'll
that's
get
why
to
I
it when
see
we
that
get to
I've
the
worked, I've
coming
worked
up.
with their staff. I've worked with
Titans
their staff
2,
in the
Trick
past.
Room
I like
1. Timeless versus Florida.
that's tough. I don't know.
That's
Florida.
tough. That's mayhem.
Wow.
Florida.
I
What
would
world are
probably
you
just
going to struggle with
Florida.
Timeless? It's either you are in or you're out. Can I get a one more for Timeless Florida?
Yeah, I said
think just
Florida.
Florida. I think just Florida.
Okay, that's free for Florida. Valiant or Vegas? Eternal.
Vegas.
Bro,
I'm
Vegas.
not
yeah.
gonna lie to you.
It's just
Assuming-
Eternal by default, honestly. I can't
Yeah,
say
it's
it
just
Valiant.
any
Assuming
team that's against
the-
Valiant is just immediate W.
No, but like assuming that the
Well, what's
Valiant
the full
roster
league?
is
Because like, I'm not gonna go off just Seeker. It's like Seeker versus Vegas, 1v5.
No, Seeker, Nuss, Crowy, CJ, and
Crowey's
of all
CJ?
people, Paintbrush.
Hey, what the? What is that?
I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, why not do one better and make him coach?
Run it again.
No,
Okay,
no,
so it's
no. We'll save that for a
Seeker-
bonus episode when we get to Valiant.
No.
Sorry.
No.
You got us.
I just need to process this. I just need to process it real quick.
You've got until power rankings to
H2S,
process this.
CJ,
CJ
Paintbrush,
and Paintbrush.
Crowley.
Okay. Now you got it written down. We'll come back to that in power rankings. I want to hear it all. Florida Mayhem
Okay.
versus Titans.
Titans. I think
Mayhem.
just like, yeah.
Sense?
It'll be
Oh.
close regardless.
I don't know. Like I rate both of these teams as like
Yeah,
really
I rate
good
them both pretty high,
underdogs.
but it's just
I'm
a matter
gonna
of
be
like
honest,
which
like,
one is a better day.
It really does depend because apparently, according to like Yiska, like some teams in the Pro AM are not going to be trying as.
I don't
hard
think
as
one of
others.
these two teams won't be trying as hard. I don't think I see Florida trying too hard, but I also say the same about Titans. But they might do well because of it.
I think the
Because
contender
how much
teams are going
lower
to
is
try
one
hard because they
team?
want money.
Exactly. Which team? If it's gonna be between two our teams, I think they're gonna try to a point, just because there's some pride on the line. Mr.
Yeah,
Basculin, how are you?
Hey, Mike.
I am well. I quit Overwatch, but yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike
but I
is
have,
now
I have
official.
stonks to share.
Okay, I'm not here for too many stonks. I'm about wrapping up now, but we're just doing a quick fire round.
All right.
I don't even know where to fit you in. Just
Mayhem
we
or
just finished
Pilot?
Sunday.
All right.
Who do you think is actually going to wing it between Florida Mayhem versus Vancouver for the Pro AM?
That's your final?
No, we're
No,
going through the
it's
last
just-
few
No,
rounds,
it's in a
and
I
this
was
going
matchup
through,
is
like,
happening.
the last
Let me
games.
react.
We're doing the contenders ones as well, just to say yay or
Alright.
nay. Who's the winner?
Mayhem Titans. Let me
Yeah.
pull up these rosters real quick, or Sans, you can tell me.
Mayhem with Merit, Checkmate, Sauna, Someone, Chorong, Rupal, or the Titans with Aspire, Sugar Free.
Oh, the Titans have Lenny. I forgot.
Yeah, they do have
Yeah, I was
Lenny.
gonna say,
They do have
So
Lenny.
does he
Lenny
literally say
too.
you gonna die and they actually win? Or does Mayhem just bring out someone?
Okay, you gonna die 3-0 Titans. Or however many matches. it is.
I don't need the scores, but thank you. 3-0 times. I love the confidence.
why
Yeah.
is Sugar Free
Mayhem.
called Lenny?
Because it's Lenny season.
It's just
That-
Lenny
that's his,
season.
that's one of his alternate IDs.
He just goes by
Okay.
Lenny.
You give a 13. You give
It
a
could have been like named
13-year-old,
after the character
yeah,
or
brilliant
the cartoon. Yeah, or Lenny Kravitz. I don't know. Vegas Eternal versus London Spitfire. I just need to know the winner. No need for match score.
Wow, I wonder who will win this.
Oh goodness me!
I
Let's
think it's gonna
see.
be timeless.
I am not joking when I say this. Vegas, based on ping diff.
London aren't on ping anymore.
Yeah, London's in NA.
This is not 2021 Kenobi.
Oh, I'm glad that's the case because they probably still will play like they're on ping on their first week. San Francisco Shot versus Timeless.
Shock.
Timeless.
Shot.
One clip proper.
Yeah.
I think it's
Proper.
realistically going to be shock, but timeless for the culture because it would be extremely funny.
It
It'd be
is
like-
It'd be extremely
extremely.
funny if a team
It's
that they're
funny.
partnered with just casually beats them.
It's just the problem
Yeah,
is
it
now
would be
it's
like-
2-2. So what
literally
happens?
just-
What's the tiebreaker?
It's literally just Leicester winning the Premier League. Literally.
here?
that.
Okay. So we got that on draw now because we've got the extra vote. Saints versus London Spitfire.
That is a really close match. I still think it goes to London.
Oh,
That's fair.
London. Yeah.
Purely based off of the lethal gap and the coaching gap.
Yeah, it's a coaching gap. I don't think you can up Christopher unless Saints has something like Empress, just kind of like feeding them the answers to the cheats. Vancouver Titans.
Saints temporarily gets watched.
Titans versus Shock.
Shock.
Titans.
I don't even know why you at.
Yeah, Titans.
Well, I got
Titans.
faith in them.
How?
Mike.
I think if you
Listen.
add the best flex DPS in the league to last year's Boston, then you
Listen.
actually have a good team that has a
On
chance
top-
to beat
But
Shock.
this is last
On
year's
top of
Boston,
the
or
spire.
almost to a T in most parts of
Yes.
the core.
But,
So we're
yeah,
well aware of that.
You have Lenny in his fire.
And well, let me put it this way. All right. So Padaphon, he was worse than Sugar Free during their times in contenders in like 2019. Then Padaphon Padaphon stopped playing Overwatch for 2 years, came back
Go
and
play
looked decent. Now Sugar Free was better than him, played Overwatch, just not contenders for 2 years. When he came back for contenders, he looked like really good anyway. So
Oh, he did?
therefore, I think he's going to be a top flex DPS.
So in summary, Vancouver Titans 3-0
Good
Shock.
logic.
Or because there's four of us, it's now
What is
4-0.
that?
Great logic. Great
Jesus.
job, me.
Correlate.
I counted that perfectly. not
How does
one
that
person
correlate?
discounted.
Titan had nothing to do with the show.
Okay, so it's actually voted Vancouver Titans 3-1.
I don't understand.
Don't worry,
That's
I'm
the
not
match
keeping
score.
the tabs right now. I'm just gonna listen to the VOD and then just cry.
The vote
I'm
is the
gonna
map
cry.
score.
Los Angeles Valiant versus Atlanta Reign. Again, Valiant with no official roster, but we are going off the leaked or rumored one.
Even the leaked roster gets rolled here.
Yeah.
Atlanta.
I mean, to
Atlanta.
be fair, like, even with Devil's Advocate, even if the LA Valiant picked up, like, every best possible free agent that's currently available right now.
Like Easy Hunt, Innovation, NVN, you know, those would be great Valiant players this season. Just fly them over. Valiant, come on. Don't give up the ghost on the best players you had in the last 2 seasons. Okay, Dia though, for real. Put him on Valiant. Doesn't matter what it looks like in the roster wise. Put another Chinese player in the wild.
He was already there.
Put him in the gold. In the
Bring him
US. He did it before.
Put you on the LA Valley. How about that?
Put me on LA Valiant. Yes, put Kenobi on LA Valiant. That will solve everything. Put me on the bench.
No, it
I
won't.
think that will
Wait,
over
I
their
gotta
6
I gotta
players
pull
very
up the
easily.
short room roster.
Put him as content.
Good content. So is it wings out or is it I don't know, let it rain?
Nah, bro, wings down.
Wings down. 0-7. We are 0-7. Win 0. That's one. For the Twitch
0-0.
followers, they remember wings out is split up. It gives you win 0 and then UT. So you just spam the first half, left the other one out.
Wings down.
Win 0. Okay, Trick Room versus Florida Mayhem.
Magic mate ball gap.
I'm pulling up the Trick Room roster. Mate Ball was
Do you
nice
really
to
need
me
to
in
check?
Twitter DMs. When
We
I
haven't
was,
even covered
when I
much
was
of Trick
coaching
Room.
in High Tier 3,
Oh,
Mate
yeah.
Ball was nice to me in Twitter DMs. And therefore, Trick Room.
Okay, that's a very solid
One of
piece
them was
evidence.
nice to me in DMs, therefore.
So Angelic anyhow Han Bin with an EI infected Pummy
Okay.
Excal Magic M8 ball. That's the guy who complimented you, or the coach. Who was it, Mike?
Alright, so
Magic mate ball.
what I gotta
Both
say
DPS.
is like,
It's actually rocking.
alright, I love actually no, all of these players are kinda
Well, tell it like it is, buddy.
I hate to say it, but like when we were looking at their VODs and like looking at this team, because we could have played them in a tourney.
What VODs were you
we
talking
were
about?
like,
Just
shit. We were talking.
Qualifiers.
This was like December, like some like random ass like scrim shit, and so we were like, dude, infected is ass. Pummy is ass. Holy shit, these players are not good, bro.
So you don't have any redeeming values right now. None of it based off
No.
your December VODs.
Yeah,
One.
this is
3 months ago.
based off of the Doomfist and Winston metas. They will
That's,
not do well.
that's basically 2 Overwatch seasons that have passed. So you're saying that it's a 0 for Trick Room, not in this matchup or Timeless.
Trick Room already beat Timeless and Quals.
Trick Room beats Timeless. They lose to Mayhem.
Yeah. Do you think
That's
that they get anything like the equivalent of stage fright online when they play on the Overwatch League matches? For Florida, as a given, I think it's a 4-0 for Florida to Trick Room.
Yep.
Saints to Vegas Eternal.
Saints versus Vegas is like I made this comparison earlier, but I'm making it again. Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby. You have Saints and Vegas Eternal.
I think
is very
coughing
obvious-
baby is the wrong term for someone that's shaped like a chicken.
All right, I'm saying Saints are going to win quite easily, given
Yes,
if
they
you guys-
will.
if-
No,
Vegas
I'm
Eternal
sure that was
lost
the
to
census.
Samito.
I
They
got.
have Tree. This shouldn't even be a conversation. Tree.
Tree Overwatch. It's not a
Tree
joke. It's a
Overwatch
good
versus Vegas
DPS.
Eternal. Tree.
Okay, Trick Room and
Tree is the
Timeless.
truth.
I don't think I have it in me to do the next week's one unless we go faster. Trick Room versus
No,
Timeless.
we don't.
We really
Maybe
don't.
next time.
No, I'll
Yeah.
give you guys both lines of Coke, and then we can go.
No, it's
Alright,
too late for
fine.
that. I already went for 5 before I started. 1 for each teammate on LA Valiant that they have to sign.
Hand
it
over.
I'm on a live stream.
No, it's already out. Don't make this your drug paraphernalia distribution channel.
Why not?
No,
Hey guys, do you want some
it's
cocaine?
too late for
Do
that.
you want some cocaine? DM me on Discord, Basculin number 2997.
You are not
I'm
the
DMing you
Basculin.
right now.
Seriously, are you? You're now gone by Basculin, no longer. Pa.
Yeah.
Doesn't this mean to be Vegas? Pa.
Yeah, I think it's meant to be par. Yeah, I think it's meant to be Paris, but they just.
I can't change
You
it up.
probably just use the other, or you could do that.
I know how to code. I'm a
Vancouver
pro
Titans,
hacker.
man.
This is how I get my Overwatch League tokens. So don't tell anyone. Okay.
But what about the
Talking to
logo?
you. Okay. Don't need the logo. Who needs the logo? They sit down here alphabetically. We will put some teams hidden for this because Chengdu, sadly, poor Mike, nowhere to be
Guangzhou
seen.
is dead. Guangzhou
Dallas is
dying.
not active. Guangzhou is inactive.
No,
we can just go off of this.
Oh,
based
you're
off-
just getting rid of APAC teams.
Yeah, just
this
APAC.
NA? Okay.
Nah, dude. I thought we need to power rank.
I was here
the
to
whole thing.
post Spark Stonks with Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I love that you guys did the whole Spark Stonks thing last year. So yeah, you can bring it back because you've already
No,
pulverized me to pieces.
This time we're going for rank 1L.
Yeah, might as well. Can you tell me if this is the best? Because I'm already going to publish this now. That is the power ranking.
Hell no.
No.
I've got one.
No.
I've got one qualm.
It didn't take long to realize this is actually pretty good, but it's not quite.
Put the
just 'cause
Los
perfect.
Angeles Valiant as the Beijing Bears and put them above Boston.
I'm not putting a Beijing Bears into their West Division.
Okay, Los Angeles Valiant over Shock is wild, first of all. New York over Shock is wild.
Toronto Defiant, hell yeah. Just sit and chill at the bottom, like everyone's expectations
Toronto under Houston is wild. And Florida.
I have to give New York some credit. The recruitment strategy of DMing everyone in the Altiora Discord server, asking them if they wanted to play an owl, is quite effective.
It's kind of awkward that a lot of New York
That's
Excelsior
so-
was just
that's
Discord
so
DMs and Twitter
funny.
messages. Yeah, I know. The proper professional channel to sign
Any
players.
player that was
New York.
playing for Altiora. So
Let's not think too hard about that. So do we put Excelsior and Valiant as like to be confirmed in their own tier? That's
Yeah.
like that is the lowest of the low I'm gonna make it, and then it's just top and mid.
I think we should just do what I did and like instead of doing this whole split region type thing, we should just rank them all into like one big mess.
I dislike
would-
this so
Yeah.
much that I might as well, right? So if we just
Yeah.
do the
Yes.
NA half and then we just wedge the APAC
yeah,
players where they
do
are.
the NA half first, then wedge the APAC.
I
in
need
between
something to
there.
start with, a solid baseline, and this is it.
Well-
Preseason rankings, yeah, this is all it is. Preseason rankings,
don't know, I
it's going to
would-
be a joke, but I'm more than happy for your feedback to publish a real thing.
I was thinking like just do it from the bottom down and like work our way up. in
Okay,
terms
so
of-
who's next after Excelsior and Valiant? I think this is probably the most accurate order of the two.
I think
Well-
it's probably. I think it's NYX
No,
Vegas.
New York
under
wins
Vegas and then Valiant above Vegas.
That
Valiant
is-
above Vegas is a little feisty, don't you think?
Valiant
I
don't
thought
even have
very
a
rude.
roster, bro.
Vegas
someone
doesn't
who
even have a
knows-
logo.
as someone who
No
knows
one
NA
showing up
contenders-
is better than Vegas's actual players.
All right, as someone who knows NA contenders play like quite well from having to VOD it to figure out what the fuck meta was, I would say that if you have a full team of of mid NA contenders players, you might as well just not count on winning any games.
That seems fair.
Okay. So then that's the bottom three. What about who goes in next? I just have this in this
Well-
order, but I don't think surely I have anyone like Vancouver Titans at the next step up.
I'm going to be honest. I think that New York goes above Vegas and Valiant. Like, if I'm being completely real,
I'm in
like
so much
judging by-
They
pain.
don't have
Based
a
on no roster, you'll go
We're
by the
not-
yeah, but
suggestions.
we're-
Here's the thing:
we're just
Here's
going
the
by
thing.
very reliable leaks.
if you put
What?
three 3.5 players and 3 good owl players on a team, you're the worst team in the league. That's what we're looking at with NYXL, realistically.
So is it actually up above Vegas Eternal? Is that what you're telling me? This
Yeah,
is fine, right?
I think NYXL at the I mean, judging by the leaked roster that was literally leaked by the scrim that they had against Trick
It
Room.
really was
I
uneventful.
I forgot
That's
about
how we learned
that.
about
Oh,
London
God.
adding 2 more players. It was through the leaks as well, through the VODs.
I'm pretty sure I
You
put
must
it in
have known. This is the
topics. How did I
consequence of the
forget? I
actions.
did. There was,
What did
I
I
saw
learn?
infected destroying New York. I forgot about that.
Victor destroyed New York. Like, literally destroyed New York, like an infection,
It's
yeah.
going over.
Okay, but then what goes above that? I don't need to change the bottom, is what I'm hearing.
Hang on, let me take a peek at the screen, see what actually is at the bottom. You do need to change the bottom. New York are at the very least above Vegas and Valiant, because like I'm pretty sure they're signing Fitz and Creative on top of that, which
That's not enough of the Valiant to take over?
No, the Valiant's not taking over. New York's gonna have Fitz and Creative. Like that's just all because they've been like reliably linked to the team for a very long time now. I think having.
I can't rename this, can I? No, I can't. But the tier breakers, based on roster leaks and rumors, and both of you guys seem to have some reputable enough sources as of last week.
Yeah.
Let's just move on, because if you're telling me a confirmed roster from Vegas is not good enough, that's pretty rough. Washington Justice, Defiant, or Spitfire, who's going down from this top?
Wait, 3 tier breaks? I think that's a little bit rough. I think you'd take away.
The first tier break is just meant to say top. That's all.
Okay.
I'll bring it up then. I don't need the last one.
I think personally, like you got. Mike's not gonna like this, but I can't have Justice much higher. As much as I love
I think Justice just stay there.
It stays
they
just
stay
right.
where they
They're
are.
not going above, but they're not going any lower. That's a definition of
They're just there.
They're in the passing grade for not the worst
It's
team.
just because the rest
right
of
now.
NA is so stacked. It's like Justice and London in a clump together.
Okay. I'll take that as a yeah. London?
I
saying they go
I
down
like
too?
London a
London
little more.
with Justice is crazy.
You disagree?
No, London has got much more talent.
Hold
Like,
on.
London
this is not
is
concrete.
like
We'll bring
XLA.
more teams down. Do we want Vancouver
Yeah,
Titans in there?
It's just Teru and Alpha. You gotta keep in mind that they are going from like Shy and Gooshway to Flora and Ben Best.
Okay.
Yeah, but like
Which is such a downgrade.
Exactly.
I don't want to talk about the downgrades. That's the situation most of these teams are in. And if they are downgrades, it's still noticeable.
I think you could. It doesn't matter how good of a player you put on this team. I could barely even see like proper carrying this team above like I don't know bottom 5 NA. Like even barely. Like there's only so much that like a handful of talented individuals can do on a team that just looks objectively bad
who's their
in
hit
most
scan again?
metas. Flora.
I'm gonna say having Flora. I'm gonna say at the important roles, which are DPS and flex support, Flora Alphayi Teru is not bad enough to warrant this team being like so bad.
Not in this category, but they're in this category now. So
I personally
it will
think-
just make sense later.
No, they should be in this category, but they're not like below Spitfire Titans. They're like near with them.
Yeah, so I'll
No,
leave it here for now.
You get
I don't
Titans
think
above
Titans
Justice.
is below Washington. That's just weird.
No, I think
Just
Titans is
2
like
seconds.
above. I think Titans is well above Spitfire and Justice. If I'm being real.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah? No, I can't see it, but I'm just agreeing to disagree at this point.
I think like Toronto, Vancouver over like Florida.
Yeah, Florida goes down here at the top.
No,
Or
Vancouver over Florida.
Vancouver
I think
with
we put
Florida,
Vancouver above
under
Florida.
Florida. Okay.
Okay.
This
Wait
is
a minute.
questionable, especially
Why-
for me. Sans, you got me. You got me on this.
Yeah,
one.
this is like so weird and scuffed, right? Like we're including APAC teams in like all this. Like, not
You
exactly.
just want to do the tier list one? Wouldn't that just be easy?
Nah, I think no, because he will take the left and right order just as seriously as this top-down one, so don't freak out. I think this whole tier breaking system, after this tier break, it's all of the teams that you reckon have like that finals potential. Middle is they can have upset potential. Bottom, you can't see them making a same roster like this next year.
I think the lads are at the top of the middle.
I think.
Where does Toronto fit?
I personally think. Right.
I think Toronto's playoffs run, but not finals.
I think the finals.
I think if we're starting to include APAC teams, we gotta thrust like Shanghai and the Dynasty in here.
Yeah, Shanghai and Dynasty.
Yeah, at the very least, like you gotta put Dragons like above Justice, below Spitfire. To me, because like
I was actually gonna suggest.
Yeah. Okay. That's not the craziest take. That sounds like the most sane Overwatch League take I've ever heard all day.
I think that's where Shanghai and the Seoul Dynasty go, because like the Seoul Dynasty, they may have Profit, they may have Void, but like there's just a lot of question marks.
Profit, and then Void.
I'll come back to that, but does this look
the
right?
one that's supposedly the GOAT?
No,
it does not.
Outlaws and Gladiators and Shock. These three, I'm pretty sure one of them doesn't stay at this top rank for preseason top tier.
No,
you said Houston doesn't make it?
No.
Doesn't make it to the top of the rest of them?
Nari, we've got very different opinions. I think Boston does not make it.
I think neither of them make it.
Neither Boston or Houston.
Neither
just visualizing that for a second.
I personally think that the top two tier break should be specifically for Rain and Shock. I think that's not exactly a hot take because there's.
Do you guys want to hear a very hot take?
Almost no holes. Yeah,
really?
I'll hear a hot take.
All right, my top. Yeah. So the top tier I would have is Rain, Shock, Defiant, and Spark.
Yeah.
Defiant and Spark. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. I think Defiant goes pretty high up, but I just had them in the holding here.
That's just in my stocks and no hill though. If you don't buy those anymore, then put them down.
Yeah, no, Defiant easily above like Boston and LA.
I think the Defiant at the very least are at the top of the middle.
Yeah.
Upper middle, yeah. Defiant is upper middle. Don't worry, it'll start to stack once I confirm this is what you want for just the West region, so I can call this a day, and then we can fill out East with a lot more expression.
I think we start putting in a couple of East region teams. I think we need to put. Hell, I think we gotta. Do you want to hear my incredible? I mean, personally, I think we move Titans below Spitfire. Personally, because purely based off of like flexibility, like in my eyes, because
I would have based it off of Lethal and Sarapa, but that works too.
That's what I was meaning by flexibility. You know, since the Spitfire are more likely to be better at double flex support, I think Hadi is probably more reliable as a solo tank, and like their damage line has a lot more, you know, is more malleable when it comes to like double hit scan and stuff. Like overall, I think both of these teams are quite even. I just think that Spitfire has it better when it comes to the flexibility. So I think you put Titans. I think you put Titans below Spitfire, like where they are now. I think you got to put Mayhem above Spitfire.
Okay.
And here comes my hot take inbound. I think you put the Uprising below the Titans.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, let me just absorb that. Beautiful take right there, because that's one that I couldn't take for myself. But take one for the team, man. This sounds like the one.
If I may inform you as to why I'm so low on the Uprising, let's look at every single team that's above them. I think every single team that is above the Uprising right now has a significantly better damage line. because like it's no secret that I believe that Striker is washed up and that he has not been a good player.
And to come back for our third time with new management is the biggest copium take on the whole Boston era.
Since 2020.
It's hard to even think that this is all just fact.
Yeah.
It's true. This is an all-star roster, and it crumbles on its merits of being an all-star roster. If they go and get it together, this is where they sit.
Yeah,
but it's also based off that power
most of their players are in like their at the very least like their third year of Overwatch League at the least, all of them, if not like most of them being like fourth or fifth. Even,
but are you
maybe
seriously implying that Smurf, is starting to become as washed up as say Decay?
Well, no, I don't think Smurf is necessarily washed. Smurf looks good. But Decay, however, is what Birdring took like a year or two off. I don't think he's going to be nearly as good as he was.
Yeah,
I think it's just more energy's depleted already to the point where if he keeps doing that, he just
Striker in Boston has never gone well, so we know how that's gonna turn out.
But you have to believe the copium that he continues to deliver on an all-Korean roster, which is basically what Shock was.
Striker's gonna like slam his desk every day.
Yeah,
so if it slams his desk hard enough, he can still win with a broken mono.
Do I need to bring out like the fucking the craziest thing I've ever done on Ecopoint again?
No,
No.
do it.
The Supreme stuff.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Just do it.
No.
Supreme Washington Justice.
You get the Supreme Coach of the Year.
What does that have to do with our power rankings, please? I just need to know how it comes back to this.
Isn't he on Uprising?
As assistant, right?
Yeah.
But his head coach is Dongsu. Very highly recommended and praised by many of the Korean talents from that.
And then you got a very highly praised by only me assistant coach.
Supreme.
I think you have a good enough coaching staff to like bring some of these players like Birdring like out of Wash territory.
Nope.
I think
Boston
are above Glads.
That is such a weird take because like this coaching staff for the Boston Uprising is like criminal. You've seen what flipping Jidset has done by like docking wages from the players and benching them for when they spoke up about it. That is
so somebody tells me nothing set in stone with Boston Uprising, so I see why it's so low. Others might not see it, but we are truly offending the Boston Uprising fan base.
I agree with this placement, thinking about that.
If I may continue talking, like it was also said that like Jidset and Dongsu were a part of last year's Washington Justice, which was supposed to look so promising. Everybody was saying that like how they've got Decay and Happy and Mag and Vigilante. Surely they can't lose this year. This is going to be the year that they find success.
I don't have any good feedback on that Jidset character because of just how far back his history is with the league. It's not great. Yeah, unfortunately.
He was like secretly a part of Washington Justice, I think, for the past like 2 years.
How could he be secretly associated with the Justice? It's either he was part of it or he was like their confidant and just working from the outside.
They just didn't announce him as like an assistant coach and this essentially almost kept him a secret, which is really questionable.
Was he the HR guy that filled in for Washington Justice and they had to sell their players off?
No, that was my homie Mark. As a DC native, I'm friends with all of the guys from Justice Accounting. And all of them took turns filling in for scrims.
Oh, no. Yeah. It's sad that it's possibly real because you have that much going on for you. I don't have anything else to change here, unless you want to bring up Boston.
I'm just still explaining why I have Boston this low because
I don't think there's much more to add. It is quite the take after our Boston review.
Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is fun.
Yeah,
this is great.
The coaching staff have essentially been proven talent killers for the past 2 years, and they've brought that back onto another roster with granted, you do have Smurf and a really good backline to go for them, but those players, after like Supreme and Jidset and Dongsu are done with them, are probably not going to be as good as they once were. You know, it just doesn't look promising. Not to mention the massive flex DPS gap. You know, like, you got a Genji meta, you got a main meta, you got to play Echo. You know, you got to have like Decay, who at this point is probably going to be your best hit scan on those heroes. And then you're stuck between like Birdring, who hasn't even played for like a year professionally, not returning to his prime because he doesn't have a right
coach.
coach.
The Legends circuit, sir.
Don't worry,
okay.
it's just prefacing here. I know it's Hangzhou at the top. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure I don't need to go through this one in much detail, right? That's the idea. We gotta go home. We are home.
Roster.
Yeah, it's just so weird. Like,
Chengdu and Guangzhou don't even have leaked rosters.
No, but so are they lowest of the low, or am I sniffing something that shouldn't even be here? That looks about right. Just a top and bottom.
Seoul should be above Dynasty.
I don't know about
what.
Why is Soul Infernal down?
What is the infernal hatred, dude?
What are you doing?
Look at
The
how
red
much.
team. I don't like the red team. They're bad. They're evil. Rah! They have a mask that
You don't like the red
warfare.
team? Shanghai's there too.
Not after they got rid of their Chinese players. Trust
violations.
me, that was the only reason. I'm not a fan of the Shanghai Dragons. They have great track record, power rankings.
Get
They
the
look great.
dynasty down.
Dynasty needs to go down. How much
The
lower?
fact that Soul Infernal is below Shanghai Dragons when their tank is Fleta is just... It's...
Yeah, I hate Fixer as much as anybody else, Kenobi, but even I can't argue him below Krillin and Gangnam Jin Lucio.
Wow. Does that look better?
That's better.
Is Dallas in the right spot? Is the question that probably is harder for me to gauge. But Dynasty and Infernal neck and neck like this, I wasn't expecting.
No.
I wasn't expecting in my
think
head.
that-
You saw a visual representation just now.
I mean, I'm a
like-
Dallas fan. I feel like I'm not allowed to comment on whether Dallas is better than Hangzhou, but like I think they are better than Hangzhou.
You think my
They're
Guangzhou
better than
bias
Hangzhou.
isn't
So
upset?
They're not better than Hangzhou. I think Dallas
Well,
is a
can
very
I
solid
break real
second
quick?
place.
In favor of both of these teams.
Okay.
Alright? So number one, the Hangzhou Spark. I believe this, in combination with the coaching magic of RUI, and the tank prowess of Gushui and Ulsa, right? It's Ulsa.
Shine Leaf. That's my main
Well,
reason.
no, 20.
Shy
Yeah.
and Leave, that's there. And then a very, very good backline.
It's Monk and
I think-
Lingsa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a top 3 team in the league.
So
I
do
think
I.
just Rush needs to make MCD good at the game, and then I think Dallas are fine.
And then I think Dallas are a
That's
top
their
4
main
or 5
stitch up.
team in the game.
Top 4 is
I-
where I have them leaning at this rebuild-ish. For
I don't-
their-
MCD
Dallas
MCD
roster.
just needs to be. What the hell are you doing?
Well, that's what
No,
I'm
no,
thinking.
no.
Does that even make
Get
sense?
I don't
Yeah,
think it
Dallas
does.
I
They
They
think
still have
Hangzhou
a
is smart in the
championship
Dallas
core.
I think
Is
Dallas are
Seoul
a very
Dynasty in a spot where they can't get any higher
They
than top
beat
3.
all of these teams last year in playoffs,
Yeah, but that was playoffs.
and they still kept most of their championship core.
But I'm guessing that Dynasty is okay with that. So that means they're just sitting under, but over Infernal, and everyone else, especially Shanghai, is kind of like a
This is-
no-brainer.
This is fine.
No, this is not fine. Let me
What?
just.
I thought we got so
I-
close.
Soul has profit and
No.
profit. What are you talking about?
Shut up, RT game.
You're trying to argue like some middling hit scan from Korean contenders that would only come in for Widowmaker on escort maps above MN3, who carried like one of the worst backlines in the entire Overwatch League.
That doesn't
last
sound
season.
like Zest. But yeah, I mean, free for sure. I can back that up.
Alongside Korean Among and Fury's washed up corpse, all while swapping playtime with a Valorant player. You know, during the Overwatch 2 beta where there was no ranked mode that they could use for practice. And he still looked elite under those failing circumstances. Like, under all those failing circumstances, he and Zest managed to carry what should have been a really bad team to 2nd, 4th global, and 3rd. Now, without that damage line, I do not see the Fusion making the play-ins, let alone the playoffs.
You said Fusion. Nice. Good job. And Infernal is essentially in this middle
Definitely.
tier, and Shanghai has bolstered themselves way down because we don't know what the power levels are like. You can't just assume that just because Dante could do it from DPS to tank means that Flair can do the exact same thing in a different region.
I think you got to have Infernal above Dynasty. Like, having Dynasty that high does not sit comfortably.
What?
Hold on.
Weren't you the one who said that Belisariya was the main problem? So you think that that's big enough that Fixer back in here doesn't make a difference?
Well, Fixer is a bit of an anomaly.
Do you know who Dynasty have on their supports? I mean, we'll preview that in next episode.
Krillin and Lee Soo-min.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in much more detail then.
Lee Soo-min from Sinpressa, Krillin from Washington.
Yeah, come at us. Seoul Dynasty fans, they're pretty hard and quiet,
then,
but it's largely because I don't speak Korean and they haven't talked to me.
And then Infernal have Mag. I just remembered. Infernal have Mag. Infernal above Dynasty. Done.
Yeah, Dynasty does have Void, but like I'm looking at the
But
tank.
Infernal have Mag.
Yeah, and
Wait,
so
you're
it's
telling me
Void.
So
Mag.
here's how I would break it down.
I'm looking.
Dynasty
Yeah, I'm.
win on tanks.
It's
Win on
Mag.
Dynasty win on supports. And then it's just DPS is your only argument for Infernal, right?
No. Like Skewed is like better than both of the flex supports on the Dynasty, and like Fixer, I hate the guy. You know, not as an individual, but as a player. But like Fixer reminds me of like a main support version of Sado. Like he's got great mechanics, but game sense wise, he's an absolute buffoon. But like,
Wow.
there must have been a reason for him to have been re-signed this year on a team
That's true.
with.
He got dropped, and then they
minimum
picked him back up.
Yeah, like they picked him back up because like he must have proved himself somewhere in the game sense department to come
his
back
ability
to
take a minimum contract.
to come
Really?
back to a team
That is
With
probably exactly what happened.
to a top 5 DPS line with a really promising main tank and
That is multiple
and
tiers below the Dynasty tank.
Yeah, so I feel like we got this on lock then. I want to.
a great flex support. No, it's not on lock. You guys are actually hyper underrating Skewed's potential as a flex support.
I think you're hyper underrating my guy Krillin's potential.
I rigged him correctly when I saw him on LA Gladiators. Like, why is a Korean and like a very low ball contenders team making it into the LA Gladiators? He shows up with Brig, better than I think was it Funny Astro? Yeah. Much better than Funny Astro at the time. And then we speed up to now and putting on Soul Fertile. I think the only combination of just that unknown probability of MN3 and Zest being cracked is that enough to pop over Dynasty and the Fuel?
Yes, it is, because MN3 and Zest, with an objectively worse team, were going insanely competitive against the Dynasty last year when they had a absolute super team. So if they can do that, now that the Infernal has objectively upgraded and the Dynasty is objectively downgraded, you know, why shouldn't the Infernal be above the Dynasty? You know, we've seen exactly what MN3 and Zest can carry under some of the worst circumstances in the Overwatch League, including like the entire team house being riddled with COVID. You know, like
I forgot about that. Actually, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Under circumstances where those two players can be enabled for success. You know,
and
they
Prophet's
should
on his 6th year in just the league alone. Not even going like not even thinking about like
Void.
his GC Busan days.
Yeah, so like,
Yeah.
I don't.
Prophet is due for retirement. I have no idea how he's still here.
Look, the clock is only ticking because time moves in a circle. It goes forward. He plays a hero that happens to rewind. So maybe he's got this eternal youth thing going down for his age. And so he can still rock this team as long as they think he is the representative of Seoul, just by his class of performance and his identity alone.
Yeah. I think outside of a Kiriko, I think both of Soul Infernal's supports are better at every flex support than the Dynasty's flex supports. Personally, like if it's a Kiriko meta, then yeah, I could kind of argue the Dynasty being up there. But like the Dynasty, like even in the scrims, they've just been so niche. Like Prophet off Widowmaker, he's just not that guy. Like flat out through and through. Like he's just really
Hold on.
a Widowmaker guy.
Real quick, I think we should call them Het and Fit, just to differentiate it.
Fit and hit.
All right, I like that. Het and fit.
Sure. All right, so
hit it or you
Het-
fit it. Yeah,
Like,
you don't explain it because that's just what makes it harder.
Yeah. Not only
Big
is
P and little
Het-
P is what I went with
Okay.
Avril's take, and look, it'll just come down to whether or not he does it. It just works for him, and if he actually uses it, that's the best part. Profit and profit.
Or we could just do what like Spilo does and just call the the new Prophet Junior.
Prophet Junior.
No, I mean, as accurate as that is, that's not showing his capability anytime soon.
Okay.
It's more like his
Why not just
successor,
why does
Little.
I'm not call Het little boy. Just call him little boy.
No, don't do that. You know exactly what you're doing.
Widowmaker
Suggestion.
Prophet and not Widowmaker Prophet.
Okay, so
The
like,
one on the brig and the one not on the brig.
Brig and not brig.
And yeah, it just comes down to how versatile is Soul Dynasty going to be. If they kind of did this whole flex thing with Profit at the time when they did the whole creative and their trade there.
Child
Yeah,
or
it's-
older child?
I'm
shaking
just
my head.
looking at like this roster and like other than I don't know the tank being a side grade for the Dynasty, they downgraded every position. Like,
Would you say Void is a side grade of Smurf, considering what we saw last year?
Yeah, because like Void is basically just an off-tank version of Smurf. You know, it just depends whether you prefer have like an off-tank preference or a main tank preference. Even from what I've seen, Void's Winston, Void Winston held his own against Gooseway.
I mean,
So,
I'd probably pick Smurf like every time over Void, personally.
I would too, but like I think Void has enough talent to be considered a side grade instead of like a flat out downgrade, because they're both completely
What if
different.
it's
roles.
like a Diva meta or something? Then Void's like
With a Diva meta, Smurf has to learn Diva, and Void's gonna win that.
Yeah. So there's a feeling.
Yeah,
I'm saying
exactly.
how it's gonna
Like,
side.
Considered a side
Win-
grade. Like
in a
I guess
Winston
Yeah,
meta, then
you're right.
Smurf's gonna win that exactly side grade.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm ready to wrap this podcast episode up because we did want to spend a lot of this time on another episode to go through all of the APAC teams, but you want a tier break between these two. Oh, sorry, the NA, and we can just fuse them together. Would we put Spark on its own, or is Dallas up there? Yes or no?
I think
I
so.
Up or down?
Dallas is up there.
I think we need like at least a tier break between Outlaws and Mayhem as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's a
think-
good place to put a break.
I think we put Sparklight right at the bottom of the tier break. I mean, right at the top of the tier break between Fuel and Shock. I don't know. I think we move.
I thought
I
they
think
were
we
so
move-
good that they would be at the top. That's what I was hearing at first. Or was that
Well,
just
yeah,
the Hangzhou Spark propaganda?
That's just Gooseway Ball. That's just
Yeah.
Gooseway Ball.
The Spark songs are going all over the place.
I mean,
Like,
do you
this
see what
is-
direction it's
you
going?
would
It's going
trade me.
forward. It's
I've been
pointing to the
betrayed
right.
by my brother in Spark stocks. I'm so sad.
That's okay. That's why
Listen.
you got Hoot.gg for that. Okay,
Listen.
and then Shanghai Dragons,
No,
so they
don't worry about
fit in
this.
below Dallas Fuel.
Gooseway plays ball at a top tier
These
level.
Dragons
They
are
go
Sorry,
for
this
the
is
rank
wrong.
war.
This is wrong. It should be.
Is that?
Yeah, it's all Dynasty. Sorry, I missed them.
Is it bad that I think that the Dallas Fuel should be right at the bottom of the A tier because they're such a
Yes.
meta? They're
calling
such a
it A tier,
meta.
yep.
They've been a meta-dependent team for the past 3 years, and
They were
this
defining metas.
and
Yes.
this year they're even more so like meta. Well, yeah, but look at the
They
mid-season.
literally
match.
changed the playoffs meta from Tracer to Reaper just because they can, just because they're Dallas.
Yeah, but that was just a bit of an anomaly. You know, that doesn't mean they're going to do it every time. Like, look at the mid-season madness. Did they change from meta then? No, they lost to the Fusion.
Can they at least topple the Defiant
And Shanghai.
and Gladiators?
Yeah.
Dallas topple all of them.
Just
I
not
don't- I
Hangzhou,
don't
if
think
we go
so.
by
I-
the logic of the tip power rankings I did just then.
I don't think Dallas
Hangzhou
is.
versus Dallas, like in a head to head, like if
Isolated
when they do
incident, yeah.
play each other, which they will, obviously they're in the same region. Now,
Yeah.
I think it'll depend on what the meta is, because they both have different like things. If it's a main tank meta, then Hangzhou probably win. But if it's like
I get excited for the Hangzhou Dallas matchup. It's been a long time for any of the Chinese teams matching up
Been a
against
long
Dallas
time
past Shanghai.
coming for Dallas to go against APAC teams.
Dallas has been
I
waiting
got-
for this opportunity to whip Shanghai Dragons back down to the lower bracket or elimination.
I
even.
gotta be honest. Like if we put Dallas below Outlaws for the sake of
You
argument.
are smoking dick, my guy.
No. For the sake of argument, like let's just do it. If you put Dallas below the Outlaws, I think every team above them has a better damage line and a better support line.
What's
And
the
I
Outlaws
don't know-
damage line? Refresh our memory.
Did you take Basculin's crack? Like, what are you on, dog?
Yeah, we've gotten for. I think this is
No,
a
it's
record
the
since, but this is pretty accurate for 4 hours. But there's only 2/3 of the roster, 2/3 of the region that we've covered, and then the power rankings.
I
Is
think
there
you
something
could.
different in that London tap water that's like just messing with your brain? I'm
Yeah,
confused.
historically,
No,
the
he doesn't
tablet
live
is
in
not
London,
been
like,
He's
safe.
in Northumberland.
To be honest, you could put the Dallas Fuel at like the top of S tier above the Rain, or you could put them at the top of the B tier, like above Mayhem. And like either one of those placements would make perfect sense because like we don't know what the meta's gonna be.
Again, yeah, you're just basing it off the roster, seeing synergy, that kind of stuff. That's only just
Yeah,
at
like,
face
The
value.
Dallas Fuel
could
hive
put-
mind will always live on because they still
Dallas
have
Fuel
their
will
championship
never accept a
card.
power ranking that
They
doesn't have them in S tier anymore because, I mean, they've already won the championship. That was the basis of them being
They
so high
have
below
their
Spa.
hive mind still alive. They didn't go again. That's the whole reason they're in East in the first place. So they didn't need to wipe their whole roster clean. They have their hive mind. They still have Rush. What are you not? What are you not?
What are we
seeing?
not getting here? I'm
What are
wondering
you
what these
not-
guys are up to.
What is Sans not understanding? I just don't.
I
I
think
don't
we should
get
put
it.
Dallas in top tier.
Well, that's my
I
thing.
just-
If you
I'm
put
just saying.
Hangzhou in top 10
No,
with Dallas, that would be a tidy top 4.
They are far too reliant on the meta for that though, because like if the meta goes their favor, yeah, great, they're a top tier.
They were bad at the start of the season, and
What's
then
the
they got good towards
probability?
the end of the season. That has nothing to do with the meta. They just improve over
Just- I
time.
can't
You know
have
how
the
time
meta.
that was
Yeah, I
literally
can't.
because of the meta. That was purely based off of the meta suiting them down to the ground.
Okay.
You know, that's all it was. They're a good team, yeah, but like I'm looking.
I
at,
don't
I'm
think
looking
it was
at damage.
meta. I think it was just time. I think it was just they all just started synergizing better as a team. They started finding their actual starting five instead of putting Gargoyle in every once in a while for some reason.
Oh, yep, Guerrero had a shot. It was shot. Let's put it that way.
They finally figured out their starting five. They started running it all the time. They just got good as a full five the entire time. They didn't try to disrupt it.
Yeah,
Like,
now they
towards
don't.
the
have-
end,
now they
like
don't
by the
have-
time that Junker Queen meta arrived, they could not be stopped.
Yeah, they
because
just
they got their
allowed
shit
the hive mind to like link up with Hanbin's Junker Queen being the best, and also having, like you said, the best backline in the league. They don't have the best backline in the league anymore. They don't have Grand Finals MVP Fearless
I think
anymore.
Bliss is a good piece, and I'm glad they have him.
He is.
Rush just needs to get MCD in there, and I think that's all they need. Just MCD to be good at the game, and then they're fine.
I don't know. They
Integrate
were-
MCD
they
into
were-
the hive mind. Bliss
Just-
will be fine because
You
They
don't
were
see
meta-
Dallas being higher than the Outlaws. Dallas
I-
being in
I-
Houston, not really feeling it, are you?
I can see that. I can see Dallas being number one. I can see Dallas like being like 8th. You know,
Are they
you know,
here
it-
and
it-
now better than Gladiators,
depends.
Outlaws, and Defiant? Is the question.
it all
Which
depends whether
ultimately
they.
decides.
It just depends whether they get a meta again that suits them more than it did for.
Okay,
Also-
let's give you an
Well,
example.
you also-
Die.
You also need to remember that they need to have 6 players by the time the season starts, and I think the 6th player will be another they'll get a
Another
Winston
tank.
player. Who
Yeah.
that'll be? Not a
No.
clue. Not like they're
Could
getting
be
Cleston.
Cleston,
Oh
sure.
God, Dallas Fate.
Give me
Ugh.
Fate. Yeah, that's a
Do
curse
not
combo.
give me Dallas Fate, bro.
Yes, give it to me, and I would put them in the top tier.
Bro.
If they could put Fate in there in the mix, he's washing his clothes, and then he's gonna be washing a Dallas fuel.
Dallas working their way through Shanghai Dragons main tank since 2020 would be hilarious.
Yeah.
That's so true, actually. Gamsu, Fearless. Fate.
Yeah, see,
I'm
you
so-
just gotta add a third one in there to conceal the
The
3 of the 5.
Say hi to Dallas.
we're
Piper.
excited for Stand 1 in 2024.
Any
Excited for
voters?
Flutta in 2026.
Void gets traded.
Oh,
Yeah, so situationally, Dallas Fuel was not above Outlaws Gladiators Defiant. And if I go by the same logic, they're not that close to the Spark.
They can be,
Being
I'm
that
ju-
close.
bye, Mike. I'm trying to say they can be. I'm just trying to put out in the open my doubts about this team. You know, particularly with the damage line. If they got another DPS player to fill the holes that Edison and Sparkle currently have, that prevent them from being
Would you
Like,
say they have holes? What kind
they're
of holes are you?
everything. No, I'm
Where are the
saying that
holes?
Listen. The holes that you're bringing up are kind of the things you warrant for someone who's not at S tier or a top tier team. If they're an A team, they have a lot of compromises. You're starting to talk like a B, upper tier now. You're demoting
you
them.
gotta get.
If there's like a hard cast met, I think Edison will step up to the occasion.
They'll
I
step
don't
up
know,
on
man.
a hit scan that requires Sojourn, Cassidy.
If Sojourn comes back, Edison is just gonna solo everyone.
Double
Yeah.
hit scan or double flex
If
DPS.
double hit
No.
scan is the only, that's it. Just double
This
hit. That's the
conversation
only.
shouldn't be going this long for Dallas, but I can understand it justifies why they're not up there. And it's just they're not going to go any lower. My concern is that it drags on to the point, I think, almost Florida Mayhem could beat them. But I don't think that's
Yeah.
what we're saying here. That's definitely something we can agree on.
I think they could. I think Mayhem's
In like a-
damage line
What-
is
what do
quite
you
weak.
mean?
Oh,
It's-
no, but
what
now
would
we're
double
going
hit-
backwards.
What would double
hit
hits can even look
No,
like
I'm not
in
trying to say that
Overwatch
Mayhem
2
are better. I'm
thing?
just saying that
What would happen? What would you
they
do?
both have quite comparable rosters.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
you
I
can
don't-
imagine the strain is that's why this middle section exists. The tier break upper and the tier break lower in the mid section is so packed in the top half. You wonder if Houston Outlaws goes down because Dallas Fuels occupied a space, or even Gladiators. In fact, if they go any lower than where they're already seated, along with Toronto.
I don't mind moving Fuel above Outlaws if you wanted, because I think the Outlaws are also quite meta dependent as well.
They've
Oh,
historically
no, but-
been,
wait, no,
and even this
they're not
roster
in-
should be the best that they've fielded out the bat since Piggy and Django as a tank duo.
Or even wouldn't mind moving both of them above Gladiators. You know, I'm a Gladiators believer, but I don't know, Lastro and Babel, great and all, but
Let me visualize it for you with what you just said. So you could see them like this, but you also reckon that's fine, and that's fine, and even this could be alright.
no.
Yeah.
I think putting Dallas Fuel in the next tier breakdown is too harsh. They're gonna get
It's
some
very,
sort of
very harsh, given how much you can appraise them for being championship teams, but you know that they are going to have a lot of contest as a championship team. That Naeri, where do you sit? You can give me a number, you can say higher or lower for Dallas.
On
It's going
what?
to be higher or stays the same for Dallas.
I mean, if I look at it completely unbiased, then yeah, I would still think higher even without bias. I think higher.
How much higher? 2, 3, or 1?
I don't
know
think
if Dallas
Let
are
that
better.
stick.
I don't know if Toronto are better than Dallas. I don't know.
I think they are. I think the coaching is can be comparable. Like even though Rush is the best in the world.
Yeah, see, that's where I'm feeling it because it takes a while to sink in. That this might just be the biggest crack pipe that we've combined smoked into one session. But
And
it's looking like
I
one.
think you've also got to have the Outlaws high because like Happy, Pelican, Fearless, and Shu at
I
7th.
know what you're saying.
And
Gladiators
Gargoyle
also
now.
have your
Gargoyle
counterparts
now,
there,
like
Kai and
Gargoyle.
Yaki. Okay, Yaki again. It's a little hard to measure.
Dude,
But
like,
that's where it's ended
I
up.
do like Kevster like a lot.
Ayaki
I
Kevster
do-
probably wins versus like Merit Pelican. I think.
No,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
Mer-
see?
It's not
There's
Merit anymore,
Toronto,
it's,
Hydron, and
Oh yeah, it's
Speedily.
not Merit. You're right. It's Pelican Happy.
Happy.
Oh
Yeah,
god,
Pelican
even more
Happy.
so now. Then even more so.
So that's
now.
why it stays. It's
You
a
rate
pass the
Merit
grade.
above Happy?
No, I
Oh,
rate.
whoa.
Wild.
Yeah.
I'm trying to push
That's
these
wild.
teams down and up based
Kai-
on where
I
the
over.
previous
I over.
power rankings
I
are.
over Happy easily.
It depends whether he returns to his stage 1 and 2 form or not. Which I think
Because
he
you know
could.
it's a
Kai
long
over
season.
Happy and Kevster over Pelican.
I think Happy over Kai, but Kevster over Pelican. But I don't think the gaps are that big. I'm just looking at like.
Yeah, so it
tanks,
stays
like-
that way. Gladiators over Outlaws.
I
for
also
now.
think Shu is hilariously overrated.
It still is. Ever since he was on Guangzhou Charge, people were like, "Oh, I don't know. Like, why is this guy switching to Ana last second? It was almost overtime."
Shu
He
did
cracked
one
it.
good thing for the Gladiators in a tournament where there was
Shu's
no
been-
actual competition. He made one good play, and then people have been sucking his balls ever since.
But it's been
Dude,
quite
shit.
the play, yeah. It's no big bamboozle, but I mean, it's pretty
Like,
much
it's
up
not
there as a
even,
key
like-
maker.
He used window behind the enemy, killed 3, as if that's
Do
not
you know
something
who
that
the
I would
enemy
do in a
was?
ranked
It was
game
Ch-
every day.
Who is
It was
inconsistent?
Chengdu Hunters. That's who
Yeah,
they were
it was
up
against
against.
Chengdu. That was not a competition. It's the Countdown Cup. That's the last thing of the season where the actual teams weren't even trying anymore. They weren't
Yeah.
even in the tournament because they wanted to scrim actual teams.
That's
Like-
a very weird take at best. Like Shu has, like you go back and you watch Shu's VODs. The guy is insane. Like the sleep darts that
Like,
man
I'm not
hits.
denying he's good
Yeah,
at the game.
there
I
is
just
still
think people are sucking
continuous
his dick too
outpouring of
much.
support for Shu, and that's what I like. But it's just feels like it continuously as from my Guangzhou
I
days.
think
2 years
people
too
meet
late.
ride Shu way too hard.
I can agree with that, but I mean, like he deserved his MVP nomination this year. I think in 2021 you could argue that people
2021
were
is way more justifiable than 2022, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like it was much
They
more
all-
justified.
I
but look,
think
it's
the only
iconic
reason
as it
Shu
is.
was on there was just so they could get a support player on there without it looking weird, without
Oh,
it being
come
like
on.
another Dallas player.
Don't have to put it that way, but yeah, that's pretty much what it sounds like when they saw
Like they
Shu
put him on
Countdown
there
Cup.
because he's a support player and he's not a Dallas player. That's
They
the
don't
only
even
reason
make-
Shu was nominated.
Remember those windows for MVP, and that's not the conversation for the full details of that. It's just from looking at that reference to Shu getting that playmaking moment. They generally don't put those kind of submissions in from Countdown Cup tournaments, especially that close to their submission date, because they need to get all the graphics and their submissions in very early. So it is no surprise after considering how much time they had to spend making decisions, and then this is the thing that they see the moment they have to submit them by deadline. That they had a support player in there, and it just so happens he's the only one that really stood out of the other support players along Roll Stars and that kind of standout MVP player. Real last minute. So then that leaves me with Soul Dicey and Infernal, unless you have any changes or objections to Dallas being this upper tier, below Defiant situation.
I think they would beat Toronto, but just to appease Sands, I guess, just keep it there, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that where you are, Sans? Defiant over Fuel.
I think Defiant are much more flexible than the Fuel personally.
They
I
are
think,
more flexible, I'll give you
and
that.
I think
However,
with this
Korean
coaching
talent
staff-
just go
Hold on, hold on.
harder.
The
Well, yeah,
Korean
but,
talent
like,
does go a
with-
lot harder, but
with the Defiance coaching staff, if they cannot bring like Speedily back to its peak, then yeah, I'll agree. But like,
I don't
There's
think
just
they
so-
will. I don't even think Speedily is that good. He's just
I mean,
an
look,
Echo One trick.
no hill season, man. That's the only reason why this isn't going any lower.
Speedily is just an Echo One trick. An Echo is not gonna be meta. It's not gonna happen ever again.
Sparkle will play that meta. I mean, sorry, we'll play that Echo handedly over.
Yeah,
Speedily,
Sparkle
surely.
will gap Speedily.
That's the
That is
only
a
reason
very
this goes
weird
higher.
thing.
But this is the
But,
take
like,
that we're gonna accept now, Naeri. So
Even if you
live it
don't-
up.
Even if
Live
you
it up.
don't like Speedily, like Hydron and the backline are like is like a decent gap. I think Dynasty goes below Titans and Uprising. I think.
Ooh, Titans and Uprising below and Orb.
Yeah.
I've got like 5 minutes.
and
left,
then
so,
some
like,
regular season bloods that they're smoking.
Infernal above
Titans.
Justice.
Yeah.
Okay, no, this
Infernal
is
above
getting seriously
Vancouver.
messed up. Like these two should
No,
be together,
no.
but not like that much.
No, they should. No, they shouldn't. You put Dynasty below Infernal Uprising at the very least. Like put Infernal above Titans. Me personally, I think
Yes.
Infernal
I think
above
the Infernal.
Titans.
I
Okay,
think
sorry.
the Infernal. Yeah, I think the Infernal has it definitely has the potential to be above like Spitfire and Mayhem. But there is quite a lot of red flags. What with Mag possibly not returning to his potential runaway form in 2020, as well as Fixer
And
coming
Punk
back.
just absolutely diffing the rest of APAC from this tier below, Soul Infernal and Soul Dynasty. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, yeah,
yeah.
that's what I think. But I just think even Infernal are still more flexible than the Titans.
More flexible than
but-
Dynasty.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Just make sure
Dynasty,
that's
that
absolutely
Dynasty-
clear.
Profit.
Other than their tank, I think that the Dynasty are essentially going to be a Korean version of the 2020 Chengdu Hunters.
Yeah, I don't have to say anything about Chengdu Hunters.
That's
How
a good
much lower
shout,
do they
actually.
go? Chengdu? Are they just
Well-
below Eternal?
I think you don't include Chengdu in the list.
Chengdu is
simply-
literally
You would think I could do that.
imploding.
I think he's
Chengdu
disbanded. I
isn't
think
in
they're
org.
disbanded.
They don't have a roster. They can't compete. There's no leaked roster.
We said
for
that about
Chengdu. They
Excelsior
don't
and
exist.
Valiant. They have
They're,
a
don't
they're
roster.
disbanded.
Yeah, but New York and Valiant have leaks. Chengdu is blowing up.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
That's all I needed to hear. They're
Alright.
out in a tier break of their own. They should be hidden, but I'll hold it there for
Chengdu
now.
is dead.
Good as
no,
dead
no,
until
put-
they announce something realistic or tangible. Now, what
Put
do we have?
Infernal above the Titans. Personally, but that's as high as I can go.
You know what?
given-
Infernal above the Titans. Infernal above the Titans. Do it.
Yeah, they're both very similar teams. I just think Infernal.
Infernal
has the
can't be
higher peak.
Spitfire?
They
No.
can, but I do think they can, but I'm not confident enough in that. I think they can beat Spitfire and they can beat Mayhem.
If they had to face
But
each other 4
They
times
can't
across the
beat
season, do
Spitfire
you see
and Rise
Spitfire being diffed by Soul
There-
Infernal?
There's too many red flags for the Soul Infernal for me to be that confident in them.
I feel like that's what I've been saying the whole time. They've
In
got
a
a lot
Ryan
of red
Meta
flags.
Spitfire would do a lot better than
Okay.
more than half the league.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm totally okay with this, really. Shanghai.
All right, Shanghai.
They have to be below
Shanghai is
Seoul.
Fleta.
That's perfect. That's a perfect.
That is
place.
a perfect spot, actually. Yeah, I like that.
I can't see
welcome.
Houston and
That's
firing
fine.
that.
That
That's
is
my
brain.
perfectly
M-
fine.
my brain is wired differently
Guangzhou
at 5
doesn't have
a.m.
leaks, so they're next to Chengdu.
Yeah.
That's harsh. I mean, they could very well be in that situation, and I have no
They
idea.
don't
I'll be
know. We're in the
blindsided
same
before they
situation
tell
as
me
Chengdu. The
that.
only reason
Chad,
we don't
if I
know
may.
about it is because one of
If I may.
Chengdu's graphic designers like, hey, Chengdu's dying. They haven't seen anything from Guangzhou about that. So we
If
don't
I
know
may.
what's going on.
No.
One of the some leaker has apparently said in a server that the Guangzhou Charge are just supposed to be keeping their core 5 that they haven't released yet, or
Exactly.
made any news about.
There's no
So-
retirements, there's no
so then
re-signings,
like-
their contracts
like
essentially
the
should
active
still
squad
be
then?
intact.
Yeah, I think
They're
they're
active squad
doing
then.
that, and I also believe I could be completely wrong about this, but I heard from a guy who heard from a guy that Gaga is supposed to be going to the Charge.
Exactly the same guy that I've been talking to, yes, because it was from
no.
another guy that told me this person would be
Precisely.
joining the team.
I think the Guangzhou Charge at the very
shouldn't be this
least go
low.
above. I think they at least go above the Uprising.
Let me look at
Soul
what the
Dinosaur and Dragons, excuse me? I mean, then
let
again,
me
that's
look at
why
their-
we started.
Let me look at their five.
Yeah,
Let me look at what
yeah,
they had. Give me
I
a
think the
second.
Charger and
Look at what they had.
the Charger and
Far
more.
is Jimmy Piggy and
I hate
Gaga.
this so
You
much.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
You fit Gaga in there. I was alluding to it.
That is
Guangzhou
consistently
over
better
Boston.
than- yeah, Guangzhou over Boston. I could argue them above Titans. Like, hell yeah, I think they
it's an
are above
arguable
Titans.
thing about Titans as well.
No
but-
way that they're above Boston. But I mean, this is just me thinking
Yes,
very
they are
pessimistic.
above Boston.
Boston are.
But they're above
You can-
Seoul?
You can, yeah, they are. Like, Choice of One is just.
Historically,
Choice
that has never happened. There's never
I-
Seoul
Oh,
below Guangzhou.
Choice
Well,
of One-
history's getting rewritten.
Choice
I
of
like
One's
that.
just better than
Troy Saquon
Prophet.
and Jimmy are they just pound.
Jimmy and Prophet are both like. I think they're both like kind of inconsistent, but like Jimmy can like has been getting that ironed out
Also,
throughout the
Piggy-
entire season.
Piggy
And
probably
Prophet
like
is just
very
charming.
easy gaps.
Void.
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 You have now.
You think Piggy gaps void?
Now that I think about it,
Okay.
I was thinking of the other soul. What was it Mag?
Mag.
Right? No.
Mag. That depends on the meta.
I was gonna
And-
say meta dependent.
I think the Soul Infernal are actually looking at Hotba to fill in the tank role.
Really?
Yes,
I
yes,
thi-
that sounds
I-
like a very Soul Infernal thing to do with their core.
That sounds like a very fusion. It sounds like a very T1 thing to do. It sounds like a very Comcast
No,
Spectacore.
not T1. Comcast Spectacore. That's it, yeah.
It's a very Comcast Spectacore thing to do to bring Hoppa back again.
It's less reliable than than Gaga to charge, but like I'm just basing it off of that, and like
No,
You
I'll
know.
let you cook. I'll let you cook. Phil,
You know.
Let's
And
bring
then
Hoppa
also-
back to Comcast Spectacore a third time, surely.
I'd also like to point out that Kilo has not yet found a team, so I don't know if he's going.
True.
I
I
mean,
don't know
no,
if
he's
he's
not
going
finding a
anywhere.
team. He's deciding who he should get paid by at this rate.
Exactly.
He could check
So,
in the
like-
cash for any team that is
I
available
don't think
to him.
Kilo is even that good. I don't know.
No, I don't.
Hot take if he
not-
ends up in Eastern Shores.
He's
I
not
certainly think he
finding.
could.
I don't think he's finding a team like in the West region, and I definitely don't
God,
think he's going to be playing as a starter. But like for double hit scan maps, particularly like
Okay,
Circuit or
what-
Rokutan or Havana, like
Well,
as a
well, now that you bring
substitute-
that up, hear me out. Kilo to Dallas. For the
No,
double
no,
hit
here-
scan you mentioned earlier, Kilo to Dallas.
Yeah, the MCD problem you're talking about? Gone.
Yeah, MCD. Yeah, have Kilo play on her.
Easy off ban. Just wipe him down.
Let Kilo play on her. It's bench MC derogatory.
Don't put the derogatory on him.
MCD
That's what the
will
T
use
stands
hatred
for.
of the- Wait a minute. MCD will
derogatory.
use his hatred of the Chinese to conquer the spark. And
Oh,
Yeah, the Spark is at a
No.
very rough spot where they are a lot of people are confident in them. It's just whether they're going to deliver or if Coach Rui will do Coach Rui things with this team.
MCD
They will
do
clown on
anything
everyone,
with his hatred
including
of the
themselves.
Chinese to conquer the spark. He'll do it.
He will.
MCD will do it. MCD will be the most coachable player on earth.
Where
If
is
it
this?
means-
Where is this part
it
about
means-
uprising against the Chinese on the Dallas fuel cycle misery? Where does that fit in? Does it replace the Houston Outlaws bit or the they suddenly beat the Gladiators kind of
Oh.
part? I don't know anymore. But you've taken us to a
You
really
know,
deep,
remember
deep
what
end.
MCD was like up to years ago? You said like some stuff about like he was basically just being anti-China on a team. He was signed to
Yep, yep.
Hangzhou as
We
well.
did talk about
He's
that.
being anti-China.
Wind
then
it
he
back
just-
to previous episodes. You will find
So
it.
he could
You'll
just
find
run
that
it back. He could just like revert back to anti-China. Just be like, I'm gonna beat my old team and the Chinese, and then he'll do it. MCD will do it. He'll become the best player in the world if it means to beat his old team.
I
dropped
nice. I'm gonna have to
Listen,
wrap
this
it up.
copium is-
Yeah. This copium is too
This copium
strong.
is
I
going
need to have
so
an episode
far.
to really flesh out this APAC field, and
Good
I need
luck
Mike to be
editing
here.
this, bro.
I
Good luck
can't. I
editing
can't.
this.
But I have to.
I can't lie. Looking at this list and seeing that this was made by 4 people, I can really feel that my impact on this list is like has certainly shown through, particularly
you are
with
the
the
co-host, my friend. I just dick out the display. I would rather take the impartial or the bipartisan appeal of say Dallas Fuel being in the upper but not that low. And
I'm willing
Atlanta
to
Raiders
take some of your
just
picks,
all on their
Kenobi,
own tier.
I'm
sure
if
there's more.
If you want to try and promote, I don't know, the Guangzhou charge above the Dallas Fuel, then I'm not going to try and stop you.
I didn't, like I said, I didn't say anything. I was actually very pessimistic looking at this.
Yeah, so I considering this was like a list formed of like 3 and 4 people all at once, I'm happy
basically
with
all
it.
of the Overwatch League viewership, right? So you've got the NA, you've got the OPAC,
Overwatch
and another
League
APAC with dips because
viewership,
it's too
yeah.
tired. I imagine the
Pretty
reason
much.
Mike
There's
disappeared was
4
because
total
he had
people who are
to.
going to be watching APAC this year.
Yep, we'll be your Dallas Fuel fan, your Hangzhou Spark fan, and if they're neither of them are playing, definitely not your Soul Infernal fans. Okay, that will wrap it up for the podcast. Thanks everybody. Do be sure to like and subscribe, and we'll get an APAC one running with your best friends here.
Save on download on Spotify, or
Download on
are you putting this on
Spotify.
Spotify?
We
download all the episodes.
Yeah,
Download
download
it
all
all.
the episodes with Spotify.
Forget
Premium.
about your
You want
loved
a break
ones'
from
phone
the ads?
numbers.
You want
I
a break
love
from
you
the
guys.
ads?
Want a break from the ads? Well, why don't you just go ahead